Welcome everybody to Yamaha Guitar Development's Open House Online. My name is Pat Camponovo. I'm the Senior Designer and Luthier for Yamaha Guitar Development Custom Shop here in Los Angeles, California. You might know me from my On the Bench series every Thursday with some of our artists where we talk about the custom instruments that I've made them and their life on the road and their stories. But today we're actually going to tell the story of the Custom Shop, which turned 30 years old this year in 2020. So in a little bit, I'm going to give you a tour of the Custom Shop here. We're also going to be doing a tone crafting segment with the guys from Line 6, talking about Podgo, Helix, and Powercab. We're going to talk SVT 50th anniversary with the guys from Ampeg, and we're going to be finishing up with some performances. Be sure to check out our landing page to see more details and enter our gear sweepstakes. So to kick everything off, we have a special performance from one of Yamaha's legendary artists, Peter Hook from Peter Hook and the Light. So enjoy and stay tuned.
What you want me to. what you want me to. Woo! I've lost you, I've lost you, I've lost you, I've lost you, I've lost you. I've lost you, I've lost you, I've lost you, I've lost you, I've lost you. resentment rides high, but emotions just won't grow, and we're changing our ways, taking different roads. And love will set us apart again. Love will set us apart again. Why is the bedroom so cold? Turn away on your side. Is my timing that flawed? Our respect runs so dry, yet there's still this appeal that we've kept through our lives. But love will set us apart again. 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 You cry out in your sleep, all my failings exposed, and there's a taste in my mouth as desperation takes hold. Yes, it's something so good, just can't function no more. But love will set us apart again. Love will set us apart again. Love will set us apart again. Love will set us apart again.
How amazing was that, everyone? Peter Hook, absolute legend. And his son too, Jack Bates, another Yamaha artist, amazing. So welcome to our tour of the Yamaha Guitar Development Custom Shop. My name is Pat Compolitano. I'm the senior designer and luthier. And I'm also joined here by Rafael Barajas, our amazing painter, and Andrew Enns, our acoustic guitar builder. We're gonna meet them in a little bit, but what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna take you through our workshop, kind of how we might build one of our instruments. So yeah, just follow me back here. And speaking of Jack Bates, we got something cool to show as well. So this room here, we call it the clean room. This is really our setup and assembly room. And this is where we do all the modifications, where we do setups, repairs. And when we build a new instrument, I'll do it right here on my workbench. And we got some cool instruments in the room today. Yeah, so speaking of Jack Bates, we just finished up this bass. This is a BBP 34 custom that we did for him. And actually, you know, they're big Manchester United fans, so we had Pamelina Hovnatanian, amazing artist and painter that we work with, hand paint the graphics on here. Even put the BB logo on there. It's pretty cool. How about some championship years? It's pretty awesome. And we got some other cool instruments too. This one we did for Corey McCormick, who plays with Lucas Nelson and Neil Young. This one's pretty rad. It's got his little face in there. Year he was born. Name of his wife and son on there, Ellis. Really cool golf blue and orange. And a couple of these new Pacifica 24 fret models for Jeff Schroeder from Smashing Pumpkins. He's gonna be playing these alongside Jack with the Pumpkins soon. And actually, really cool, I got this. This is actually the very first bass Yamaha ever made for Billy Sheehan. It's in here. We're gonna give it a once over, gonna clean up the frets. We're gonna replace this bridge pickup here and get it back in working order. But this is a really cool piece of history. And actually, we got some other things that we'll show you later in the shop tour related to this. This is a really cool instrument. The color is very unique. So, you know, we do all of the setups and repairs and everything here, but when we're building a custom instrument for an artist, it all starts with the wood, really, and we keep that in here too. So check out right behind me. We got our wood storage closet, and it's pretty well humidity controlled. We're in Southern California, so it's pretty dry. We keep all the body wood here. Got neck wood here, and then acoustic guitar wood here as well. And we do all sorts of different materials. And we actually specialize in this ARE process that Yamaha, you know, pioneered years and years ago. This is a really cool artificial way of aging the wood, making it sound like it's been played for many, many years. So we are always testing materials, and we'll come through here, and you know, an artist says, you know, I want a neck blank that has a certain grain, or you know, I want a quarter sawn instead of flat sawn, or I want a top, specific top. And they'll pick out, you know, whatever they like. So we'll come through here, we'll pick what they want, and you know, it all kind of starts and ends here. And the reason it ends here too is because you could see this is Raphael's bench. He's very color coordinated. This is another bass for Corey McCormick too. This is a really cool one that Raphael painted. This is a vintage SB5A Yamaha bass that we're restoring and redoing. It came in a little rough shape. But Raphael's bench is here because right next to us here is the buffing room. So he's able to buff and then bring it over here, and then, you know, we need to tune anything up or clean it up. He's able to do it right here, right in one spot. And minimal movement of the instruments once they're finished is really good, because we don't want to get any scratches or any dents or dings. So you can see just basic kind of buffing room here. And we set it up this way so you know, we keep all the dust and dirt and things as far away from the paint as we can. So when Raphael's done, he'll put it here in the hopper. And you see some other projects that we've been working on. We've got some Attitude necks, some cool new Pacifica necks working on. And then right over here is Andrew N's bench. And Andrew does his assembly here as well. He works a little bit differently than we do because acoustic guitars have a different assembly process than electric guitars do. Electric guitars are a little bit more involved when it comes to all the parts and things. So we keep our little parts in here. And actually we have some parts right over here we keep in our storage closet. So as we come through the shop, we keep a backlog of everything. I got some vintage parts, or you know, new tuners or something like that we keep in here. And come right through here. This is our office, called the Fishbowl. And this is nice because if an artist comes in, we could catch him coming in. This is my desk. I'm able to do some drawing, some editing, or whatever I need to do, and keep an eye on the CNC machine in the other room. I can keep that running while I'm doing my desk work. So yeah, let's go inside the wood shop, the workshop, and see what's going on in there. We've got a cool CNC demo for you as well. It's gonna be about 2 minutes. Oh, here's Andrew. Hey Andrew, what's going on, man? We'll get to Andrew in just a bit, but you can see here, this is my second workstation. This is where I'm able to take the drawings that I've done, and actually I have a RevStar here pulled up. I'm actually able to take the drawings, and if somebody wants a different inlay or something like that, and I got to do it on the fly, I'll just program it here, and it's wirelessly beamed over to the CNC, and I'm able to, you know, edit or change or do whatever on the fly. Everything we do here is pretty much a one-off, so everything is, you know, got minuscule little details that we're trying to cover. And you can see, you know, we make all the pick guards here. I'll make the headstock templates, and you can see this is an oversized version of the RevStar top and the body. It's the core of the body. And actually, I'm gonna do a little demo here for you and cut one of these. So if I come over here, I'll select my program, turn on the graphics just to see it's gonna do what I tell it to. Cross our fingers, and we'll let it run. Take a peek. This will take about 2 minutes. All right, so you saw just one little step in what it takes to make an electric guitar, and you can see I got some other pieces here too. Got some necks. This is actually a pretty cool neck, making for one of our 30th anniversary guitars. And you could see the body over here. It's a nice ebony stripe with black Carina wood. This is gonna be wonderful. And I got some artist guitars too. You know, what we do here is all the corporate research and development for Yamaha guitars, but we also make all the artist custom guitars. And it's just the three of us really. And we all have our own kind of specialty. My specialty is, of course, a lot of machining and electric guitars. But Andrew Enns is our acoustic guitar builder. And you know, we always are trading our techniques and really trying to develop and cross-train. And what we do is, you know, we're making the first prototypes for products that you buy at your local music store. And, you know, when they're built in the factory, we're trying to get the factory to make them just like we make them here. So we're always developing process. And what I'll do is I'll make bridges or programs for acoustic guitar parts, and I'll help Andrew out, and Andrew will help me with binding or with, you know, maybe some detailed hand technique. And actually, yeah, let's check out what Andrew's up to. Now, when Andrew came on board, none of this stuff existed, and he's very humble. But actually, you know, this whole go bar deck and all the tooling and his workbench, he made himself. This didn't exist before he worked here, and you know, I'm really proud to have him as a coworker. I think he does amazing stuff, and I've learned a lot in the few years that he's been here. So, Andrew, tell us what you've been up to. What are you working on?
Well, I'm working on, right now, I got a top, an acoustic guitar top on my bench, and I'm voicing, which is shaving the braces thinner in certain areas and leaving them thick in some areas to allow the top to vibrate the way we want it to. And mostly I just take a lot off around the edges, kind of like this, to make it thinner and more flexible around the edge. That generally gives you a little better bass response, something like that. I can't reveal all the secrets, you know, but we spend a lot of time testing bracing patterns, testing bracing dimensions, testing top thicknesses, doing 3D simulations with our colleagues in Japan, testing everything we can as many times as we can, because we can make a really great guitar one time, but how do we replicate that a bunch of times in a factory? And that's our goal here, is to not just make one great guitar, but help a factory make a bunch of great guitars. So what we can make here, we can duplicate and you can get at any guitar store, because we can't make that many guitars by ourselves.
No, just the three of us. It's hard to make the thousands of guitars that Yamaha makes every year. But you know, Andrew has a lot of this very amazing classical technique and comes from the school of classical guitar making, the classical Spanish guitar making, nylon string style, which is what Yamaha's history is, you know, dating back to in the 40s. You know, Yamaha started making some acoustic guitars, and all those guitars, we, you know, had some really amazing Spanish luthiers come and teach us techniques. And, you know, what we're always trying to do is learn and to, you know, spread out and understand different techniques, different styles. So we kind of blend the, you know, the CNC work and all the technical aspects and all of the, you know, work done by hand. You'd be really surprised that, you know, all of the Yamaha acoustic guitars that you play are built by hand. You know, they're amazing, amazing guitars that we build in Japan, we build in China, we build in Indonesia, and we build for all the markets across the globe. We have to make sure that they're gonna, you know, stand up to the heat and humidity and temperature of everything. So we test all those things. And I know we put Andrew through the ringer making tons of acoustic guitars all by yourself. So, I mean, this is one step, you know, after the braces are glued on. What comes after this, Andrew?
Well, we got, you know, this is just one part. This is one, you could argue, the most important part of the acoustic guitar, but it doesn't do anything without the sides and the back to make the box. So over here, I've got, here's a guitar with the sides glued on. As Pat said, I learned acoustic guitar making the Spanish way, which is generally with the neck already on it, and what's called a Spanish heel, but built from the top to the back. And I approach steel string guitars the same way. So this is a guitar with the top on, sides on, and it's ready for the back. It's got the shape ready for the back, as you can see. We'll test fit the back here real quick. That's ready to go. So I approach this just very old school. This is acoustic guitar making is old, and so some of the techniques that work, you just stick with it. So let's glue this back on. Forgive me if I don't talk too much while I'm gluing the back on.
I'm impressed you're laying that glue line down so clean.
Steady hands.
It's amazing.
Sorry. And then I'll dab it a little bit here to make sure it's nice and even.
So this is where I learned from Andrew, because
yeah.
I make a lot of hollow bodies and arch tops and stuff, but Andrew's got all this skill bending all the sides and stuff. So
this is a crucial. You got to get the amount of glue right here, because you don't want your guitar to not be adequately glued together. But you also don't want to look inside and see a whole bunch of glue squeezing out of your joints. So the sponge just kind of helps that, even out the amount of glue. So now we're ready to mate the back to the sides and top, to close the box, as they say. So I'll start this off with a cam clamp here at the tail. And then one here at the head block. And now I approach this a little bit old school, but it's kind of fun. You know, hog tie this back down. And this is just nothing special, just nylon rope. And a lot of guys do binding this way. Well, they'll glue the binding on. It's just gives you not too much pressure, just enough pressure to hold your pieces together until the glue dries. I mean, acoustic guitar is thin pieces of wood, and you don't want to crush it with heavy clamps. So there we go. And that's that.
wow.
One box closed.
So when this part is over, you know, there's still plenty of steps. You got to make the neck, you got to make the fingerboard and stuff.
Yes.
So are we, you know, once you go here, what's next? What
Here
comes
we
after?
got binding. And here's an example of binding. This white part you see around the edge. What that does is that helps protect the edges from impacts. Helps kind of seal up all the joints, but protecting the edge from impact so that you don't get cracks up your side or up your top or back. And then we have to cut the dovetail joint and mate our neck. Here's a rough neck with the fretboard. And this is ready to be put on CNC and have the final neck shape cut into it. And it's been rough fit so that the dovetail fits like that. And then you've got a roughly assembled guitar. Once the final neck shape is set in by the CNC, we'll do some sanding, and then it'll be ready for finish.
Yeah, so I mean, once you know, we put in the frets and we're ready to like start doing the finishing process, you know, we design the shop in a certain way so everything kind of moves further and further away from the spray booth. And thanks, Andrew, that was awesome. I look forward to hearing that guitar specifically.
Yeah, this one's going to be
pretty
good
fun. Actually, you could see over here, we got a couple of guitars that we've been working on. But this is the sanding station. This is where Rafael Barajas, our painter, you know, spends a lot of time. You could see actually this guitar is for Lewis Allen, who plays with Sam Smith. This is going to be a fun one too. This is a roasted alder body, but he asked for a GK pickups, all sorts of wacky stuff. So, you know, we'll build one-offs and go wild. And this is one of Andrew's guitars. This is wonderful too. This is Pau Ferro. That's really beautiful looking wood. So, you know, when things come off of the CNC machine like this, like that Pacifica you saw in the other room for Jeff Schroeder, this was one of the test bodies that we cut. This is what it looks like when it comes right off the CNC, and it has you know, some small lips and things that need to be sanded. We got to put the radius on the edges and make it all nice and clean. And you can see here, you know, the first one had a sustainer, so we were testing, you know, how to cut the through channels and everything. So Rafael will do a lot of work here, sanding and preparing everything for the first coat of paint. Until he gets to about this stage. Now this is where we were talking about Billy's bass. This has just been finished sanded, so it needs to be buffed now. It's been sanded to about 2000 grit. So there's plenty of steps in between. I'll let Rafael tell you more about that. But really it goes from sanding the bare wood to sealing it, to filling the grain, to more coats, more sanding. We're gonna do every step. You know, we're gonna grain fill, we're gonna put the color on, then we're gonna, you know, put a top coat and sand it and go again and again. So why don't you follow me this way? And actually, before we get to Rafael, This station belongs to Darryl Anderson. Darryl Anderson is our drum builder, and he does a lot of important work for Yamaha drums. He does a lot of artist kits and does some really cool stuff. So this is his bench, and we share this facility with him. And he's got his own little room too. Well, I don't know if I'd call it little. Why don't you come on through here, through the warehouse. Wonderful boxes and all. So we got the spray booth over here, but just off to the side, this little room we call the Budokan. And the Budokan is essentially a live concert hall. And this whole room was acoustically treated by an audio engineer. We have all the lights and sound and everything so we could test at full volume. We invite our artists here when we design a new product. So let's talk about NX guitars or the Atmosphere pickup system in some of the new guitars that have come out. We tested all those things here in this room and upstairs. And what we do is we want to test things at full volume so they're not going to feed back on stage. And we want to get the artist feedback that it's sounding tonally correct. And this is a great place for us to see if everything's going to look good on stage too. So we got the whole light set up. And for things to look really good, we gotta tip it off to Raphael here, and you know, make sure you don't tap on the glass. Animals are easily startled. But this is the spray booth, and you can see there's a couple of projects in here. We try and keep it as clean as we can. And in there, you know, we spent quite a bit of time making this as clean as possible so it takes in fresh air from the roof and it blows it through the back, and then all of the chemicals and everything are filtered, you know, a million times, so the air that comes out is perfectly clean. And we're really big on the health and safety aspect of it, and you know, we really want everything to be as clean as possible. And actually, Raphael is here. He's got his little room right here. Welcome, Raphael Barajas.
Hey, hey, hey. Thanks for the introduction, Pat. I'm one of the builders here, and I'll talk to you guys a little bit about paint and the process and all that stuff. I hope everybody's staying safe and healthy. So, as far as painting goes, you know, paint is one of those things that, like, on paper, is really simple. You seal a piece of wood, you put some color on, and then you top coat it, and life is good. But of course, there's a lot of ins, a lot of outs. There's a lot of steps in between, a lot of sanding, a lot of, you know, it's tough. Anybody that's ever painted something will tell you they had a hell of a time the first time and all that. You guys saw in the other room, there's my my sanding area. There's a whole lot of sanding going on over there. But then I have this little room here where this is where I come and think and come up with new ideas and all that. So yeah, this is pretty cool. A little bit about me, I guess. I've been at it for a little while now. Maybe I'm going on 17 years, right? And I don't know, I guess I kind of fell into it by accident a little bit. I was going to school, and a friend of mine told me, hey, like, check out this place, they'll teach you how to make guitars. And I thought, oh, that's weird, I never thought about that. And so I went there, and really 17 years later, I'm still here. I think the one that was most upset was my mom, really, right? She wanted me to do something else, and you know, maybe that's digging it a little too much.
Well, you know, each one of these guitars, these little rev stars that you see is, you know, telling a story. And, you know, you have been in the business 17 years. We actually worked together previously at a different place. And, you know, we've been friends for so many years. And when we had a chance to hire a dedicated painter, it was, you know, the #1 thing on my list. There was no second phone number. There was just yours. And, you know, I told Ken DePron, the guy who founded this whole, you know, area, the custom shop, I said, we got to get Raphael in here. And, you know, he's done an amazing job making all these beautiful colors. And, you know, he works with all the artists just like I do, but we also do all of the R&D work. So yeah, you could see all these little guitars that are on the wall are custom colors that Raphael came up with. And they're actually, you know, mixed by hand, and we try and duplicate some things. And, you know, You could see like the gold top we did for Chris Buck is up there, or you could see that blue and orange, color from Corey McCormick's bass in the other room.
Yeah, I guess half of my work here is working with artists, and that's pretty rewarding. They'll come in with an idea and they'll say, this is what I want, and so this room is pretty handy for that, because Pat and I can show them like, okay, so this is kind of like a good starting point. They'll say, well, I don't want it to look like that. I want it to look like this. And sometimes we even go off the rails. I say, like, why don't we just pour a bunch of paint on there? Or, I'm a big Back to the Future guy, and I thought, like, oh, why don't we make a guitar like Marty McFly's hat, that changes color, and something really, really wild like that. And so working with artists is definitely a highlight of my work here. And like Pat said, the other half is working with R&D with our Japan team, and they'll say like, okay, well, we're coming up with a new product, and we need to get you guys, help us with that. And so, what colors are good? What do you guys think? What are artists requesting? What are people into in the States and over there for the next thing? And so I'll say, well, we have different shades of brown maybe for the next acoustic thing, or different shades of this or that, different shades of blue for the next rev stars and things. And so, it's pretty, I gotta say, it's really rewarding. And then, because the next step from that is they'll get us to help the factories, and they'll say, okay, so how can we create the guitars that was made here, like how can we get our factories and overseas and stuff to make that? And so eventually it'll trickle down into the public, and you guys will be able to buy those guitars. And so that's very rewarding for me. But yeah, that's this is maybe one of those examples when that I call this Cosmo Black. It's just kind of my take on the, I don't know, some kind of Cosmo thing, but
cosmic burst, yeah.
A cosmic burst. But the deal with this, for example, this is just a generic shape, but I'd say like, well, binding only seems to come in black, white, and cream, right? So how can we get this different color binding, and how can we make guitars that maybe have some of those features and really cool things like that? This is another guitar for some of our next builds that are gonna come through, and just a nice piece of flame there with a nice tint on it.
Or sometimes we even play a little joke, we did a custom guitar for the Music Zoo, and we said, well, why don't we try and make like their logo, do a little zebra style.
Yeah.
And that was a hard sell. That was a tough one to get.
A little silly.
We still have a blast in here, and Raphael has done an amazing job and makes me look good every day. I mean, the real thing is that guitars are a piece of fashion. They're what you wear on the outside of your clothes at some of the most important moments of an artist's career. They're playing them on stage, and you want to look good, you want to feel confident when you're playing your instrument, and Raphael does that for everyone, and it's awesome. And he saved my butt quite a few times, so thanks, Raphael. This is awesome.
Oh, thank you, and nice to talk to you guys, and I'll pass the ball to Pat and finish the tour.
Awesome. So, that's it for downstairs pretty much. But we do have some more facilities upstairs. Now, like we said, we do all of the corporate R&D for Yamaha guitars. And we are always doing sound testing and adjusting all the preamps and levels of everything. So let's head upstairs. Let's check out some of those facilities. Now we're going to come back through where we went before. And so what we do is we want to test where those guitars are going to, sit in a music store. Are they going to look good on the shelf? We want to make sure that we have the preamp sound that's going to be perfect. So we're going to test with PA speakers, or we're going to test with studio monitors, or we're going to test with Shannon. So up here, and it's not only all about the music. Sometimes it's about the hang. And you know, this is our hang area. Right now it's closed. You know, we're really taking, you know, our health seriously. And you know, so we've closed off all the common areas, unfortunately. But in the morning, we might come over here and chat about what our coming projects are. Or we might talk about what we're gonna build that day. And we'll have lunch with artists. So one of those things is, you know, when we are testing preamps, we'll use this studio room too. Now this room, very similar to downstairs, is our studio area. And we'll test with Helix, we'll test with the THR, we'll test with, you know, some really nice monitors. So all the NX and you know, all the atmosphere pickups that were developed in here by Yoshi Tambara, my boss, and Sam Wang, Ben Adrian. We got everybody coming in here. We work hand in hand with our Line 6 folks and with Ampeg. And actually, you know, when we're all done in there, we want to see what it's going to look like inside of our showroom, right? We want to make sure that it's going to look great in a store. So come on in here. And this is our guitar showroom. This is a really cool area because we'll have our first conversations with artists about a custom build in here, or we'll do evaluations when I make, you know, 5, 6 prototypes. We want to hang them on the wall, make sure they look cool. We'll get people's opinions, we'll try them out. And you can see some of the custom guitars I've made over the years in here, some previous NAMM show guitars, some of my favorites get to hold on to. How about Mike Stern? We're gonna give one of these away during this broadcast, and actually I'm gonna set it up for whoever wins it. So yeah, get on there, make sure you apply to win that, because I'll tweak it however you want, whatever you want your setup to be, or we'll make some cool custom Pacificas, Rev Stars, got some cool vintage pieces in here too. This is SA15. This is one of my favorite Yamaha designs. This thing is amazing. I love this guitar. So we'll come in here, we'll chat with an artist, we'll talk about future products. We will plug it through the Helix, through some amps. We'll get it real loud, just like you would in a regular music store. We want to make sure that, you know, when we make something custom, or we're going to make a product that you could buy in your local store, that it's going to, you know, ring true and look really cool. So, you know, we're going to test with all of our Line 6 gear, just like you guys might play. So speaking of Line 6, I think I might swap my mask here, because we're going to tip everything off to the folks at Line 6. We're going to have a little tone crafting segment. So I hope you guys enjoyed the tour of the custom shop, and have fun with Line 6. Cheers, folks.
Hi, I'm Paul Himosh from Yamaha Guitar Group. Now, I'm usually associated with Line 6 gear, but recently I was lucky enough to be presented with my very own custom shop Yamaha Pacifica. I was fortunate enough to be able to work with senior designer and luthier Pat Camponovo on the design, build and spec of this, my very own perfect guitar. And as if that wasn't enough, I also had the opportunity to visit the Yamaha facilities in Hamamatsu and in Tokyo, which was a chance to see in person the long journey that the company has been on before arriving at the guitar that I now hold in my hands. And of course, we brought cameras and pretty much filmed everything. First off, we're going to visit Innovation Road, which is Yamaha's amazing museum in Hamamatsu. Then in part 2, we'll head over to the Guitar Archive and see if we can dig out some interesting guitars to play. This is my first time in Japan and hopefully not my last. It's a wonderful and colourful place. Every little thing seems to be completely different from what I'm used to in the UK. Innovation Road is an incredible journey through Yamaha's musical history. It's a real eye-opener to see just how many Yamaha products have impacted on my life as a musician. I had no idea that Yamaha were putting wood in cars. So this is the sort of thing that I'm really interested in, because this is the first production Yamaha electric guitar. And I think the design of this is so cool and so bold, and it takes in a lot of that sort of the American influence of the surf type of guitars. This one I find really interesting as well. So this is from 1968, so this is taken on the hollow body influence that was coming from the Beatles and bands like that, but still maintaining that really bold design idea. So Yamaha has such a wonderful history and such a long history of creating really, really interesting guitars. As well as being high quality or normal things you would associate with Yamaha, you're also looking at some really interesting designs. And then you have things like the SG-2000. So this was really the Yamaha electric guitar that put Yamaha on the map as not merely reproducing American style guitars, but actually coming up with their own thing. And certainly for me as a guitar player, starting out and listening to bands like Duran Duran and stuff, the guitar player from Duran Duran used to use one of those. This is made for Carlos Santana. So this would be one of the very, very first of what later became the SG-2000. So this guitar here is one of my favourite sort of Revstar designs. I love the colour on this. I love the scratch plate on this as well. So this guitar in particular was a massive inspiration for when I designed my own Yamaha Pacifica guitar. But this design concept that they had at the Cafe Racer with the motorbike idea and that stripped back look was really where the whole thing for my Yamaha Pacifica came from. And then obviously Yamaha do some amazing bass stuff as well, so things like the BB bass, BB-2000 from 1978. So I used to see those basses on top of the pops all the way through the 80s on some classic recordings. Like walking around here brings back so many memories of Yamaha products being in my life that I'd forgotten all about. SPX-90, being at music college in the late 80s. Originally I had one of these as well, this DD10. Things where you just forget how much of an influence that Yamaha have had, not only on music in general, but actually on me. these guitars came out, they got the nickname the Flying Samurai. They reissued this guitar in the late 90s, early 2000s. And I had one of those very, very briefly that I did a bunch of video stuff with. Just a really unusual design and actually really comfortable when you sit there with that guitar. The weight of it's really nice. But I've never ever seen one of the basses before. That's my first time seeing one of those. And then you have things like the Pacifica 912. That's the very, very first sort of production model of the Pacifica. And I sold so many of those guitars. And then, like I said before, taking the Rev Star and then blending it with that. And that's where my guitar came from. A multi-effects pedal from 1983. That's got to be one of the very first ones. I think when I first got into recording in the early 90s, I guess. Early 90s, I had something almost identical to that. So that's what started me on the journey of recording music. True story. So I remember selling these in music stores, and I'm a little bit horrified to see that the date on that is 1998, so that more than anything else in years made me feel really, really old. That's a bit depressing, actually. Potentially could steal my job. It actually has a demo button on that guitar. And then this as well, the silent guitars that Yamaha do, it's just, again, another really bold design. I like the way that Yamaha are always prepared to sort of do something completely different and forward thinking as well. Look at that. This is a Rev Star with a metal casing on the front, on the top. 2017 for the Tokyo Motor Show. If you want to visit Innovation Road yourself or just learn more about it, head over to Yamaha.com. So join us in part 2, where I'll have the chance to hunt around Yamaha's guitar archive, looking for the classic and often eccentric guitars throughout their long history. The prototypes that grew into something we all recognise, and possibly of even more interest to me, the prototypes that never quite made it into production. Hi, I'm Paul Hymars from Yamaha Guitar Group. This is the second of a two-part series on my visit to Japan to discover a little bit more about the history of the company that created this guitar for me. In the first part, we visited Innovation Road, which is Yamaha's state-of-the-art musical instrument museum, and in this part, we visit Yamaha's guitar archive in Hamamatsu. The plan is to spend an afternoon hunting through the storerooms and see what interesting stuff we can find. Then maybe spend a day or two recording 6 short pieces of music, hopefully breathing a little bit of life into instruments that now spend most of their life in cases. We focused on the electric guitars this time around, but we also managed a quick visit to the acoustic archive to see some of the amazing guitar history stored in there. Hopefully I'll have time to come back and take a closer look at these acoustics, but for now I know there's a warehouse full of electric guitars that are just waiting for me. This thing's kind of cool, sort of interesting. I really wish some of these designs had made it out into the world. Yeah, that's nice. Now that, what is going on here? Some things, of course, did make it, or at least ideas and parts of them. That looks That looks cool, doesn't it? It's an RGX, it's a prototype sort of one of the A2s. So eventually when it came out, it would have looked like that. And I really like them. That's a great design. And of course we need to record some bass parts. Time to hunt some basses out. Yeah, that's nice, I really like that. We could use this to record? Yeah. Some special sponge pickups, future technology. I thought this was broken bits. That's pretty mad. Some of these I only recognise from old magazines. I think the Attitude bass must be approaching its 30th anniversary now. Wow. So that must be a baritone on here and a normal 6-string there. So this will be the SG that just predated the SG-2000. So after a few refinements on that, it became the 70s classic of the SG. Now that is an ornate guitar. So that's interesting. Yeah, I really like that body shape, but in I've never seen a 12-string version of that. So this guitar here is a one that I've been waiting to see for quite a long time. This is Yamaha's prototype for their very first electric guitar. So this, I believe, is 1965. 1965, and the guitar later came out in 1966. But this is really, really heavy, made out of piano wood. It's a very futuristic design for something from 1965. I think this is for the NAMM show. This is a funky little thing. And then a Pacifica with a really unusual bridge on that. I've never seen a bridge like that. And onto the even bigger second room. This is the original Revstar Cafe Racer prototype. Never seen anything like that before. So this is another one of the original prototype Revstar guitars. The photographs of these ones were the sort of the inspiration with this particular scratch plate. And obviously with that colour as well, so that's very close to what I wanted on a Pacifica. That is a pretty Yamaha Pacifica, and I must be right, that must be aquamarine. I feel almost like an archaeologist, like it's like the Indiana Jones of guitars. These look like something I've never seen before. Whoa! That's what I'm talking about. That's the sort of thing that I wanted to find. I found the super exciting section. All of these, I love this body shape. And with the custom graphics on there, this looks even better. Whoa! Fantastic. Now that is super cool. my 2 favourites in there so far. Oh, these are beautiful. I have no idea what that is, but I like it. Yeah, that's cool. Yes, and I've seen this one before. I've seen this in photographs. So that was a lot of fun. So many cool guitars that I never even knew existed. I would love to stay longer, but I've also wanted to visit Tokyo for a very, very long time, and now seems like the ideal opportunity. So that was a brief look into the time that I was lucky enough to have spent in Japan. It really reminded me of the parts that Yamaha have played in my life, often without me even realizing it. And of course, we did get to make music with a lot of those guitars, so be sure to check out all of the full versions. And for now, I know exactly where I want to go on my holiday next year. So until the next time, thank you very much for watching.
Hey everybody, and thank you for tuning into our Yamaha Guitar Development open house. How about that walkthrough of the Yamaha custom shop? That was really cool. I think I'm going to have to hit up Pat and Raphael to make me a custom Marty McFly style guitar. So, my name is Doc Brown. I'm a product specialist with Line 6, and for the next 45 minutes, I'm going to be taking you through the newest part of our Tone Made Easy series of presentations. This one we're calling Tone on the Go. So if you've ever checked out one of these events, whether it be in store or maybe you've caught one of our live streams on our Facebook page, our Line 6 live lessons, you know that we're going to be breaking down the elements of guitar tone. We're going to be talking about the different components that make up tone. We're going to be looking at artist rig diagrams, talking about the gear they use to make these iconic sounds, and how you can use a Line 6 piece of gear to do it on your own. So there's plenty to talk about today. Without further ado, let's go ahead and dive right in. One second here, I'm obviously on the wrong part of my PowerPoint, excuse me. Okay folks, sorry about that, little technical error there. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen live, right? So let's start with the elements of guitar tone. This will give us a chance to break down the various components and also give us an overview of some of the stuff we're going to talk about today. So of course it starts with the guitar, its construction, its components like woods and pickups all play a role in shaping your tone. In this particular event, we are really going to focus on pickups, specifically single coil and humbucker style pickups. After that, we get out to our effects pedals. They of course shape your tone, providing different types of sounds. How you set them up, how they interact with the rest of your signal chain, of course will influence your tone. In this particular presentation, we're really just going to dive into a few different effect pedals. We're not going to go too deep. After that, we get out to our amplifiers. Of course, there's all different kinds of amplifiers, each with their own unique tones and sounds. And of course, your cabinets and speakers also play a big role in shaping your tone. In this particular presentation, we're just going to touch on a few amplifiers. And then finally, microphones will play a role in shaping your tone, whether you're performing or recording. So like I said, we're really going to be focusing on pickups for this presentation, but we do events where we do deeper dives into effects, what types of effects there are, how you might set them up in a signal chain. We do deep dives into amps, cabs, speakers, and even microphones. So if you're interested in those, you could head to line6.com/events or check out our Facebook page to see when those events might be happening. So let's go over the topics we're going to cover today. As I said, we're going to be talking a lot about pickups. We're going to be talking about pickups, their placement, how that affects your tone. We're going to talk about single coil pickups, an explanation of what they are, some of those in-between position sounds you can get and how artists have used them. We're going to talk about humbucker style pickups, once again, explanations and applications. And finally, to make all these different tonal examples happen today, we are going to be using modeling. So at the end of this presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit about amp and effect modeling, what it is, and some different options that Line 6 offers when it comes to modeling. So the gear I'm using today, I have my trusty Yamaha Pacifica 112 VM. That's this guitar right here in this beautiful ice blue finish. It has this maple neck that I've really become fond of. And since we're talking about pickups, let me just tell you a little bit about this guitar. I have a single coil on my neck, single coil in the middle position here, and in the bridge you'll notice I have a humbucker pickup. I can actually split this humbucker using this push-pull pot in my tone knob, so that's how we're going to achieve some of these single coil bridge sounds we'll hear today. Then for all my amp and effect modeling, I'm using the Line 6 Pod Go, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about in depth at the end of this presentation, so stay tuned. So let's go ahead and dive right in. Let's take a trip back in time. Talk about how we got to the point of electric guitar. So before we had electric instruments, we had the acoustic guitar. It really came to popularity in the United States in the late 1800s. At that time, we just had our gut string style instruments, typically, the classical or flamenco style guitar. And then at the turn of the century, around 1900, we get the invention of the steel string and of course the steel string acoustic. Now these have a really rich resonant tone, great for playing solo, maybe playing along with another guitarist or backing a singer, but as soon as you add accompanying instruments, whether of the day or even modern times, that guitar of course is going to be drowned out. So the solution then was to amplify it by adding a pickup to the guitar. So we first see this on the hollow body and arch top style guitars as pictured on the left there, usually with a single pickup in the neck. However, there are variations to that, and then later on we get the solid body style guitars, usually with 2 or 3 pickups, but of course there are variations to that as well. So what is a guitar pickup? A guitar pickup is a magnetic pull piece wrapped in copper wire That creates a coil with a magnetic field. As the metal string vibrates, it interrupts that magnetic field, and that creates an electrical current which gets carried out of the coil in the instrument and then reproduced as sound from your amplifier. The magnet type and number of winds of the coil will also affect your overall sound, so different types of pickups are going to give you different tonal variations, and we're going to hear that today in some of our examples. Pickup positioning also plays a role in shaping your tone. As that pickup moves further towards the bridge, you're going to get brighter in sound. So up near the neck tends to be a bit darker, a bit mellower in tone. As you head towards the bridge, we're definitely going to get more brightness in our sound. So I'm just going to demo that really quick. I'm just going to play a big open E chord on my neck pickup. Then I'm going to head to the bridge and do the same, just so we could hear that tonal shift that happens between the placement of the pickup alone. Alrighty. Pretty standard stuff there. Hopefully you can hear that obvious shift as we move towards that bridge pickup. We're getting brighter in tone. We're going to hear how different players now use these sounds throughout the years. And we're going to start by talking about our single coil pickup designs. These pickups first came into popularity on the solid body guitars, first found on Fender instruments in the 1950s. So these guitars and their pickups, they helped define some of the musical styles of the day, including the Bakersfield sound in country music and of course surf rock music. So these pickups have a really bright tone to them. They do have some inherent hum though to them, and they can get a bit noisy when used with higher gain tones, or perhaps have fluorescent lighting or maybe some faulty wiring nearby. They can possibly pick that up. But really great sound. Let's check out now how some artists have used these over the years. As I said, these guitars and their pickups, super iconic to surf rock. So who better to start with than the king of surf rock, Mr. Dick Dale. And we're going to take a look at the guitar tone he got on the song Miserlou. So he's using a Fender Strat in the bridge position, and he's plugging in to an early 1960s Fender dual Showman amp. This is a clean style Fender amp, but it has two 15-inch speakers in it, so those bigger speakers and bigger cab are going to mean an added bass response. Now in the early days of electric guitar, it wasn't common to have reverb built into the amplifier like we will often find today. However, Fender did make a standalone reverb unit during this time. This Fender box of springs here, basically you plug your guitar into that, plug that into the front of the amp, and suddenly it surfs up. This spring reverb is also a huge part of the surf rock sound. So in true Demoman fashion, just to demonstrate how much this spring reverb really changes your tone and makes it just surfs up, I'm just going to start with a dry signal, just play the guitar and the amp, and then I'll add the reverb so we could hear how this sounds. Obviously this super wet, splashy, pingy, just awesome sounding reverb. So the combination of this Fender Strat in the bridge position, plus this Fender amp and reverb, this is how Dick Dale got his tone on the song Miserlou. It's almost impossible to hear those songs without that little ha in there. So this tone is super iconic. We still hear it today. You know, Quentin Tarantino films often make great use of this style of music, or maybe you're familiar with a certain TV show whose theme song goes, Not a Dick Dale song there, but obviously this tone is still super prevalent today, still very much a part of pop culture. Next, we're going to move on to our next example. We're going to talk about Mr. Jimmy Page and the sound he got in the early days of Led Zeppelin, specifically on the song Communication Breakdown. So I think for most guitar players, when we think of Jimmy Page, we probably picture that Cherry Burst Les Paul or that double neck SG plugged into a Marshall half stack. Well, for this studio take of this song, he actually plugged into a smaller Supro combo amp, and combine that with a Vox tone bender pedal, which is actually a fuzz pedal. Interesting to note though, he actually gets a pretty awesome distorted tone combining this amp plus a fuzz. So his tone sounded a bit like this on Communication Breakdown. Really awesome classic rock tone. If we take a look at this rig diagram here, you'll also notice that Vox wah up front. He's actually using this during the solo of this song, and he's not using it in the traditional sweeping wah-wah sort of fashion. He's actually using it to shape his tone and just help him cut through the mix. So he's using it in what's called a cocked or fixed wah position. Basically, he's just leaving that expression pedal stationary. And if you actually check out live versions of this song, right before that solo, you'll hear him click on the wah, sweep to find that sweep point, and then, it helps his guitar sing and just cut through the mix. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start with a little Jimmy Page style noodle, just the guitar and the amp tone. Then I'm going to add in that wah so you can hear how that's going to shape your sound and help you cut through a full band mix when it's time to solo. So here it is without the wah. Then what I could do is head over to my Pod Go, and I have it up on a table here just for demo purposes today, but I could go ahead and click on that wah, you'll see my light change there, and then maybe I could just kind of sweep till about 3/4 of the way down, whatever your sweep point is, and now we have this type of tone happening. Really cool way to use a wah pedal besides that traditional sort of sweeping sound, and that's how Jimmy Page managed to get that tone for his solo on Communication Breakdown. So next we're going to talk about Mr. Ed King of Lynyrd Skynyrd and the sound he got on the song Sweet Home Alabama. So as the legend goes, Ed went down to the Muscle Shoals studio that day, he brought along his Fender Strat, and he was planning to use the Fender Twin reverb that was in-house at the studio there. However, unbeknownst to him, the tubes in this particular amp were dying out, they were on their last leg. So if you're not familiar with the Fender Twin, it's a very clean style amp, it has tons of headroom, you really have to crank it up until your windows are rattling before you get any sort of breakup from these types of amps. However, because the tubes were dying in this amp, it broke up a lot sooner than usual, and he also found that the feel was a bit looser. So a lot of times with our favorite tube amps, it's not only how they sound, but it's how they feel and react to how we're playing. So luckily I'm using modeling today. I'm able to go inside my Pod Go, pull up a Fender Twin style model, add some gain to it, even go into the deeper parameters like sag, ripple, and bias, and make it a bit looser feeling. And I could do this all while ear-safe volumes. So here's what Ed King did on the song Sweet Home Alabama, and this classic tone he got a little bit by chance. Really awesome, just kind of broken up tone there, and once again just one of those things that's a little bit pure luck. Went down to the studio that day and the amp was acting a little funny, but the results are pretty awesome. Next we're going to dive into our in-between positions. So on a traditional S-style guitar, you're going to have often 3 single coil pickups and a 5-way selector switch. That means in positions 1, 3, and 5 we can access our straight up bridge, middle, and neck pickup, and 2 and 4 will actually give us combinations of the bridge and middle or middle and neck. And these give us some different sounds. They do reduce the noise and hum that you get with single coil pickups, but you do lose some brightness. Now that's not necessarily a con, that's just really just some more options for tonal variation. So in these kind of in-between positions, it's certainly not as bright. It's definitely a darker sound, can almost be described as more hollow when compared to the straight up single coil sound. So let's go ahead, forge on, and check out some artists and how they use these tones. We're going to start with Mr. Mark Knopfler of Dire Straits and check out the tone he got on the song Sultans of Swing. So he's using his 1961 Fender Strat in the second position, and in the studio take he plugs into a Fender Vibrolux, very clean style amp. Also worth noting that Mark is a player who plays almost exclusively with his fingers, so his attack and his tone is a little bit different than playing with a pick. But it sounds a bit like this. Really awesome clean tone happening there. If you're taking a look at this tone template, you're also noticing that I have that double take on there. That's because if you listen to the studio take of this song, Mark actually plays some of his guitar parts over each other, meaning he's doubling it. This is just a nice studio type of effect to thicken it, add a stereo sort of sound to the mix. Luckily inside Pod Go, there's a built-in double take effect that will let me mimic this style of studio magic. And it'll sound a bit like this. Really cool sound happening there. Next, we're going to jump on over to Mr. Billy Gibbons of the band ZZ Top, talk a little bit about the guitar tone he got on the song LaGrange. So another player using a Fender Strat, this one from 1955. Once again, we're in that second position, and he's plugging into a Marshall Plexi style amp with the matching cab there with the Celestion greenback speakers. So, I'm not certain, but I imagine for the beginning of this song that he rolls back the volume knob on his guitar, brings it back up when the full band comes in, and rolling back on that volume knob is actually going to let us clean up the amp. The level of amp modeling in Pod Go is so detailed that I can actually get this realism from the amp just by cleaning up on my guitar. It's going to clean up the amp. So he got a tone that sounded like this. Pretty cool. Let's hear it now. Really awesome tone. That combination of that darker second position plus this Marshall amp gives you this kind of gristly, nasty, in-your-face blues rock tone, which who can't appreciate that? Next, we're going to talk about an artist who actually Billy Gibbons makes a little cameo in one of his videos. We're talking about a modern guitar hero here, Mr. Corey Wong, of course of the Van Wolfpack, and also his own projects. So, Corey will use some different effects and different pedals now and then to shape his tone, maybe for a solo, but the core of his tone is almost always that Fender Strat in a fourth position there into a Fender Deluxe or maybe some sort of clean amp or clean plugin. So, Corey is really well known for his just sort of hyper-funk, R&B, chopsy rhythm playing. He's an absolutely exceptional rhythm player and just guitarist overall. So check him out if you haven't heard him. But once again, the combination of this fourth position plus a clean amp, super popular combination for your funk, R&B, sort of pop rhythm guitar tones. It's interesting to note Corey actually uses the HX Stomp on his pedal board a lot of the times. He's one of those guys who's always changing things in and out, experimenting, but he will use the HX Stomp for some of his more kind of esoteric sounds, maybe filters or delays and stuff. Luckily for us, just about every single effect in HX Stomp is in Pod Go, so we can easily cover much of Corey's tone and anything he's going to go for. So I'm going to head up now to my fourth position pickup, and it's going to sound a bit like this. Once again, really awesome sort of funk, rhythm, R&B type tone going on there. One of my favorites. Super cool clean tone. Let's keep pressing on with some more examples now. We're going to finally jump up to our single coil neck position for these next few. And we're going to start by talking about Mr. John Frusciante. of the Red Hot Chili Peppers. We're specifically looking at his Californication tour rig and the song Scar Tissue. So he's playing a pre-CBS Fender Strat here. Once again, we're on the neck position single coil there. And he's going into a Marshall Plexi style amp there with the matching cab. So I'm really not going to focus on his effects, really going to dial into the core of his guitar tone. This is absolutely one of my favorite tones from this presentation, and I'm going to tell you why. Just this tone is super touch sensitive. It kind of sits right on the edge of breakup. If you play really lightly, you're going to get a really sweet singing, pleasing to the ear clean tone. And as you really start to dig in, you're going to just get this awesome sort of breakup that has just really beautiful harmonic content to it. What can I say? It's just a really great tone, one of my favorites. So let's go ahead and hear this really quickly. This is the song Scar Tissue. Once again, this tone is just super tone sensitive and dynamic. These amp models in Podgo are very realistic, very responsive. The engineers at Line 6, when they build these models, they're going down to the component level and they're taking apart these amps, these effects, and they're looking at things like whether the wires have cloth or rubber shielding. Because all these combined together just create the larger picture of what this amp is, what this effect pedal is. So we really get this dynamicism, this awesome response. I'm going to play this sound one more time, and I'm really going to make it apparent using my right hand how when we play light, awesome clean tone, digging in is really going to give us a nice breakup sound. So here it is one more time. Really cool guitar tone there. I just love how that feels to play and the touch sensitivity of it. Let's keep forging on and talk about Mr. Nile Rodgers and his Fender Strat, aptly named the Hitmaker. So Nile Rodgers has played this guitar on countless chart toppers. We're talking pop, funk, R&B, and rock tunes all throughout the years. And like I mentioned with Corey Wong, who's kind of a player who lives on that fourth position for his rhythm tone, now goes one up and he kind of lives on that neck position there. So he gets a bit of a darker, kind of thicker, chunkier rhythm sound. So it's a really cool tone. Obviously, he's been featured, countless records, as I've said. For his feature on Daft Punk's Get Lucky, we're not certain what he did to get that guitar tone, but we do know from a lot of interviews that what he likes to do is just plug his guitar straight into the mixing board. Maybe add a little EQ or compression in post to shape his tone, but oftentimes it's just that guitar straight into the board. We know from interviews sometimes he will blend a mic'd amp signal to that, and we also know from interviews that in the past he's actually used Line 6's Pod Farm to get his tones, so that's just a cool tidbit of history there. So if we go over to my Podgo editor, I can actually show you how I set up this tone today. I'm using what's called the Studio Tube preamp model. This is basically going to mimic me plugging into a high-end mixing board in a really nice preamp. So without further ado, this is the sound that Nile Rodgers got on Daft Punk's Get Lucky. Oops. And before I do that, let me turn off that delay. That's something else I want to show you next. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. One more time. Really cool rhythm tone happening there. Awesome, super clean style sound. So I accidentally clicked on that delay there before we started. There's one more sound I want to show you in here, and just a cool effect in Podgo I also want to highlight. This is going to be the dual delay model. What's cool about this, it actually gives you two different delay times in one single effect block. This is really great if you're just building maybe a more complex rig and need to get two delay times down, and you could do it in one sort of effect. So let's go ahead and hear the type of sound Nile Rodgers got on David Bowie's Let's Dance. Really awesome rhythm stuff coming there from Mr. Nile Rodgers. Let's go now to our final single coil example before we move over to some humbuckers. We're going to talk about Mr. Tom Morello and his days in Rage Against the Machine, specifically the song Killing in the Name Of. So he's using a Fender Telecaster, and much to my surprise, he's actually using that neck position pickup there. If you had asked me to guess or maybe take a bet, I probably would have said a bridge pickup and most likely a humbucker. So as we talked about earlier, that neck position tends to be a little bit mellower, a bit darker in sound than the bridge pickup, which usually means a bit less aggressive, especially when you're pairing it with a gained out amp like this Marshall Model 2205. It's also cool to note that at this time he ran all of his effects in the effects loop of his amp, so between that preamp and power amp. We have all these effects here at our disposal in Pod Go, but since I have it up on the table, I think it might be kind of silly if I try and manually show you like a Digitech whammy sound or something like that. So let's really just focus on his core guitar tone. Once again, the surprising combination of a single coil neck position with that Marshall amp. And before I dive in, let me just take a second to drop D here. Thanks for your patience, folks. That made me also realize it's a good time to tune up my whole guitar there. Things are a little humid out here in Illinois today. All right, without further ado, this is the guitar tone Tom Morello got on Killing in the Name Of, the combination of that single coil neck pickup plus that Marshall amp. And it's going to sound a bit like this. All right, you could just let that one ring for days if you wanted to. Really awesome, aggressive guitar tone. Once again, kind of a surprising combination there of that neck position plus that Marshall amp. So let's move right along. Let's dive now into our humbucking examples. So what is a humbucker? Well, it's a pickup that features this dual coil design. So you have two coils wound opposite of each other. That means you're going to get a louder and darker sound than a single coil pickup. So pros of this design, it cancels some of that hum that's inherent to single coil pickup. It cancels it out, hence the name humbucker. But you do lose some high-end frequencies. So once again, maybe not a con, but just some different tonal options for you. Of course, a lot of humbuckers offer the option of splitting the coil so you can get those single coil type sounds. Like the guitar I'm using today has a humbucker in the bridge. I'm able to use the push-pull pot in the tone knob to turn off a coil. That's how we were able to nail all those single coil examples earlier on in the presentation. So let's go ahead and check out some humbucking examples, some players who used them, the different rigs they played through. We're going to start with Mr. Jerry Cantrell of Alice in Chains, specifically looking at the Dirt Tour rig and the song Man in the Box. So if we take a look at the guitar there, it's a G&L Rampage with just that single humbucker in the bridge, and that plugged into his Bogner Fish Mosley 500 with the Marshall cab is honestly the core of his tone. Of course, he's known for his masterful use of the Crybaby Wah, and on Man in the Box, it's actually one of the few times we get to hear him use an effect other than this Crybaby Wah. So on Man in the Box, he's actually using a voice box to double this vocal melody that comes in. And if you're not familiar with what a voice box is, you have this metal box on the floor. Out of that comes this plastic tube which goes into your mouth. It captures the vocal formants formed by your mouth cavity, and that gets applied as a filter sound to your guitar. Pretty wild effect. If you're not familiar with it, check out Phantom Comes Alive and you'll get the picture pretty quick. But he uses that type of sound down here. Let's just start with his overall rhythm tone. I just need to take a second here and come back up from drop D. So 1 second, folks. It looks like maybe one or two more strings slipped, so I'm just going to grab those real quickly because nobody wants to hear an out-of-tune guitar today. Alright, we're back in business. So, talking about the tone he gets here, once again, that humbucker plus this amp, really kind of aggressive in-your-face tone. And the actual composition of the riff actually lends to that sound a little bit. So it opens up with this sort of minor seventh interval. He's playing that low E string, or in his case an E flat. He's actually tuned down a half step. But he's playing that low E flat plus a D flat. That's going to give you this minor seventh interval, which is kind of more of a rub. It's not like a straight up power chord type of sound. But anyways, let's go ahead and hear it. Really aggressive type tone. Sounds like this. As I mentioned, on this particular song, it's one of the few times we get to hear him use an effect outside that crybaby wah. So he's actually using the voice box on this. I could head over to my Pod Go, and we have a built-in voice box style effect where I can actually dial in the vocal formant, the vowel sound, do some rates and some different things. It's not going to be a perfect emulation, but it's really going to get me in the ballpark. So this is how that voice box might sound, covering that part. Once again, not exactly the sound you're going to get, but really close to in the ballpark and pretty cool to have that sound at your disposal inside of Pod Go. Next, we're going to take a look at Adrian Smith from Iron Maiden, talk about the sound he got on his Peace of Mind tour, specifically the song The Trooper. So he's using a Gibson SG, humbucker in the bridge there, plugged into his Marshall Model 2204 with matching cab and Celestion 65-watt speakers. What's really common for these metal types of tones is to combine a high gain amp like that with an overdrive pedal, in this instance an Ibanez Tube Screamer. And the idea is to set that overdrive pedal with a higher output and lower gain. That means you're hitting that amp a little harder up front, which is going to cause things to tighten up and also add a bit of, distortion and gain to that sound. So I'm just going to start by playing through this with that Ibanez Tube Screamer turned off. Then I'm going to turn it on so we could hear how that's going to tighten up our tone and just make things better. So let's go ahead and hear this now. Now if I go ahead and hit on that Tube Screamer to tighten things up a bit. Don't worry folks, not charging for wrong notes today, but hopefully you can hear how that Ibanez Tube Screamer, not a huge change, but especially on our low end, things start to get tightened up, more defined, a little bit more aggressive in tone. If you're remembering this song correctly though, you know there's a second guitar player in here. What I can actually do is head into my Pod Go and turn on this twin harmony effect, which is really cool. I can set my key, I can set my scale, I can set my interval, and even the mix, and all of a sudden it's like there's two guitar players. Maybe you can fool your band later into paying you double. Good luck with that one, but it's going to sound a little bit like this. This is really fun. That's just a ton of fun to play with, that twin harmony effect there. Super cool effect inside the Pod Go. Alright, this is going to be our last tonal example. We're going to talk about Jade Puget of AFI, specifically the Sing the Sorrow tour rig and the tone he got on the song Miss Murder. So at the time, Jade is playing a Gibson Les Paul with a humbucker and the bridge there. Nowadays, Jade plays some custom Yamaha Rev Stars, often with just that single humbucker in the bridge. At the time, using a Mesa Dual rectifier into a Marshall 4x12, and interesting to note, using a Line 6 Pod XT at this time for all the clean and affected tones. So obviously, Pod has come a long way with the Pod Go we're using today, and just up next I'm going to talk to you a little bit more just about the Pod Go. But let's hear this tone really quick, a bit more of a modern metal or hard rock style sound. All right there. That's a pretty cool tone in and of itself. And man, this humidity today, I'm sorry, I could tell my guitar's starting to slip just a little bit out of tune again. Sorry about that, folks. Let's keep diving on now. I want to talk to you a little bit about Pod Go. So we've covered quite a bit of guitar tone today, from surf rock to metal, and we talked a bit about pickups to do that. But we also covered quite a range of gear while we did this too. Effect pedals, amps, cabs, speakers, and even some microphone elements were technically at play. So how were we able to do that? Well, we used something called modeling. So modeling is a software recreation of an effect, amp, cab, or microphone. This allows for greater flexibility in performance, recording, or home use. Maybe you're performing in a cover band and you want to give that audience kind of that true to the record, authentic experience when they hear you play. Or maybe you're in your own band and you want to create tailor-made sounds for each song, or just your own signature sound. So when people hear you, they say, hey, that's so-and-so. That's pretty cool. Obviously for recording, the same goes. Having access to a library of boutique, vintage, and highly sought-after effects, amps, cabs, and microphones is super powerful in a studio setting, especially when you can get those tones up and running fast. And the same thing goes for home use. It's just a ton of fun to have access to these sounds, whether you want to try and mimic your favorite players and jam along with the records, or maybe you're just into building tones, There's a ton of stuff you can do with modeling. So Line 6 offers some different modeling options. Today I was using the Pod Go, which is a complete tone solution for standalone use. It has an onboard expression pedal, semi-fixed DSP path, which I'll explain a little bit as we go, and that's in a serial path there, meaning all your effects and amps are in just one chain, nothing breaking off. You have the option of running just a single amp, cab, or IR, and then it has assignable foot switches, so you can really show up to a gig with your guitar and a Pod Go, plug into the house PA, and that's all you would need. It's pretty awesome. As I said, complete tone solution for standalone use. Then we get to our HX Stomp, which is a compact size designed to fit right on your pedal board. It doesn't have any built-in expression pedals, but you can add up to 2 external ones. It has what we call dynamic DSPs, so you're free to put whatever you want in that signal chain, whether you want to run 6 effects, or maybe 2 amps plus some effects, or 2 amps and 2 cabs. The choices are yours. You also have the option of parallel paths, so its routing can get a little bit more complex, a little bit more studio-esque than, let's say, Pod Go. You have the option, like I mentioned, multiple amps, cabs, and IRs, and these cool things called touch capacitive foot switches. You can touch those to assign effects and get into deeper menus. Finally, we have the big granddaddy Helix, 5 years old now, still adding new updates and awesome new features to this all the time. It's a complete tone solution for standalone use, has the onboard expression pedal, dynamic DSP with 4 signal paths, so you can easily run multiple amps, cabs, effects, crazy long signal chains with parallel routings, and all sorts of fun stuff. Also has those touch capacitive foot switches I mentioned with the customizable scribble strips, those individual screens over each foot switch, really awesome on stage. And then finally it has extensive I/O and control capability, 2 1/4 inches, an XLR, a whole host of digital I/O, and 4 sends and returns, meaning that Helix plays extremely well with any of your analog gear. So if you still want to keep around your tube amps or your favorite pedals or what have you, Helix pairs up with those excellently. So as I mentioned, in Pod Go, we have that semi-fixed DSP chain. Well, what does that mean? That means a few items are always present in your signal chain. That means you're always going to have a wah pedal, a volume pedal, EQ. You'll have a single amp, a single cab or impulse, and finally an effects loop if you want to bring in any external gear. You can of course choose which amp and cab you want, choose your wah pedal and things like that. If you're not using any of these, you can of course turn them off and as well move them at any point in your signal chain. You also have 4 additional spaces to add whatever effect of your choosing. So some of these effects will appear as mono or stereo, so your pitch, dynamic, and distortion effects will always be mono in your signal chain. Loopers, you have the option of mono or stereo, And then filters, modulations, delay, and reverbs, you have the option, or excuse me, it'll be mono or stereo depending on its placement. So let's take a look at how this would work using one more tone template, Mr. David Gilmour of Pink Floyd. He's got a whole host of effects there, chorus flanger, out to 2 digital delays, into a high watt amp and cab, out to this rotating speaker. So if we pull up our PodGo workflow and kind of fill in the blanks here, you could see how a more complex signal chain like this with multiple delay times and amps and rotary speakers can easily fit inside PodGo, and we can nail this type of tone. Really cool stuff going on there. So how do we come up with these tones? Well, product specialists like myself have poured hours over articles, videos, magazines, getting these right. You could always head to line6.com/tone-templates, check out any of these rig diagrams for yourself, and get building. Something I'm really excited to announce to y'all, Helix Skype lessons. Me and fellow product specialists like Tony Camponovo or Nick Bell, maybe you've interacted with one of them today in the chat answering questions. We're all offering free half-hour Helix Skype lessons. Head to that link right there. We'll hang out with you for a half hour, answer your questions on Helix, PodGo, Powercab, or any of our HX products. We've had a ton of fun doing them. I want to say we've done about 60 or 70 of these so far, and they've been super fun for me and the customers. If you're a Line 6 gear owner, this is a super great way to just get some more knowledge on your gear that you own, learn the way around it. Or maybe you don't own a piece of gear yet, but you want a one-on-one personal demo. It might be hard to get into a store right now. This is a perfect opportunity. So be sure to check out that link, and you might have some lesson time with me. Who knows? Could be fun. So I'm super excited to announce our next performer. It's going to be Mr. Tony Camponovo. We have a ton of in-house talent at Line 6, and Tony is a fellow product specialist like myself. As I understand, he's going to be playing an original track for you, and he actually sent me one of his presets in advance that he's going to be using on this track. So he's using the PodGo for this. He's going to be using some familiar stuff, obviously that red scree compressor, the Tima overdrive, using a Line 6 original amp here, which kind of emulates that sort of sought-after Dumble style sound. Cab of his choosing, some EQ there, nice modern reverb, and interesting, at the end he actually has the LA Studio Comp. If this is leaving you scratching your head, one of the cool things about the modeling world is that you can break out of some of those more traditional analog rules. For instance, on a stage you really can't run a compressor and post after your sound like you would in the studio. However, with modeling, you're able to do stuff like that, so Tony's using this to kind of gel together his preset and just give it a really nice glued together tone. So really excited. Be sure to put your hands together so Tony can hear you out there in Nashville, Tennessee. He's coming up next with an awesome PodGo performance. So for future events, you could always check out line6.com/events. For social media, that's where you find us. I want to thank you all for attending. Stick around because we have some really awesome stuff coming up next. One of my favorite guitarists of all time, Mike Stern, is going to be on playing, talking, as well as Jon Patitucci, some great bass players like Darryl Jones, Eva Gardner, Jon Button of The Who. I can't wait. I'm going to be sticking around to check out it all. So once again, this has been Tone on the Go. Thank you guys for tuning in to the Yamaha Guitar Development Open House, and have a great day.
Hey, everybody out there in Yamaha Guitar Land. This is Eric Klein, Chief Product Design Architect here at Line 6. And this past June 11th marks the 5th anniversary of the day we announced Helix. And since then, there have been a lot of changes and a lot of products and a lot of updates and a lot of new members to the community and a lot of friends and a lot of parties. And we just wanted to take a look at what happened and got us to where we're at today. And some people at the organization might not be too thrilled for showing how some sausage is made, but I don't care. It's going to be fun and interesting. We're going to take a look at some of the early designs of Helix, and I'll warn you now, there's some bad design in it. So it's a lesson on what not to do, but it may show you sort of the process and give you a little bit of insight as to how we work and how we push forward and how we constantly are trying to better ourselves. Also, it's also the first open house where my dog gets to hang out. So we need to bring dogs to NAMM. Nick, maybe you can work on getting that done. But anyway, I'm going to show you a presentation. This is something we showed at the NAMM show this past January to a small group. Well, not a small group. Couple hundred people. We had a big party on Friday night, and we showed people sort of some of the secret early Helix designs, and we decided let's show that to everybody. So for better or worse, we're going to do it. Here we go. All right, you ready? Here we go. Helix history. I promise this isn't drunk history. All right, so the history of Helix goes all the way back to October of 2008. This is actually before I started Line 6. And when one of the first things I did when I joined the company is they gave me access to all of the designs that Line 6 has ever done. And there were dozens, hundreds of designs that never made it as products. And one of the things that kind of stuck out was this thing called Veta System. Veta System looked like an X3. Except it had an extra row of switches and some scribble strips. And I mentioned, oh, is this a new X3 that you guys, like a bigger X3 that you guys had talked about? Because this is before Pod HD 500 came out. They're like, oh no, that's Veta System. This is something that we wanted to sell with a tube amp, and it would come as a package, so you couldn't buy it separately. It would be the floor modeler with the tube amp, and they would talk back and forth. And as you changed amps, or as you changed parameters, in the floor unit, the tube amp would change its tube amp topology, its class, its all sorts of things. And if you remember, this is what ended up as HD 500 and DT50, DT25, and sort of the Dream Rig promise. So it's something we had talked about many years earlier. And then when I started digging, I saw some newer images. So if you're looking at this, this is the first original Helix design back in 2008. And we kept the 3 rows of switches, and you'll see the scribble strips here. And at the time, we had little 6-character displays. And then going forward, we had one with our touchscreen. This was the first design with the touchscreen built in. Unless there's a little SD card slot up there, and that'll make sense in a second as well. This happens to have a carousel from Amp Farm at the time. But it was really exciting, and it caused us to start talking about things like, we should build this up. This could be really, really cool. Nobody at the time, nobody was making a $2,000, $2,500 system with the amp. So it was going to be very unique in the market. But then what happened is, in 2008, the market kind of crashed, and we realized, well, I don't know how many people are going to be spending $2,500 on a floorboard amp combo. So we decided, well, let's shelve this for a bit. Let's do the next processor. Let's make it more down to earth, which is exactly what we did. So in October of 2010, we released HD 500, but we did bring along a lot of the promise of the bidirectional communication with an amplifier via L6 link. So you can hook up HD 500 to a DT50 or DT25, and it automatically changes the tube topology and the tone stacks and that sort of thing. We're going to jump ahead really quickly, because in January of 2012, we released this digital mixer called StageScape M20D. And it was really groundbreaking at the time. It actually had more DSP horsepower than almost any digital console on the market. It was, or in that price range, certainly. It had, I think, 4 times the DSP of the leading digital console at that time. So it was extremely overpowered. It had the 2 dual sharks that are still in Helix today. And if you look a little closer, you'll see those horizontal sliders there. So long story short, Helix is based on the architecture of M20D. Whereas M20D, it uses the 2 sharks for different sets of channels, and then it mixes them together at the end. Instead, Helix puts everything horizontally. So path 1 is on one DSP and path 2 is on the other DSP. So it's just a little different. And so in the same time, around 2011, we started working on what would become Helix. So we brought back the Veta system, and let's take a look at what that looked like. So back in May of 2011, this was the first original design after we started ramping up designs for Helix. This had the touch screen, and you'll notice it doesn't look too much different from HD500X. And if I remember correctly, the code name was HD1000. But it had the touch screen, it had the scribble strips, and here are a few extra touch screens. At the time, there were 2 home screens. There was the pedal board and there was a rack. You'll see the rack view in a later design. But lots and lots of work went into this. Not the best designs necessarily. Very colorful, very busy, but we learned a lot. And you'll notice the scribble strips here. They were 8-character displays, if I remember correctly. And at the time, we found out that there were larger full LCDs that we could get for the same price. We're like, well, let's see what that looks like. And again, these are just things to kind of show people, to prove that something may or may not work. In this case, it clearly did not work. But let's just put gigantic screens everywhere. And it was just obnoxious. And clearly, nobody liked this. It was just so overwhelming. So we were able to find half-height displays. And if you notice the UI cluster up around the screen, it's starting to look a bit more like Helix. And by this time, we had done a bunch of testing and we had gotten designs in front of people. And they told us, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. What if you spill a beer? You're going to hurt the touch screen. Like, what's the difference between a touch screen and a non-touch screen? At the time, they didn't like it. And we knew at the time that the next Helix was always going to have a touch screen. But we're like, let's hold off on that for a second. Let's focus on what we want to do, and then let's pivot to doing the cap sense switches that instantly let you jump to anything you want, which ended up being a lot faster than touchscreens in many cases, because you can jump from screen to screen, you can jump to the command center, you can jump to the controller assignments, that sort of thing. Here we're getting a little bit closer. We got rid of the extra 2 switches up in the left-hand corner. And now we're getting really, really close to where Helix landed. And you'll see the clusters are pretty much where we landed. Here's some of those extra screens. On the bottom center, you'll see that rack screen. This was sort of our original attempt to try to separate the 2 DSPs, have one screen where you saw a pedal board, and then you had another screen that had the rack. And in the end, we realized that was a bit too confusing and slow to get around. So we ended up putting the 2 paths on the home screen and just said, we'll just explain it to everybody and hopefully they'll get it. And they have. So it turned out great. Here are some early designs. Our industrial design, Dale Wagler, who's absolutely a genius. I'm just honored to work with him and consider him a friend. He's just amazing. These are some of the early designs. Again, this is a lot of people trying to put in ideas. Believe this idea had an LED ladder in the treadle. So as you moved it, the LED would show you where the position was when your foot wasn't on it. This curved one direction. Here's one where the knobs were on the top, which I thought was a little bit interesting and odd. But this wood side panels along the side. I kind of like this one. This had the scalloped edges as well. Again, scribble strips are all there. You'll see the joist is now a part of the design. We tried one with wooden side panels, which we thought was really cool too. Ultimately, we didn't go with that. And of course, this was the first image that Dale sent me, and a lot of us said, "Oh, that is the one. That has to be it." And if you fast forward to June 2015, after a lot of work, after a lot of iteration, after a lot of feedback with users, after reading countless idea scale articles, we landed on current Helix. If you jump forward to December 2015, this is when we launched Helix Rack and Helix Control. This was a big one for me. This is the primary Helix product that I personally use, Helix Native, the plugin. So I can take presets from my hardware, load it into my DAW, tweak things, mix the record, take the presets back into Helix. It takes 10 seconds to do, and then I'm on my way. In April of that year, we had Helix LT, a more affordable version of Helix Floor. And in January of 2018 at the NAMM show, we announced HXFX, which was our first foray of Helix products back onto the pedal board. And we wanted it to really be embraced by the pedal board community. And this is also sort of our next attempt at the M-Class, M13, M9, all-in-one multi-effect as well. But to really, really nail home the fact that we wanted to embrace our pedal board employees, because a lot of us here at Line 6, we own our own pedal boards and we have our own closet full of amps. We wanted something that was really, really small. And at one point, we made a really, really, really small stomp. And here are some early designs. What we'll do is we'll draw these out in Illustrator, given we have a big library of knobs and buttons and switches and screens that are all accurate size. We'll build them as origami models and run around the building and get input from people. We'll take photos and send them to friends and say, hey, what do you guys think? And they're all under NDA. And we sort of iterate and iterate and iterate. And the one in the lower right-hand corner, that was the one that we kind of liked. And if you notice, there was a bidirectional joystick that just went left and right, and that's how you selected blocks. And something interesting that happened, because at the same time, we were designing Pod Go, and we came up with this cluster, and we thought, wow, we like this a lot better. Is there any way we can change it back to the original? We actually have prototypes with the joystick, but we were able to change it to where Pod goes. So in some ways, Pod Go's design informed HX Stomp's design. If you look at the origami model right there in the back, that is the height that HX Stomp would have to be if we were to go with 2 switches. There's so many boards in there, and there's so much componentry. And that was just too ridiculous. You'd have to do gigantic leg lifts just to hit a switch. So we realized, okay, we can't make it that small. We have to make it at least 3 switches, which is exactly what we did. The left is the origami model of the 3-stomp version with the Pod Go cluster, and clearly on the right is HX Stomp, which we released in October of 2018. Going forward, let's take a look. So these are all of the things we've added to the Helix family since 1.0. Lots of amps and cabs. We look at the number of effects we've added since 1.0, a lot of effects, and these are just the notable features as well. So, and we don't plan on slowing down at all. There are a couple favorites that I have here, and if you want to have more information, we made a video about a month ago where I discussed them. Helix has over 300 amps and effects, so trying to get through that model list can sometimes be a slog. However, you may not know you don't have to open up the model list at all. While holding page left, repeatedly press page right until you find the subcategory of model you're looking for. To go back subcategories, hold page right while pressing the page left. Once you find the subcategory you want, turn the joystick. On HX Stomp, on Edit View, push and turn the lower knob to find the subcategory you want, and then turn as normal to find the model. Sure, snapshots are cool, but if you have a JTV, Variac Standard, or Shuriken, they let you do ridiculous things. Select the input block, and then page over once until you see your Variac settings. Set Variac settings to preset, and Variac's tuning to custom. Then page over to see your individual string tunings. For snapshot 2, let's switch that, right? We're going to push and turn string 6, which is our low E, down to drop D, say we want to do some palm mutes, and let's push and turn down the top 3 strings. So when we play, we'll only hear the D, A, and D strings. Now let's switch to snapshot 3, and let's turn up string 3 again. Let's go back, and now let's push and turn and drop your low 4 strings down an octave, so now you have a bass. So now you can actually change the tuning and the volume of each string independently. And of course, you can change your Variax model. You can change where the volume knob is. You can change where the tone knob is. So you can do really, really powerful things if you have a Variax connected. If you're like me, you spend way too much time watching other people play guitar on YouTube. Learning guitar parts from YouTube can be fun, but it's kind of a pain when you have a guitar in your hands and you're trying to reach over and what was that part? Fortunately, Helix and HXFX have template presets to control YouTube with your feet. Start, stop, skip back or skip forward 10 seconds, even speed up and speed down without changing pitch, say to learn a tricky solo, can all be done without taking your hands off the guitar. And this one's way easier than you think because we've already done all the work for you. So press the presets knob to open the preset list, joystick over to the set list column, select the template set list and choose 9A, YouTube Remote. All right, now go to your favorite YouTube video. Here's Paul Hindmarsh at the NAMM show. Press mode and you'll see your stomp switches. Press play pause and the YouTube video starts. And it stops. And it starts again. And oh, I missed that. Let's go back maybe 20 seconds. Press back 10 seconds twice. Let's go forward 20 seconds. That was really fast. Let's slow it down so I can figure out what Paul played. I think I figured it out. Let's go faster. You know what? I just want to jam now, so maybe I'm just going to mute the YouTube video altogether. Let's turn it back on. Let's go full screen. And maybe remove full screen and stop. Great. So all of the features most of the features that we've released over the last 5 years have all come from IdeaScale. Let me give you guys the URL again. And as a further incentive to actually go check it out, I think all but 2 things in the upcoming 3.0 update are taken directly from IdeaScale as well. So if you can visit, debate, if you guys want to hear something or see something, or if something doesn't work quite right, please let us know, and we're going to keep plugging away and try to make Helix as great as we possibly can. And thank you all for your support. Thank you for all of your input. Thanks for being our friends, and we will see you on the interwebs. Up next, stay tuned. We have a ton of additional interviews, content, videos, how-tos, etc. Up next, I believe, is Rhett Shull and Matt Ferguson, Director of Artist Relations. All right, thanks everybody. Have a great day and be safe.
going on, everyone? I'm Rhett Shull, and today we're going to be talking about Powercab. That went a lot smoother in my head when I thought about doing this. I started using it a few years ago, around the same time I started using the Helix Live, and I think it solves a pretty big problem that a lot of guitar players have with modelers, especially in a live setting, which is that unless you're using some kind of cabinet, you don't have any stage volume whatsoever. So I've had a lot of success using the Helix Live, especially on things like festival gigs or when you're playing opening slots. A gig where you don't have a ton of time to get on stage, get sound checked, place mics on a cabinet and do all the stuff that you would do with a normal amp. For me, the Helix works really well in that situation, but there's a few things with running just the Helix by itself that I don't typically enjoy. First of all, it's the monitoring. If you're on a wedge, for example, and all you have is the Helix going to front of house and then coming out of your wedge, you're essentially locked into that place on stage. You really can't move around. If you move out of the firing line of your monitor wedge at all, you completely lose all of your guitar signal. Or if you're running in-ears, all you have is the guitar coming through your in-ears. You don't have anything behind you on stage giving you stage volume, which as a guitar player I think is really important to have, especially when you're playing with a really loud drummer and a bass player who's got an amp on stage. I think you need a cabinet on stage, no matter what type of rig you're running, but especially a modeler like the Helix. Having a cabinet on stage, in my opinion, is really, really important. So for me, that's one issue that the Powercab solved. Having the stage volume from the 112 by itself was enough for me to move around the stage, whether I was on a wedge or on in-ears, and actually feel my amp behind me and not lose my signal completely whenever I moved away from my wedge. Another problem that I think some guitar players run into when using modelers live without a cabinet is that you're missing out on a huge part of the sound of a guitar through a typical tube amp, which is the interaction between the speakers and the guitar, specifically the guitar's pickups. When you're using an amp on stage and you've got a 112 or a 212 or a 412 pushing air, that is interacting with the guitar in real time, and essentially the amp becomes part of the instrument. You get, things like feedback, obviously, but even the way your notes come across and how your tone comes across is interacting with the guitar. The amp and the guitar are interacting in real time. And when you're using a modeler on its own, or you're using a tube amp off stage, it doesn't matter, it's kind of the same thing. You are eliminating that element, that interaction that happens between the guitar and the amp that is really, really musical, especially when it's done well and you have a guitar player that knows how to utilize that connection. It becomes a huge musical part of the guitar's tone. And so for me, I found when I started using the Powercab with the Helix, it brought that interaction back, and I was able to turn around and get feedback from my guitar when I wanted it. And it felt like I was using one of my tube amps. Now, the reason I wanted to talk about the Powercab specifically for this video was I've actually used other monitoring systems for modelers in the past. I've used straight up monitors like floor wedges as a cabinet. I've used some of the other sort of cabinet designed for modelers, and I've also used power amps with regular cabinets. So you have, the modeler and then a power amp and then a regular guitar cabinet. And each one of those kind of has its own drawback. Chief among them, using a wedge or a full range, like an FR cab on its own, it's not a guitar cabinet and it's not a guitar speaker. So it doesn't sound like a guitar amp. It doesn't sound like an amp plugged into a cab. It sounds like a modeler being amplified for stage volume. And to me, it just didn't really feel that great. I never really connected with that setup. The other way, which was modeler power amp cabinet, was better, but you got this weird interaction with the solid state power amp between the modeler and the cabinet that didn't really feel right, especially when you were pushing the power amp a little bit harder, pushing the cabinet a little bit harder. It never really felt right. It never responded the way I was used to having a tube amp on a cabinet respond. But I like the Powercab because it is essentially a guitar speaker. It is FR, but the construction of the speaker is as you would build any other guitar speaker in any other cabinet. And because of that, it resonates and responds like a real speaker does. So all in all, I'm genuinely a big fan of the Powercab, and I actually prefer the 112 over the 212. The 212 sounds great, and it's cool because you can actually run true stereo out of it. But for me, this thing is small, lightweight. You can throw it in the back of a trailer or back of a car super easily. It fits on just about any stage, and it's unbelievably loud. For a 112 cabinet, it is plenty loud enough to keep up with any drummer I've ever played with on just about any stage. So those are my thoughts on the Powercab 112. I hope you enjoyed this video. I'm Rhett Shull, and thank you so much for watching.
Wow.
What's up, man?
Hey, welcome, Rhett Shull.
Thanks for having me.
Oh, thanks for coming. That was a great video on Powercab. It was cool to hear in your words how you use it. That was awesome.
Man. Yeah.
So I know you're really busy, so I appreciate you making time to come by and chat for a little bit and take some questions from some of our people on social media.
Sure.
What are you most busy with right now? What are you up to?
Well, we've been primarily working on the live show. You know, aside from the normal YouTube videos and stuff like that, we started a live concert series from my home studio last month in July. We just had our second show this past Sunday. And essentially it's called Backstage Live. And basically I put together essentially my dream band of some of the best musicians that I know and I've gotten to play with over the years. And we put on full live concerts from the home studio, and they're fully mixed and, you know, multicam produced kind of things. It took a unbelievable amount of work to get it up and running, but now that it is, we're having a blast with it. So we just had the second show this past Sunday. It went really well. We had our first guest artist on. It was Noah Guthrie and his brother Ian Guthrie playing drums. And our next show is September 12th. And I'm not sure what we're going to do yet, but we've got to try and top this most recent show, which is going to be a bit of a challenge, I think. So yeah.
Awesome. I know you're switching guitars quite a bit through the show, and I can see part of your amp collection in the background.
Yep.
And I know you're using a lot of different technology in your rig, but is there any Line 6 stuff in your rig right now for that show?
So right now I'm using my primary touring board, which is built by Mason Marangella at Vertex Effects. And he and I are actually collaborating right now on a new board that's going to be designed for like this show and for studio settings. The board I'm using right now is amazing, but we designed that primarily for touring. So it fits in a Pelican case. It's designed to be light enough to fly with and not get charged overages. Everything's like locked down and super compact. It's not very easy to change pedals on and off. And so I want another board that is a little bit more open and I can swap stuff in and out pretty quickly for different shows, because each one of these shows is a completely different set list and different vibe. And so I want to be able to kind of tailor the pedal board to what we're doing. And so Mason recently built a board for somebody that was based around an HX Effects, and I really like the way he did that. And so right here behind me, I don't know if I'll be able to see this or not. I'm working on another layout that's based around the HX Effects. And essentially what we're kind of kicking around the idea is to use the HX Effects sort of as the hub, as the brain, to have it do some MIDI switching with a couple of MIDI pedals, use the two loops for like the synesthesia from GFI systems and a couple of other pedals, and kind of have a hybrid digital setup with analog drives and things like that I can, and fuzzes that I can swap in and out pretty quickly. So yeah. And we're actually using an HX Effects on the Rhodes. So
that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Jamie Portier, our keys player and vocalist, has a killer, I think it's a 77 suitcase Rhodes, and it has a mono effects loop in it. He wanted me to put together a little pedal board for him. He said, I want some overdrive and some delay and reverb and filter and chorus. and it has to fit on top of the Rhodes right next to him. So I took an HX Effects and put a revival drive on that because it has the 2 channels, and he's put some presets together for that, and basically all of the Rhodes signal, the revival drive stays on all the time, and there's some spring reverb and some kind of slapback delay going on all the time for the Rhodes.
Cool. I know you're a fan of the spring reverb.
Yeah, I love it. Probably too much actually, but
yeah. Is there such thing as too much reverb?
Yes, I would say there probably is.
All right. Are you cool to take some questions from some of your fans?
Sure.
The first question comes from Brendan Jackets. He is asking, how easy is it to switch over from a traditional amp and pedal board rig to a Helix rig? That's a good question.
So I think it's relatively easy. It's a completely different mindset and workflow. It does take some getting used to if you've never owned any kind of like modeler or anything like that before. The Helix is pretty intuitive once you figure out how the signal flow works. And the way I've done it is basically treat it like I would put together any normal rig. So I have my analog effects up front. So your drives, boosts, fuzzes, some modulation stuff. And then, you know, I always run an amp and a cab separately in the Helix or an IR. And so I'll do the amp head, whatever I'm doing for that preset, and then some time-based effects, my reverbs, delays, and then the cabinet. I think it's pretty simple once you get the hang of it. And the thing is, in order to get good tones out of it, you really have to understand how a tube amp works, like how to get good sounds out of a regular tube amplifier in terms of gain staging between, you know, if a particular amp has a preamp control and a master volume, understanding, you know, preamp distortion and power amp distortion, understanding how a speaker cabinet's going to respond to different you know, output levels coming from the amp. If you have a firm grasp on a lot of those concepts, I think it's pretty simple to dial in a good sound on the Helix.
Cool. All right, we've got another question from the Rough Cut Rebels. They're asking, does Rhett use Helix and HX effects in Stompbox mode, presets, snapshots, or all of these?
HX effects stays in Stompbox mode because I'm pretty much always using it in conjunction with other pedals. The Helix, I use both the Stompbox mode and snapshots. So with the floor unit, I've got the top row of buttons is all snapshots, and I have a workflow kind of developed that works well for me in the gigs that I play with the Helix. So let's say I have like an AC30 sound or something. The top row of buttons, I'll have like 4 different snapshots, and it'll go from clean. So I'll have a clean sound. I'll have a sort of rhythm edge of breakup sound. I'll have a lead sound or a heavy rhythm sound. And then I'll usually have some kind of ambient sound that I can quickly go to. And then the bottom row is all stomp boxes. And usually it's going to be 1 or 2 overdrives, or an overdrive and a boost, or a fuzz and a boost, or whatever. And then I usually want to be able to control my delay and reverb on and off there as well, because sometimes I may want to turn a reverb off to have the guitar cut through a little bit more. If we're playing in a room that has a lot of natural reverb, I want to be able to turn that stuff on and off quickly without having to change my presets around. So, yeah.
Okay. Cool. We got one last question from Clayton Murray Guitar. And Clayton is asking, does Rhett like to make sounds with Helix through studio monitors or in-ear monitors?
If I'm just working by myself, I always use the studio monitors. I like in-ears. I've been using in-ears for years on gigs, so I'm really used to them. But if I'm working, I always like to have the monitors. I feel like it's a little bit easier to control volume in the room that way, and I'm less likely to do hearing damage. But I tend to listen loud anyways, so I'm probably doing some kind of hearing damage as it is. But monitors, I pretty much only wear them when necessary, when I'm on a gig, and I, even if they're fitted well, like molded well, I don't like to have them in for longer than I absolutely need to. So
very cool. Well, I think we're just about up on the time that we've got with you, Rhett. Again, I want to thank you so much for coming by and for making that cool video.
Thanks, man.
Questions, and wish you the best of luck with your show. Hope you figure out what you're doing before too long for the next episode.
Yeah, we may or may not. We'll see. Might be a train wreck next show.
I know that. All right. Well, everybody, thanks for tuning in, and on to our next segment.
Thanks, guys.
Hi, I'm Paul Himosh from Yamaha Guitar Group. Now, I'm usually associated with Line 6 gear, but recently I was lucky enough to be presented with my very own custom shop Yamaha Pacifica. I was fortunate enough to be able to work with senior designer and luthier Pat Camponovo on the design, build and spec of this, my very own perfect guitar. And as if that wasn't enough, I also had the opportunity to visit the Yamaha facilities in Hamamatsu and in Tokyo, which was a chance to see in person the long journey that the company has been on before arriving at the guitar that I now hold in my hands. And of course, we brought cameras and pretty much filmed everything. First off, we're going to visit Innovation Road, which is Yamaha's amazing museum in Hamamatsu. Then in part 2, we'll head over to the Guitar Archive and see if we can dig out some interesting guitars to play. This is my first time in Japan and hopefully not my last. It's a wonderful and colourful place. Every little thing seems to be completely different from what I'm used to in the UK. Innovation Road is an incredible journey through Yamaha's musical history. It's a real eye-opener to see just how many Yamaha products have impacted on my life as a musician. I had no idea that Yamaha were putting wood in cars. So this is the sort of thing that I'm really interested in, because this is the first production Yamaha electric guitar. And I think the design of this is so cool and so bold, and it takes in a lot of that sort of the American influence of the surf type of guitars. This one I find really interesting as well. So this is from 1968, so this is taking on the hollow body influence that was coming from the Beatles and bands like that, but still maintaining that really bold design idea. So Yamaha has such a wonderful history and such a long history of creating really, really interesting guitars. As well as being a high quality, all the normal things you would associate with Yamaha, you're also looking at some really interesting designs. And then you have things like the SG-2000. So this was really the Yamaha electric guitar that put Yamaha on the map as not merely reproducing American style guitars, but actually coming up with their own thing. And certainly for me as a guitar player, starting out and listening to bands like Duran Duran and stuff, the guitar player from Duran Duran used to use one of those. This is made for Carlos Santana. So this would be one of the very, very first of what later became the SG-2000. So this guitar here is one of my favorite sort of Revstar designs. I love the color on this. I love the scratch plate on this as well. So this guitar in particular was a massive inspiration for when I designed my own Yamaha Pacifica guitar. But this design concept that they had at the Cafe Racer with the motorbike idea and that stripped back look was really where the whole thing for my Yamaha Pacifica came from. And then obviously Yamaha do some amazing bass stuff as well. So things like the BB bass, BB 2000 from 1978. So I used to see those basses on top of the pops all the way through the 80s on some classic recordings. Like walking around here brings back so many memories of Yamaha products being in my life that I'd forgotten all about. SPX 90, being at music college in the late 80s. Originally I had one of these as well, this DD10. Things where you just forget how much of an influence that Yamaha have had, not only on music in general, but actually on me. When these guitars came out, they got the nickname the Flying Samurai. They reissued this guitar in the late 90s, early 2000s, and I had one of those very, very briefly that I did a bunch of video stuff with. Just a really unusual design, and actually really comfortable when you sit there with that guitar. The weight of it's really nice. But I've never ever seen one of the basses before. That's my first time seeing one of those. And then you have things like the Pacifica 912. That's the very, very first sort of production model of the Pacifica. And I sold so many of those guitars. And then, like I said before, taking the Revstar and then blending it with that. And that's where my guitar came from. A multi-effects pedal from 1983. That's got to be one of the very first ones. I think when I first got into recording in the early 90s, I guess. Early 90s, I had something almost identical there. So that's what started me on the journey of recording music. True story. So I remember selling these in music stores, and I'm a little bit horrified to see that the date on that is 1998, so that more than anything else in years made me feel really, really old. That's a bit depressing, actually. Potentially could steal my job. It actually has a demo button on that guitar. And then this as well, the silent guitars that Yamaha do, it's just, again, another really bold design. I like the way that Yamaha are always prepared to sort of do something completely different and forward thinking as well. Look at that. This is a Revstar with a metal casing on the front, on the top. 2017 for the Tokyo Motor Show. If you want to visit Innovation Road yourself or just learn more about it, head over to Yamaha.com. So join us in part 2, where I'll have the chance to hunt around Yamaha's guitar archive, looking for the classic and often eccentric guitars throughout their long history. The prototypes that grew into something we all recognise, and possibly of even more interest to me, the prototypes that never quite made it into production. Hi, I'm Paul Hymosh from Yamaha Guitar Group. This is the second of a two-part series on my visit to Japan to discover a little bit more about the history of the company that created this guitar for me. In the first part, we visited Innovation Road, which is Yamaha's state-of-the-art musical instrument museum, and in this part, we visit Yamaha's guitar archive in Hamamatsu. The plan is to spend an afternoon hunting through the storerooms and see what interesting stuff we can find. Then maybe spend a day or two recording 6 short pieces of music, hopefully breathing a little bit of life into instruments that now spend most of their life in cases. We focused on the electric guitars this time around, but we also managed a quick visit to the acoustic archive to see some of the amazing guitar history stored in there. Hopefully I'll have time to come back and take a closer look at these acoustics, but for now I know there's a warehouse full of electric guitars that are just waiting for me. This thing's kind of cool, sort of interesting. I really wish some of these designs had made it out into the world. Yeah, that's nice. Now that... what is going on here? Some things, of course, did make it, or at least ideas and parts of them. That looks cool, doesn't it? It's an RGX, it's a prototype sort of one of the A2s. So eventually when it came out, it would have looked like that. And I really like them. That's a great design. And of course we need to record some bass parts. Time to hunt some basses out. Yeah, that's nice, I really like that. We could use this to record? Yeah. Some special sponge pickups, future technology. I thought this was broken bits. That's pretty mad. Some of these I only recognise from old magazines. I think the Attitude bass must be approaching its 30th anniversary now. Wow. That must be a baritone on here and a normal 6-string there. So this will be the SG that just predated the SG 2000. So after a few refinements on that, it became the 70s classic of the SG. Now that is an ornate guitar. So that's interesting. Yeah, I really like that body shape, but in I've never seen a 12-string version of that. So this guitar here is a one that I've been waiting to see for quite a long time. This is Yamaha's prototype for their very first electric guitar. So this, I believe, is 1965. 1965, and the guitar later came out in 1966. But this is really, really heavy, made out of piano wood. It's a very futuristic design for something from 1965. I think this is for the NAMM show. This is a funky little thing. And then a Pacifica with a really unusual bridge on that. I've never seen a bridge like that. and onto the even bigger second room. So this is the original Revstar Cafe Racer prototype. Never seen anything like that before. So this is another one of the original prototype Revstar guitars. The photographs of these ones were the sort of the inspiration with this particular scratch plate. And obviously with that colour as well, so that's very close to what I wanted on a Pacifica. That is a pretty Yamaha Pacifica, and I must be right, that must be aquamarine. I feel almost like an archaeologist, like it's like the Indiana Jones of guitars. These look like something I've never seen before. Whoa! That's what I'm talking about. That's the sort of thing that I wanted to find. I found the super exciting section. All of these, I love this body shape. And with the custom graphics on there, these look even better. Whoa! Fantastic. Now that is super cool. My two favorites in there so far. Oh, these are beautiful. I have no idea what that is, but I like it. Yeah, that's cool. Yes, and I've seen this one before. I've seen this in photographs. So that was a lot of fun. So many cool guitars that I never even knew existed. I would love to stay longer, but I've also wanted to visit Tokyo for a very, very long time, and now it seems like the ideal opportunity. So that was a brief look into the time that I was lucky enough to have spent in Japan. It really reminded me of the parts that Yamaha have played in my life, often without me even realizing it. And of course, we did get to make some music with a lot of those guitars, so be sure to check out all of the full versions. And for now, I know exactly where I want to go on my holiday next year. So until the next time, thank you very much for watching.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Yamaha Guitar Development's Open House Online. I'm Michael Melenda, former editor-in-chief of Guitar Player Magazine and founder of Guardians of Guitar. And tons of thanks to everyone at Yamaha for inviting me to this party to celebrate 30 years of the awesome and kind of secret Yamaha Custom Shop in Los Angeles. It's my pleasure to introduce Yamaha Guitar Development Director Ken DePron and Yamaha Guitar Development Senior Designer Pat Camponovo. Congrats, guys, on the big anniversary.
Thank you.
Thanks for hosting. Appreciate
Of course. So, Ken, why don't we go to you first, because as director, you've witnessed a lot during the shop's evolution and development. Could you kind of share how the shop began and how it's changed throughout the years?
Yeah, I'd love to. To set the stage, in a sense, let's walk back to 1985 when pop rock was the mainstream of the airwaves, shifting guitar players and bass players who now had to share the stage and with the dominance of keyboards and synthesizers doing most of the heavy lifting. That changed in the late 80s, and heavy riff guitar bands like Nirvana, STP, Alice in Chains, well, I won't go on and waste much time on that, but that changed things. And it came back to, guitar riffing bands, and the keyboards were still there, but they weren't the main body of what drove the songs. But what that did is it kind of changed the kind of guitar players that were coming into the new trends with those genres shifting like that. So they became more utility. They had to be able to do the heavy lifting for the pop stuff, and they had to be able to do the hard rock stuff. And a lot of the guys were sidemen, and they would jump from band to band and band, so they would need lots of different types of guitars. So it was kind of a really great time to be looking and working with new companies, and we had just started thinking about we should probably get a custom shop. And that time I was the project manager for guitars and amps at Yamaha Corporation in America. And I quickly realized that we were in the need to be able to support artists with custom modifications and custom guitars. And I was being groomed for artist relations, so it was like the perfect fit to try to make that happen. And I started trying to get upper management to consider all of that pretty much in right around 1985. And it took about 2 years to finally get it. But let me also say that at that time, we had the support from Yamaha Custom Shop in Hamamatsu, Japan, and their AR efforts were really helpful, especially with the high-level jazz and fusion bands that were in favor at the time. Many of those artists and sidemen are still in the Yamaha family today. It was really difficult logistically to take advantage of the custom shop in Japan because they were always booked like 8 to 9 months out. And in our quest in the United States, we needed to catch the new trending bands that were just breaking. We needed to face-to-face experiences and a cool place to meet them in the area of Los Angeles to build these new relationships and guitars that we could turn around in 6 to 8 weeks. It took about, like I said, 2 years. And I think management got tired of hearing us complain and whine about it. Mm-hmm. They asked me to put together a budget finally and find the building, procure the equipment, machinery, and hire the staff. So I knew kind of where we needed to be. I knew it couldn't be in Buena Park because nobody was going to drive 3 hours round trip to get to that area. So North Hollywood, I grew up in the Valley as a player, and I knew all about this street called Weddington Street. And it was very popular, and anybody who lived in Los Angeles and was in the music industry, they worked on that street, they knew that street because it was so important. There was, several recording studios, several production, post-production suites, and many cartage houses, and Leeds had a huge place there with a truck that could also do post-production in the back of the lot of the actual sound stages, which were full size. So a lot of bands were doing videos for MTV. A lot of bands were rehearsing for their tours there. So it was it was the epicenter of the music industry that wasn't in Hollywood, but if you were in the Valley, that was the epicenter. And then there was a couple other areas in Burbank, like Center Staging, and some of those areas were starting to get some people. But trust me, anybody wanted to be on Weddington, if they were in the guitar business. And we found this building, and it was interesting to me because it was after 3 months of looking. I could never find anything on Wedding Street, and for 5 or 6 weeks I was driving down there every day seeing if I could find anything. And I was looking, on the rap sheets for what buildings were available for rent. And one night I was frustrated, and we were just about to probably the next day sign a lease for a building that I didn't want to take, but we were running out of time. And once you get something like this funded, you got to move on it. You can't say it's going to take us 6 months or a year to find that building. So I was pretty frustrated, a little bit depressed. And on the way home, I drove down Wedding Street, just thinking maybe. And sure enough, I see a building that looks like it's a big building that could really work. And it's right in the middle of all that activity. And I saw a bunch of people like pulling stuff out of like wires were sparking and people were pulling stuff out, and stuff was all filled up on the trucks, and they were throwing trash out all over the place. Like they were really in a hurry. So I thought, I'm going to go park in the parking lot. I'm going to walk in there like I own the place and find out what's going on. This might be something. So sure enough, I walked in there and I said, so what's happening, guys? And they go, we got evicted. We got to be out of here by midnight. And I said, wow, well, who's the management company? So they gave me the number, and I called them, and we got that building. So it was really just a chance that, if I hadn't have made that stop, somebody else would have got it the next day when they found out it was empty.
Wow, meant to be, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, maybe you did talk about how it was hard to get custom work from Japan because it's so far away and all that. But when you first started the custom shop in Southern California, how did you interact with Japan?
Well, they were involved with the whole project. They obviously had to support it financially. If I remember correctly, the first couple of years it was split between YCA, because I was a YCA employee, and YCJ paid the other half, and that worked out really well. And the people that we were working with, for example, Jackie Minakuchi and Goto-san. And the team in Japan was also very, very active in artist relations. And there was another guy named Hagi, who was kind of the guy who opened the door for a lot of artists that were over there touring. Keep in mind, in that year, there was a lot of jazz and jazz fusion bands going to the United States. And like I said before, that was a genre that was quite in favor in that area. And so they would help us with the air, and those guys would come and see us when they come to the States. But we also, everything that we did had to go back to them to be not necessarily redesigned, but re-engineered for whichever factory it was going to be made at. So when we first came out, there was only about 3 or 4 models, but within those first few years on Weddington Street in North Hollywood, we grew from 3 or 4 models to 17 Pacifica models, and the Pacifica series was our biggest thing. And today, still, it's one of our strongest, if not the most highly sold models in the world for Yamaha. And nothing got completely approved by just us building it and then sending it to them. We had to go back and forth, and because we're part of Yamaha history, we have some of their DNA, and we had to do lots of evaluations. And that's one of the things about Yamaha that I think it sets us apart from other companies, is that we are able to prioritize the expressed opinions of other people coming from different genres, coming from different levels of professional play, and take that information and we document it and we share it with Yamaha, and then that helps them understand why we're doing this and why we want to have this specific kind of hardware, or we want to have this shape of a neck. So it's not, it's almost like our opinions matter, but not anything compared to what other people say. That's who our customers are. So we can interject our opinions, but what our customers and artists and focus groups and all these people are saying, that really helps to hit the mark. And everything that we talk about, and we document all this and we share it with Yamaha. So when they go to consider it, there's already that dialogue, the foundation of why we're doing this, and that really makes a big difference for them to understand it. And now we have some of the people that we were working with before, because Goto-san and Jackie Minakuchi, they're they're already they're already retired. But we had a lot of amazing trips over to Japan, and we'd work things out with them. But they would basically do the re-engineering, so we had to work really, really closely with them. And now that they're in the building for product planning and R&D, we're really involved with them. And then they can also help to bridge any misunderstandings, and that's a very important element of what we have as a joint team between us and the folks in Japan.
Oh. Well, Pat, going to the foundation of all this, when you have a high-level artist come to you to design a custom instrument, what's the process like? What's the give and take? Do you have to is there a lot of hand-holding, or how does that actually take off?
Sure. Well, I think Ken mentioned a little bit about, our opinion goes, a certain distance, but really, I have to understand that I'm not making something for myself. So the goal is always to, interpolate what the artist is asking for and deliver on the idea or the sound or the look they have in their head. Artists are incredibly creative, and we work in the music industry. They're making these great melodies or songs or whatever it is, and that's their art. And part of what we do is take those ideas, that their kind of imagination, and kind of translate it in a way to make it into an instrument that they'll be comfortable playing with on stage, and feel good about, when they hold the guitar, that it looks good, they feel confident, they know it's reliable, that it's not going to fail them on stage. And I would say it's not as much hand-holding as it is just trying to help understand different parts of the process. There's so many small details in making an instrument that they don't come off the top of the head when you're looking at it. But I ask everything that I can to get all that information. Like, let me hear some of your tunes. Let me, let's talk about your influences. Let's talk about what's your setup on stage. How long are you going to play? How long do you plan on playing this one instrument? Is it going to be, we're going to make just one? We're going to make a few? Do you want to try different things? Are you looking for a different sound? It's all, very minute details, and all that information that we glean from the artist, like Ken said, we translate back to Japan. So we have meetings every week, and we're always developing new products. So really, what folks get to see today in the custom shop, it's pretty unprecedented. We've kept everything so secret because everything we do with artists and research and development are so closely tied. We're always trying to get those interesting ideas that an artist might come up with, or something that we might want to try, and give it to every customer that if you go to a Yamaha dealer, you can pick it up. So we really try and listen. And I think that's a lot of it. I learned a lot over the years that I'm not making it for myself. I'm making it for somebody else. And it's about being of service. And I think, it's been a journey, that's for sure.
Well, it's probably all over the map. I would imagine some artists come to you and say, I need more mid-range, or I need this to be lighter. And some artists probably come to you and say, I just want something to look cooler, or I want something to sound like, a very comfy blanket or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I would say that regardless of what style of instrument I make, I'm very specific about making it as comfortable and as ergonomic as it can be. So I always want the necks to feel like an old baseball glove, already broken in. I round the fret ends. I do roll the edges of the fingerboard. I want it to feel like when they pick it up for the first time, that it's not the first time. I want it to feel like it's, the 100th time, the 1000th time. That way, they're immediately comfortable, and then they'll go take it on the stage. The biggest thing for me is I want them to take the instrument away from here and then just play it nonstop. And then I get it back maybe 6 months or a year or even later than that, and it's been beat up, it's been on the road. And you've seen that from like I think of Scotty Hill, I made him a Pacifica, and he's got a notch in the edge for every show that he played with that guitar. And that now, I made that guitar about 5 years ago, and there's marks all around the guitar. That's a dream for me to see something like that.
As you say that, Pat, it reminds me of the fact that sometimes we learn a lot while we're doing the specs and building the prototype and having them come and check it when we're shaving the neck and all that kind of stuff. But when it comes back from the road, we find out some of the things that they did to it, and now we incorporate that into the next one we build for them.
Yeah, of course.
That's a big part of the the whole sequence and the experience.
Yeah, and I'll make an instrument, and then they'll go on the road and they'll say, hey, I thought I was going to like this pickup, but I don't, so let's swap it. Or, hey, we made this little modification, and then the next time I make that guitar, that modification's incorporated, and it's just like it's this nonstop kind of give and take, and it's been a whole lot of fun. I mean, I'm obsessed with doing it anyways. It's kind of been my dream to do this. And when I was a kid, I used to tinker with Legos and Lincoln Logs and build stuff, and then I think in my adult years, I just make the Legos myself, so that's what all these little things are. And it's just been a blast to like really learn. And yeah, I've been able to build some really cool stuff and gotten some really wild requests over the years too. So yeah, it's just interesting. It's a new challenge every day, which is a lot of fun.
Hey, Pat, I think you're too young to know about Lincoln Logs. You must have got that from Wikipedia or something.
No, I had a set.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Well, on to the, have any requests been especially challenging or surprising to you?
Challenging, of course. There's been plenty of challenging things. We're going to talk with Jon Patitucci in a little bit. Building that big hollow body bass for him was a really big challenge, especially so early in my career. By whatever grace, Ken hired me at this job when I was 25 years old. And the first thing I said to him, I don't know if you remember this, Ken, but when I was trying to get the job, I said, I'm going to make mistakes. I hope you're okay with that. And I said, I hope that you can, see it through, that I can, work through those things. And, he's just like, yeah, of course, it's, and I've been really thankful for that. I think the challenge is always, you're working with wood, which is like a constantly moving material. So the goalpost is always changing. And, somebody asked for something very complex. So I learned a lot about different materials or construction methods. Sometimes I invent something myself that I want to try. But like Billy Sheehan, we made him a big acrylic bass for Winery Dogs, or Jack Gibson, we made him an acrylic. That was a interesting task. Or Nathan East, we made that really cool headless silent bass, and that's a very interesting construction where I made my own plywood in we have a 20-ton press downstairs, and I just decided, okay, I got to make it myself. And there's challenges that the artist gives me, and then some challenges I give myself. And I think that in the spirit of what I believe Yamaha is, which is a technology-driven company, I'm always just trying to push the boundaries of where we're, what we're making. Even though I'm very much in love with the classics and stuff too, and I look back at Yamaha's history, and I just see that Yamaha invented weird. They're the greatest cool guitars in history, and I just think, all the folks that did my job and came before me set me up to learn so much from their techniques and their styles. And Ken talked about Jackie Menikuchi, and he had like all these patents that I would read through, and it's cool. I just loved going back through the history books and down to Innovation Road in Japan, and just seeing all these different things, and just wanting to try something new. And I think that's really awesome that Yamaha is just so into what's next, not always about, we respect our history, of course, all the time, and it's amazing over 130 some odd years, but it's always
okay, let's go again. Let's try something else. And all my coworkers that have been supportive of me, especially Ken, giving me a shot in this business, it's really been amazing. So.
Yeah, well, it was our pleasure. And let me just say something that is also, I think, interesting for everybody to hear. So we were in the original custom shop in North Hollywood on Weddington Street for 21 years. And yeah, we had a lot of new artists because of the ability to network with all the different all the different owners of the different facilities that were on that street, with all the studios and, like I mentioned, all the different activities that were going on there. But sometimes the timing just aligns, like the planets align just perfectly to give you the spring or whatever you're looking for. And so then we had to move out because they had sold the building, and we moved to an area in Burbank, and we were there for about I think
7 or 8 years.
9 years. Yeah, I think it was 9 years. And then that's right when we first met Pat, and he moved with us to Calabasas. So the first facility was amazing because we had 2 buildings, and we had a lot of space, and we had great showrooms, and we had a great photography studio, all that kind of stuff. But when we had to get out of that building, we had to move to a place, and we found a place in Burbank, and it was a lot smaller. So we had to consolidate things, and Pat still made it work, and it was the perfect time, I think. When we moved into this new building, we upgraded everything. We upgraded all the machines, not all the machines, but anything that we needed to upgrade, we did. We have a great dust collection system, a totally pro paint spray booth now. And then to have all the chops that come to the table, that Pat brings to the table now from everything that he's been through in those first 2 places, or the second and the third place, is like the perfect alignment. And Pat, we're really glad to have you.
Ah, thanks. I mean, it is a dream, sometimes I think of when I was in school, like this is where I'd be. I'd never believed it, but it's been amazing. So thanks so much. And I just look forward to more challenges, some more wild requests from artists. No more solid gold guitars, though.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Ken, I think hearing you and Pat talk, there's a part of me that can kind of get envious about, well, I'm not the kind of artist that can work with Yamaha, because typically a custom situation is there's the artist in the custom shop and the public never gets to, kind of sneak in there. But
right.
But Yamaha has a kind of a process of where the stuff that gets discussed between an artist and Pat or you or some of the other designers, it actually does trickle down to stuff that I could buy on the floor of a music store or order online. So specifically, how does that process really work? Am I really getting the benefit of Superstar's guitar?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we do so much work, and we document so many different things. And every time we meet with an artist or even talk with an artist, we're getting information. And because we are total fanatics about guitars, and everybody that works in our shop, we're all players. So we can kind of live the dream through our artists and through the activities that we get to do for the artists. And then we get to share that information with Yamaha Corporation of Japan and their team. So all of that information, whether it's what kind of woods are in favor, what kind of pickups are in favor that align with what kind of genres are in favor, the color, the fashion part of it, making new things for artists that want to match the photography on their record or on their CD label, or their last video or something like that. All of that kind of stuff aligns into the finished product, and that goes to the stores. And everything we build, everything that we sell, there's certain elements that we take from those experiences. And Japan also, Yamaha Japan also has a lot of evaluation opportunities in Japan and Europe. We go all over the world and we talk to people. So it's not just the US market, even though the US market, especially in the 90s, was like the main hub of rock and roll for a long time. But now it's coming from everywhere, which is really great. But it definitely gets into the details of what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we're doing it. And that shows up at the store level. Even though we're not open to the public, what we do is available in the guitars that you see in the stores.
And then go ahead, Pat, sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, like, a concrete example of that is, some of the Pacificas behind me, like this bright blue one and some of these other guitars, like I'll make a batch of 5 or 6 guitars, all with different neck shapes, right? And then we'll give them to the artists, and then we'll swap them around, and they'll say, oh, we like this one, and we take notes. We do tons of documentation of everything, and we're trying to find like what the perfect neck shape is. So maybe like the next Pacifica or Revstar or whatever is going to have that, and we try and build a consensus from all the the great things. Like I'll go to a show of one of these artists and hear them play the guitar, and I'll think of what I hear, and then they'll come back to me after the show and say, I was looking for a little bit of this, I need it to be a little brighter, so I cut through, and then we really work on all that stuff. And I work with Japan every week, and we're nonstop. Like there's a cycle of R&D for all the products. Like they're on a refresh cycle. We're always trying to update them, and what we learn from the artists definitely makes its way to what you can buy, at your local store. And that's down from specs of hardware to everything, and color especially,
Yeah. Now, also, Ken, I think we're going to bring in our next guest stars pretty close, but what Pat talked about, or you talked about, there's so much data, which is awesome that Yamaha collects it. There's data from the artists, there's data from Japan, there's data you're probably talking about, with everybody that you're managing and everything else. How do you, as a director, actually go through that and kind of decide what to act on or what to send to Japan, or what is the best idea to move forward with? So it's a lot of stuff to kind of go through.
Well, it's a process, and there's a whole team involved in that. So I think if it was just 1 or 2 people, you probably wouldn't be able to combine all that in just the right way. So because we have so many meetings, and as Pat mentioned, we have a weekly meeting with Japan, and we talk about anything that just happened. When we're doing the scheduling for the evaluations with products and stuff, the actual questions are poignant to exactly what we're trying to find out. And generally it's that way for each project. So it's pretty well organized. And we're trying to, we might have 3 ideas, and Pat says he builds 4 or 5 different prototypes. We will show all those prototypes unless there's something we decided we shouldn't or we can't do or whatever. But if anything is possible, then we want to show it. We want to get the information from it. So it is very organized, and it's not that hard to develop the equations that come forward out of all that effort.
You mean just because of the shared discussion, it's not that hard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. And then I'll go to the factory in Japan or Indonesia, and I'll make sure that they can do the things that we built, so I'll go on the factory line, work with some of the guys, teach them some techniques, and do that kind of thing. It's very collaborative, the efforts that we put in, and there's a book for each year. All the guitars I made, all the guitars Andrew made, every paint sample we made, it's all logged.
Wow, that must be quite a little quite a little encyclopedic library to go through from time to time.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Well, I think we're getting close to bringing in the fabulously awesome Mike Stern, who not only played with Miles Davis and others, but continues to inspire guitarists and blow minds with his solo projects today. I was honored to present Mike with Guitar Players Certified Legend Award in 2012, I believe. And the guitar community sent good vibes his way as he fought back from an accident in 2016 that seriously messed up his shoulder and arm. I mean, Mike kind of had to relearn his technique, which just shows how ferocious this guy is, not only from a creative standpoint, but from a, an aspiration standpoint. Nothing
He's a champion.
He's a champion. Nothing keeps Mike down. So, Mike, where are you? You gonna say hi to us?
Sure.
There he is. Hey, how's it going, man?
How's it going, Houston? Are we good?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, nothing exploded yet, is it? So we're good.
That's good to know. Good to know.
Hey, it's
Thanks for the kind words, man. I appreciate
well,
it.
I mean, you are an icon. You got to say that.
Wow.
And speaking of icons, your wife behind you, Lenny Stern, who's also been a tremendous friend and guitar player throughout the years I was there, is in your band, and Juan, I think, on percussion there, right? Hi, Juan.
Yeah, Juan Chivasa.
Hey, Juan.
Hey.
Awesome drummer. We're lucky to have these guys. So we're gonna play a little something. We'll just play a little bit of a minor blues.
Awesome. Woo! Thank you for that, Mike. Thank
Houston,
you.
come in, Houston.
Yeah. We hear you loud and clear.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Lenny, and thank you, Juan, for that. That's awesome. And hey, Mike, we're going to bring one of your buddies in too to this. It's Jon Patitucci, who, of course, you know this, a transcendently gifted bassist who performed with Chick Corea, Wayne Shorter, and others. He's a Lifetime Achievement Award winner last year, actually. You see that from Bass Player magazine. He has numerous Reader's Poll honors from both Guitar Player and Bass Player magazines. And I just discovered that we attended San Francisco State University kind of together, which is kind of weird but cool at the same time. Welcome, Jon.
How you guys doing?
Hey.
Hey.
Hey, Jon.
Are we okay, Houston? Are we all right?
We're okay, and I think it's time for your liftoff.
Okay, all right. Well, here we go. Okay.
Wow.
Awesome. Awesome.
You get the sound right there?
Oh, yeah, it's awesome.
All right.
Yeah.
It's
Hey,
I wish I could
hey,
play in
John.
that other band. You know, it's we bass players usually we part of the joy of our instrument is to play behind the other people and accompany them. But
Come on, baby. Come on.
Yeah.
we'll do that next time.
Yeah, we can transport you over to Mike's house. Then.
Yeah,
I wish it
I've
were
been
true.
there and I love it.
I wish it were true. Yeah, baby. I wish it were true.
Hey, Mike. Speaking back to you though, could you please share what kind of started your relationship with Yamaha and why you actually went with them for your custom, your most awesome custom model?
Sure, I'll certainly try. Some of those years it was a while ago, so I can't remember all the details, but some of them are very memorable. I mean, generally just the fact that I hooked up with them, that's been wonderful for me. But at first, I think I was playing with Miles Davis in Japan, and I think Miles was using some stuff, maybe a keyboard from Yamaha, something like that, or maybe Al Foster was using Yamaha drums at the time. I'm not sure, and he was the drummer at the time. But there was a guy named Hoggy that I think you mentioned already. I heard a little bit of that, and who was the drum representative, basically working for the drums mainly. And I met him, and he was kind of introducing me in a way to Yamaha in some ways, and brought a couple of guitars just for me to try, backstage, and they were awesome, really great. And I wasn't so familiar at that time, just like 30 years ago, and just heard really good things about the instruments. But so then from then, a few years later, I was approached by somebody. I think it might have been in Japan once again, by Sumiya, Katsumi Sumiya, I believe, was the original guy
That's
that
correct.
asked me if I wanted to have a guitar, join the Yamaha family, basically. But the idea was to make a guitar for me, like a signature guitar. So I was really excited about that. Obviously, I said, "Wow, great," But I'm a hopeless neurotic, so I was very glued to the guitar that I was using for years. And it was kind of a collection of different parts from different guitars kind of put together, kind of looking like a Telecaster and playing like a Tele, basically. And it just worked for me. And so to get me to kind of to try something new and really stick with it took a minute. And that was, so Japan sent me some prototypes, which were all really great. But it wasn't exactly kind of what I wanted. There was some kind of thing I needed to fix with the neck of the guitar, make sure it was, because I was also getting help from a friend of mine who was doing the sound for my band when I was on the road at that time. A guy named Kevin Kaufman that used to build all of Jaco Pastorius's basses, all the ones that Jaco had problems with, or sometimes, Jaco would have a bad day and throw his bass down the stairs or something like that. And Kevin would put it back together. Amazing luthier, and so Kevin was kind of helping me figure out what I kind of needed, and was talking to a guy named Goto in Japan that was doing basically building these probably with some obviously some help, but building these prototypes for me, but it wasn't till Ken DePron really helped. Ken amazingly helped, just kind of knew. So we kind of figured out that the neck was really the issue for me, and the neck of the guitar needed to be something. I'm not good at that aspect of it. I don't know exactly, but it was a little heavier, a little denser. I think they had sent me, sometimes they'd sent me a ebony neck and didn't have the maple kind of response that I have now. So certain things were just particular to what I kind of wanted and wasn't sure how to figure them out. And Ken was amazingly helpful in that regard. So I think that was the thing that really, without him, I'm not sure if I could have made the change, because I'm so crazy with one axe, when I you know what I mean. And he really helped, like, big time. And then I started using this more and more, and it just got more and more comfortable with it. And since then I played a ton of Yamaha guitars, like even the really inexpensive ones. And to me, they feel good right away, most of the time. Just really, literally, like, right away. Just there's something about them that I dig and can kind of play. But this is the one that I've been using for now a bunch of years.
Yeah. Mike, you're spot on with the neck. It really was just a matter of getting the profile just right, and then I think we made a first prototype and sent it to you, and you might have had that put on by the guy that you were talking about, Kevin. Is that right?
Right, Kevin Kaufman. Yeah. You talked to him, but this was so many years ago. But you guys had actually talked some too.
Yeah, we did.
And Hino was his father is now I can't remember his
Teramasa Hino.
Teramasa Hino, great trumpet player in Japan. Now lives in Florida actually, but
we won't hold that against him.
Hino's a luthier also, or a repair guy anyway, and he builds guitars also, and so he was kind of in touch too, trying to bridge the gap. When Kevin would say something to Goto, he would help in the language department, and understood all that. So Mas really helped. But Ken, you were the cat that really found the issue for me.
Well, the only reason we were able to resolve that is because you allowed Kevin to take your neck off of your old guitar, your mutt, and send it to us, so we could completely, capture the shape of it, rather than. I think we had some drawings from YCJ when they mic'd it, they basically did a drawing of it by measuring, at different frets how thick it was and what the radius was and all that kind of stuff. And you can only do so far with that because the actual feel is different. And so when we actually had your neck, that allowed us to just completely nail it. So then we sent back your original neck, and then everything worked out, and that's how we resolved that. So it was really thanks to you for trusting us with that.
Yeah, because I kind of remember having a nervous breakdown around that time. So that's what it was.
and I remember thinking, well, let's not send him back the original neck. That way he'll play this guitar.
That's right.
Yeah. Well,
tactics.
Yes.
That's right.
Well, Jon, we should also check in with you about what kind of forged your relationship with Yamaha. And I got to say that even with earbuds on, that bass is really sexy sounding. So how did you get to there?
Well, this is the latest in a long line of instruments that we worked on. Originally, Hagi in Japan was responsible for sort of demanding to Mr. Naito that he sign me many years in the late 80s, when mid to late 80s. We went over to Japan the first time in 1986 with the Chicory Electric Band. And so, that was one of those things where Hagi saw me play with Chick and Dave and was thinking, we have Dave as an artist already. We need to get this other guy on the roster too. And then, because I had really been wanting to get with Yamaha, but until I met Hagi and then Ken was huge in this thing. So in getting me really going, Hagi got everything going, but Ken was really my closer contact. And then Ken and I and Mr. Goto in Japan did a lot of designing stuff together in the first days, and there were 5 strings and different things, and then the first 6 strings came about. And actually, I don't know, this is like 35 years ago now or something like that. Something like that.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, and we did some things like the motion bass, and there were these prototypes that we did though that I still play. These LTD BB5 LTD. I have two of those still. One's active, one's passive. I put flat wounds on one and round ones on the other, and they both have jazz kind of style pickups. Those are still a staple in my studio arsenal. Then, of course, then I wound up playing some really nice. There was a Sunburst thing with a piezo pickup. I forget that one, what model was, but it was one of the JPs. I played it on. It's on the album Sketchbook in the late '80s. That was a great guitar. Then the red one. The red one was about 20 years ago now, and the red one I played for, 18, 17 years or something, and I still have it. I still use it. There was a butterscotch one and a red one at the same time. That was the JP2, I think. Is that right, Ken?
Yes.
And that was a great example of sort of our collaborative thing, working at a high level. Ken came to my house in New York at that point. By that time, I moved back to New York with a spectrum analyzer, frequency analyzer. We designed the preamp in my basement. And the pickups, I believe they were done in Japan.
Right.
But we actually designed, because up to that point, the Japanese had made all the preamps, and some very excellent ones too. But Ken and I had some ideas that we wanted to try, and the thing about all those basses was they really sounded good as bottom basses, like what I call bottom bass, like a bass that really does bass well. Even though it was a 6-string bass, it was able to really provide the function, because I think when a lot of the boutique basses came in that were neck through in the earlier part of the 80s and the mid-80s, and they had a good sound for soloing and chord playing and stuff, but a lot of stuff was not as good as bassy playing instruments. So we got really into the bolt-on neck, and that was the key.
What do you think it was about the bolt-on that kind of solved that challenge?
What we kind of did was, why do the classic instruments that everybody goes back to and is always trying to find old ones? What were some of the characteristics? One of them was the bolt-on necks, ash, alder, woods that were strong and had a really great fundamental, and then we would use Ken was really instrumental in all this. He taught me a lot about the properties of wood and how they react sonically. I would tell him, well, I need this kind of a sound, and I knew maple opened up the top, was good for the top end, but we used a lot of different things. In this guitar, in fact, there's a big chunk of mahogany on the inside. Pat hit this one out of the park immediately, this instrument, and then we made a smaller semi-hollow after that. I know I'm bouncing around here, but I want to make sure I don't take up too much time. I want to hear from Billy, too.
Well, Mike, with John's design, obviously there was an evolution, and obviously, as you and Ken have said, yours was kind of a long evolution as well. When things got changed, like various neck configurations and things like that, were there tonal differences that you liked or didn't like, and did they inform your direction to Ken or the designers to do certain things in the next version?
Yes, absolutely. And he just has the right. And I think I heard you guys all talking about the custom shop is very attuned. It seems like to that aspect, really just zeroing in on what somebody needs with the tone of the instrument, if it needs to be warmer or kind of more immediate, or with the response or whatever, those kind of things that are very fundamental, but they know how to zero in on that stuff. And Ken was already he kind of knew exactly how to get what, and we were talking about the pickup a little bit and this and that stuff that I don't really understand, except that I know that it just felt immediately better when he started being more involved, and then I got something after a couple more tries that I really, really liked. And most people, you can hear the difference between that and the guitar that I had been using before I started using this Yamaha Pacifica. But there's a lot of similarities. So they between everybody that worked on the instrument, they really got the essence of what I wanted, and then in some ways improved on. It's hard to say, when it gets that close, whether or not it's an improvement. But I know a lot of people have told me they prefer this one to the other one. So, but the main thing is for me to be comfortable, with what I'm playing, and that was in large part, I guess, to the custom shop. They were and Ken, because they were the ones that kind of deal with that stuff and are very expertise in it, and so I'm grateful to them.
And John, I'm kind of interested in, you mentioned earlier that the bass has to sound like a bass, kind of bassy and keeping things kind of fat on the bottom, but also have the ability to play the solo stuff that's a part of your style as well. That sounds like that was a bit of a process to get one bass to do both things, correct?
Since I got with Yamaha, it was, I think we had a lot of success early on. I remember some of those instruments. There's one that I had that they made for me. This is a long time ago, where I actually had my signature on the headstock, and that was a particularly beautiful guitar, and it sounds great. And sometimes when I pick one of the old ones up, I really go, wow, this thing holds up. So I think once we started to do, I guess I would cite from that first Sunburst one. When I hear records with that instrument, it was, I don't know if you remember that, Ken, that had my name in the last fret.
Right.
And it had the piezo pickup in the bridge. That bass, right. I hear some of those old records and I go, wow, that bass had a sound recording too. So
that's before we revoiced the preamp, I think.
Yeah, and it was killing. And then, of course, the JP2, that worked out so well as a bottom bass and a thing and a solo instrument that I played it for. It was hard to get it out of my hands. I mean, when and was saying you got to find a new instrument, and I was like, I don't know what to do. The red one became part of my body, But I did have this hankering for the semi-hollow when I saw those. When you see those old D'Angelico and DeQuisto old jazz boxes, and I had seen some of the old Gretsch, they made those old basses in the '60s, the Guild Starfire and all these different things. And then I saw some D'Angelico's modern ones that were 4-strings, and I thought, I think we could do a great one of these at Yamaha. And
how did you? I'm sorry.
That came along. And then,
how did you and Ken tinker with the preamp? I mean, I know you said that the pre-existing preamps were pretty good, but for you specifically, what were some of the things that you wanted to improve or amend?
I think we had a different concept of mid-range, first of all, than is typically sometimes the mid-range that you would encounter in certain Japanese instruments, to me. Am I correct in saying that, Ken? We had a different idea.
Yeah, I think there were some things about, we had the center détentes, and most preamps have that, and we had the 3-band EQ, so we had the bottom, the mids, and then the highs. And I think a lot of people, different manufacturers have this problem, and that is where do you put the center détente, what frequencies? And what we decided after you and I talked for a few hours, because I think we were downstairs in your studio for at least 7, 8 hours. Yeah. And what we did is I had a digital parametric EQ. And so we were listening to several of your basses, and you said, well, I like this characteristic of this bass, and I'm not getting that out of this the same way I would like it. And you're right, it was in the mids. But I think where the magic came in is that we spent all that time adjusting the gain and the Q and the frequency so that the center détente was your favorite sound, and you could always just go with that, with everything just flat. And then people could take that and take it away or add to it, but you always had that one favorite sound that fixed the mid-range problem. And I think it was a Q thing. I think, if I remember correctly, we opened up the Q of the mids a little bit so it spread a little bit wider into the other frequencies. And that gave you a bigger, a rounder sound.
So it wasn't as pointy and kind of, mid-range is a dangerous frequency in all instruments, but the bass can be the wrecker.
So then we took those frequencies and we wrote them down, and then we sent those to Goto-san, and he had them change the preamp based on that.
Mike, I think you mentioned pickups and things like that. Kind of based on what Jon and Ken just said. Did you have any like dream sounds that you were chasing after when the dream tone, so to speak?
Pretty much, I wanted to get something close to the guitar that I had been using, and the guitar that I had been using, as I said, was a kind of a mutt. It was kind of a collection of a couple different. I think the neck was kind of an old broadcaster neck, and and the body was something else. But basically, that was the starting point, and that was kind of I wanted to get close to that, and as I say, I was really very honored to be asked. They wanted to do a signature model for me. So I certainly wanted to try to make it work. But also, as I said, I was real finicky about it, and real hard to get away from something that I'd used for so long. But I was looking for that kind of warm sound. That warmer sound from a Telecaster that you'd usually kind of, Teles are usually kind of, talk about mid-range, they're usually like twangy in some ways. That's how people use them. But I wanted, and I'd gotten, and was used to that kind of a warmer sound from the guitars that I've had. I had originally this guitar, that was actually the one that it got stolen from me in Boston, but it was actually Roy Buchanan's original guitar. It was one of Roy Buchanan's, and Danny Gatton sold it to me for like $500 because he needed to buy a used car or something like that. So he said, and it was awesome. And unfortunately, it got stolen, man. It was beautiful, but there was another luthier in Boston that had seen me play that, so he got me something kind of similar, nothing great like that, but because that was really a classic, but he got me something that I really dug equally, and then so then when I hooked up with Yamaha, that was kind of the first step, is to get close to that guitar, and it was amazing how much attention to detail and that they were able to do, and every little thing that I asked for, and as I say, I don't know much about it, but I was getting help from a luthier, from Kevin Kaufman, and they were able to get all that stuff, but a couple of things, I think around the mid-range area, that's where Ken really came in, and probably the custom shop at that time, it was just, they kind of knew, Ken definitely knew where maybe the problem was, and so it was the neck, and he kind of figured it out, which I really appreciate, because I was kind of lost. I mean, there was something missing. It was still a good guitar, all the prototypes were really good, but it just wasn't happening. I wasn't comfortable with it, and he kind of figured it out. So it's warm enough to have a really good jazz sound, what I consider to be but you can rock on it too, which I like to do. I like all of the above, and this guitar can do it. So for me, so that's what happened.
Well, thanks to, I'm sorry, Cam, were you going to say something?
No, I just said yay.
Yeah.
Yay to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, just many thanks to Jon and Mike for sharing your journeys through the custom shop. I always find that amazing when a really transcendent player, has a vision in their head of what they need to sound like and what they want to sound like, and how they work with the designer to manifest that in their instrument. So all this has been incredibly instructional and inspirational for everyone out there listening. So thank you for sharing those stories.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for
very
listening.
much. And thanks to all you guys for doing what you do.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I'm a musician. I'm so glad I'm in the Yamaha family. I'm very happy with all that.
And we're honored to have you guys in the family.
It's certainly
Awesome.
appreciated.
Well,
so
it's rare
Thank
to
you.
have this kind of relationship with an instrument company, I think.
Yeah.
And we're grateful.
Yeah, exactly.
We're grateful to have you guys, be representing us and stuff and working together. It really is a family atmosphere, you know. I get a Christmas card from Jon, you know, it's like, it's awesome. So,
I mean, I'll tell you just very quickly, you know, when I got this injury, you know, cats from Yamaha, especially Ken, but, you know, just different, even from Japan, you know, were so supportive right away, trying to reach me. And Jon, you know, we've been friends for so long. He left me a message that it made me cry. I mean, it was so beautiful, you know.
Well, we love you,
I'll
Mike.
always remember it. Beautiful, beautiful, supportive thing, because this was a drag when this shit happened. I mean, needless to say. But you know, it's wonderful to be able to play and have instruments that you know that'll inspire you. You know, it's you know, you wake up and you know. You feel at home with it, you know what I'm saying? So we appreciate it.
Well, that's awesome, Mike. Well, and we have another family member to bring into the production now, which is Billy Sheehan. Which, you know, man, what hasn't Billy done? He's played bass with superstars and big acts like Steve Vai, David Lee Roth, Mr. Big, the Winery Dog. He won Guitar Players Readers Poll as Best Rock Bassist 5 times. He was just on the June cover of Bass Musician magazine, and he's also one of the funniest and coolest dudes on the planet. So welcome to you, Billy.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
We have liftoff.
I live up to that now. Come on.
Well, now we're a little bit. Are we doing Mr. Roboto here?
It's a little chopped.
I think they got to get rid of us to make it better.
No.
Yeah.
You'll have to watch from home, Jon. Watch.
Okay.
Okay.
We want to make sure Billy's audible.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll let the tech people work this out. Oops.
There.
There you are.
Hey.
Yeah.
All right.
You got me?
Okay. We got you. You sound awesome.
Well, what an honor to be on the same page with Jon Patitucci and Mike Stern as players, and of course with you, Michael, Ken, and Pat. Great to be together with all you guys. But man, I'm a huge fan of Jon and Mike very much. So it's a real honor to be here with you guys.
Good to see you.
We love you too, man.
We love you
you're
too.
You're a true innovator.
Very kind.
Okay, well, Billy, let's get to your story, actually. I'm sure you have, there's obviously a little bit of a small novella about how you got together with Yamaha and decided to build your instrument. So maybe you can run us through that.
Yeah, I played the same old bass for years, very similar to what Mike Stern said. It was kind of a mutt. It was a neck from something else, a body that I had originally. I changed the pickups. The only thing original on the bass was the body and the ground wire. The wire goes from the bridge through the wood, and that was. I think it's still on there too. It's an old orange cloth covered thing. So as it came to pass, I needed to think about replacing it because it was beat up pretty badly, and played thousands of gigs on it and soaking wet with sweat for years. And I was in a pro audio place in Buffalo, New York, and they sold the Yamaha PA, which we bought a lot of stuff from them. But for some reason, they had one of the Yamaha basses there. And I'd never been up close to one. And I remember picking it up and looking at it and go, man, this thing was a mid-80s, 70, a lot of confidence quality control. So I'm not going to crap out. I can't hear you.
Oh, I think we might have a couple of technical difficulties with you, Billy. Can you still hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, it's just we're getting a little bit of a, from you. So let's see if we can figure that out. Sorry about
Ken's
that.
getting in the mid-range there.
It happens all the time.
Yeah, the mid-range, right. well, Ken, you're the genius at fixing the mid-range thing, so go at it.
Yeah.
Hey, Billy, are you plugged in hardwired with the Ethernet cable, or are you on wireless?
Wireless it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
If
think
you can
he's.
hear us,
I
and you
think
are
he's.
on wireless, go ahead and plug in your Ethernet cable if you can. I think that might be part of the problem.
Yeah.
You are kind of frozen. It's a good thing you're a handsome man because you're frozen face.
I'd like to apologize for the frozen photo of my face.
Oh, you're back. You're back. All right.
You're back.
Okay, sounded good there. So I'm sorry. I don't know how much we lost, there, Billy, but just kind of go to the. Yeah.
Basically, I was just very impressed with the quality control of the Yamaha bass, and when it's time to make a move and look for something, they contacted me and asked me, "You want us to make a bass for you? We'd like to have you endorse our products." And I said, "I saw one of your basses and I loved it." So I'd already endorsed another company, which I don't think is even still around anymore, but they were a big, huge company in the early '80s. Making guitars for a lot of hot guitar players with the Floyd Rose thingy on there. And they made me some basses, and I was poor and broke, and I actually sent the basses back because they were made so poorly. So I was really impressed with Yamaha quality. And we started on the journey. And the first bass they made for me was one of the BB3000 series, pretty awesome. But I want to traditional, if you will. This is the 30-year anniversary version. And you guys.
It looks like we had some technical problems with Billy, which is unfortunate because his story is pretty amazing. But happily, we have Ken and Pat here who can kind of run us all through the development of Billy's basses. Oh, Billy's back.
There he is.
All right. Sorry. You know, it's like that with all computer stuff. And you'll see it on your phone. You'll have this amazing app that does this stuff. And you go to show your friend, and it never works when you go to show it. Amazing. So,
It's like when you bring your car to the mechanic, right? It's making this noise.
I swear.
Yeah.
Well, Billy, what were some of the things that were really important to you as a player to have, inform your own bass design?
Neck to body joint was critical because I do a lot of bending, and I'm pretty active on stage. There's a lot of motion going on, so I didn't want the thing to shift or change. Plus, I'm kind of a creature of habit. I want things to remain where they are, not a lot of movement. So that thing be rock solid. My pickups are suspended from underneath with surgical tubing so they don't move. So when I push down on them, they're rock solid. Pat knows all about that. He's gone through that with me for many hours, fine tuning how these pickups sit in here, which is an essential thing. So things like that. It's just things based on the practicality of being on stage, on deck, middle of a show, to the mic singing, jumping back, running across the stage, and making sure that this doesn't let you down. And so to me, that's just supremely important. And it simply has not. I've never had a problem on stage with any of my Yamaha basses. That's pretty cool.
And I think there's something about you and Ken and Pat came up with the neck joint actually to make sure that it didn't get Billy destroyed in the process of your shows.
Yeah, in the old days, I had to jam razor blades and guitar picks and literally pound them in the crevices to prevent that neck from moving this way. Because unfortunately, on a lot of traditional necks, they're the wrong screws. That's just it. That's a technical thing. So now on this bass here, we have a pretty traditional way of going into the back of the neck with these three, but then this neck extends deep into the body. It goes underneath that pickup into about up to about here. And now there's yet another on this version 3 of the Attitude. These two screws go in at an angle, grab the neck and pull it into the socket. And it's really a righteous way of doing it. I remember, I think you were with me, Ken, when we first tried that out, and you loosen those two bolts, pulling it in. And I played it, and it felt good, it felt great, it was fine, Then when you tighten them up, the thing just had another level of aliveness to it, because the end grain of that neck now is connected to the end grain in the socket of the body. And it was just a great thing. It was a noticeable improvement in how lively and woody the bass sounded, which had already sounded great for me. I couldn't imagine. That's why initially I didn't think it was going to improve anything. And then we got it, you guys. But they went with that, and that was Yamaha's idea. I'm not sure whose idea it was actually. Was it yours, Pat?
No, that was a classic Yamaha thing. You know, the guys in Japan are always engineering and trying to come up with some new technology. So that miter bolt system was something that, you know, they came up with because they were trying to kind of blend what is the best aspects of a neck through sound and a bolt on sound. And one of the things that they were thinking about was, you know, how to connect that front face of the neck to the front face of the neck pocket, right? And that whole thing of, you know, how can we make the connection stronger? So, I mean, your bass really is very unique in the sense that, you know, it's the only bass that has its own neck construction, right? So, like you said, that the neck joint comes past that woofer pickup, and you know, it's very specific because, you know, the tolerances have to be very tight, and when you put it in there, even without the bolts, you could pick up the body. It's quite snug. But those miter bolts we found were really giving us more sustain, a stronger fundamental, really good overtones, and we've actually put it into the current generation BB basses. You know, like it comes in pretty much all of them now, and it's been proven to be like a really great thing for the sound. And yeah, your bass was kind of like where some of that started. That actually started, though, a little bit before my time. I've been here almost 8 years, so that was just before I think I came on board. And then my contribution was, yeah, those pickup covers and you know, the bass you're holding now, some other weird stuff. So
yes, I'd like to thank Pat for this. Was his he did the this is the first prototype, I believe.
Yeah.
And it plays like a dream. It's just a great instrument, and everybody that's picked it up loves it. That's a great thing about the relationship with Yamaha. It's been really a great two-way street, helping each other out. And in my home studio now, I have a lot of the custom instruments that I've had through the years, and I have them out and available to me instead of packed away in storage like I had to do when I lived in LA. So I'm always revisiting a lot of great instruments, and pretty cool.
Actually, on that note, since you have all your basses there at hand, can you run us through any particular favorites that you have, or always go-to basses?
I sure can. Let me grab one here. This was quite a job. Pat did an amazing job on the Winery Dogs bass. It's the color of wine. It's done in acrylic. It weighs a ton. But it's got a unique sound. It's got a little bit more of a smiley curve, bright highs and lows. Most of my basses are the kind of a reverse Mona Lisa. It's like the lows are down a little bit and the mid-range are boosted. But he did wine cork knobs. The pickguard is wine labels, where he worked the Winery Dogs titles into the wine, like the Devil You Know Chianti and things like that. It has the now you can get a good look at what we're talking about. We're talking about those bolts that go inside with, because you actually see them there. Not sure how well that shows up with everybody's computer, but those bolts are going in and grabbing the end of that neck and pulling it in. Pretty cool. The battery pack is for the lights, because it does light up. And hey, maybe my battery's out. I think it is. Okay, I got to replace the battery. But it's I've used it on stage with the Winery Dogs. It's great, and people love it too. We have a blast in that band, and our fans are amazing. So and he did the fret markers in wine bottles.
Awesome.
So normally it would look like that without, but you just added the neck onto it, so it looks like a wine bottle. But it's a rock solid. It's great. It just sounds great and plays great. And I don't have a Yamaha bass that doesn't play awesome. And people come over and try my basses out here, and they're like, why is it that it plays this way? And it's interesting to baffle them, but it's just the way these basses are put together, rock solid, and I got them fine-tuned to within an inch of my of every specification I can imagine.
What type of action do you kind of like? Actually, where we're on that note, what's your favorite setup?
Well, Pat,
I was going to say, you want exact measurements? Because I know them off the top of my head. So if you leave the strings open, Billy likes to have 70 thousandths for the E string, bottom of the string to the top of the 12th fret, and then 50 thousandths, 50 thousandths, 50 thousandths, and then underneath the pickups, you want to have them close enough that you can use them as the finger ramp without, fretting out when you play the last fret.
Yeah.
So that's always the key. And then you have to radius the top. So I was taking, blocks of plastic and machining them and rounding the tops, putting radius on them. So they would make this gradual arc underneath your right hand. So certain folks like Jon Patitucci likes his action very high, and you learn everybody's quirks, and I think to your guys' credit though, it's everybody has their own sound and the thing that they think that they what's in here coming through the speakers. I would say maybe 10% the instrument, and then the rest of it is practice and just having your left and right hands. That's really where it's at. So
it's a funny controversy because so many people will post a comment, it's all in your hands, and in a lot of ways it is. And but when it comes to your company, there's a lot that you do that inspires you to pick the thing up in the first place. Now, sorry, I grabbed a fretless one. This is from a long time ago. It's just got lines, but they had a graphite board on it, done fretless. Pretty cool. So it's just an example of the infinite varieties of attitude bass we have. We got an 8-string version, a double neck version, all kinds of nonsense. But anyway, back to my point. Yeah, it is a lot in your hands, but I do believe that unless you're really inspired and it feels right to you, you might not move ahead on it. And I'll sit down in my garage outside, open up the garage doors, throw some peanuts out for the chipmunks, and sit there and play, and go for hours. And because the bass feels great and it sounds great, and there's a give and take. I push into it, it pushes back, and there's a lot of abstract things about an instrument that make it work for a particular player. And you guys have been incredibly lucky, or mind-blowingly skilled, or a little of both, I think, because it does manage to you have managed to come up with instruments. And I see people order custom instruments a lot, and they I don't like ordering an instrument and paying for it and buying before I actually played it, because you never know how it's going to be. And so, but with Yamaha, I don't think I've ever gotten an instrument and said, this ain't working, man. They all do. They're all rock solid. A lot of that has to do with you setting it up correctly, Pat, because that what he spoke of before, anyone that's not familiar, these pickups are rounded off now, and this is a design that Pat came up with that DiMarzio is now going to manufacture. And there's just the smoothest, silkiest thing under your hand. There's no sharp edges. The screws are out of the way. You can play over it like a stand-up bass over the neck. So it's quite a great comfort aspect of the instrument. Pretty cool. But I'm glad you remembered all those numbers.
Well, you're a real tinkerer. Compared to a lot of our artists, I would say you're probably the most hands-on, or one of the most hands-on. And Billy and I used to live less than a mile away from each other when you lived in LA, and I would swing by after work sometimes to drop off an instrument and come check out your secret lair, and I would come down there, and you just had all the tools on the bench, and you were really getting in there, and I always appreciated that. So it's like it was really fun to work together and kind of come up with something and, you know, play some of your historical Yamaha instruments and stuff. That's always a lot of fun.
Oh, great. Well, a lot more to come, I'm sure.
I know. Well, we were supposed, you know, the reason we're doing this whole thing is we were supposed to go to Summer NAMM, and that was going to be in Nashville, and we were going to fly out there, do a demo similar to this, do a shop tour kind of video and stuff. And unfortunately, because of the circumstances, we're doing it digitally. But I can't wait to come out to Nashville and check out your new spot and, you know, see all the basses. I didn't get to see all of them in storage.
Yeah, they're all out now. And plus, if you've seen any of my posts, I'm getting pretty good at the ribs on the grill. So,
oh yeah,
you guys are in for a night.
Well, I think, and we have another. Thank you, Billy, for everything. That was great. I really appreciate the acrylic base, so we can actually see what I think is the awesomely titled miter bolt system, which every bass player should have a miter bolt system going on. It sounds so macho, but thank you for sharing everything. It was great, and we're going to bring another member of the Yamaha family in, this time a guitar player, and it's Chris Buck, who is inspiring because he's kind of an old school blues player, albeit one that readers of Guitarist magazine named Best Blues Guitarist this year, which is awesome. That was following the release of his debut Buck and Evans album. But he's also like a new school digital creative mastermind who gets millions of views on his YouTube channel with lessons, performances, and savvy insights of guitar gear. So, hi, Chris. Come on in.
Mastermind. I'll take that any day of the week.
I'm glad I got it out and it didn't go blah, 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 blah. But yes, no, it is particularly inspiring how much knowledge you're serving up to the guitar community at large. It's awesome of you to do that for everyone.
Thank you. I think well, thank you, and hello everyone. Hey, how's it going?
Nice to meet you.
How's it going, buddy?
Very good.
Yeah, it's I think it's part of being a musician in this day and age. At least for me anyway, is that sort of multimedia, kind of multifaceted sort of thing where I mean, it's been invaluable in lockdown, to be honest. I think it's one of those things that, you know, I never intended to create this sort of sideline kind of thing, I guess, you know, for when gigs cease to be a thing. But just having the sort of capacity, I guess, to create stuff which sees you through times when, you know, gigs maybe aren't there, or sessions or tours, etc., etc. I think it's just, for me at least, like I said, it's part of being a musician this day and age, is having multiple strings to your bow, to use a horrible cliche. But, you know, if nothing else, I enjoy doing it. You know, the whole sitting in front of a camera thing was incredibly alien to me to start off with, as is any kind of new skill you learn, I guess. But as you do it more and more, inevitably you get sort of incrementally better at it, or at least so goes the plan. And yeah, it's one of those things, you know, give it time, and hopefully if I'm in a situation where I don't have to put out a video a week, maybe I'll gladly get to that point. But yeah, it's one of those things, you know, and it beats having a proper job. So,
well, that is a lot of work, and to kind of paraphrase Summer Revstone, the media giant who just passed away recently, content is king, and your content is definitely, you know, it speaks to a lot of the guitar geekoids out there, which most guitarists are. And recently you did a pretty amazing video on a pretty famous mid-50s solid body, and how it was a pretty amazing guitar for you. And I know that I'm kind of interested when your custom Revstar RS502, I believe, you know, how having the experience with a vintage guitar informed your design desires for your own model.
It's funny. I grew up as a massive Slash fan, so the kind of Les Paul thing was always there in the back of my mind. And every now and then he would dig a gold top out, and for whatever reason, gold tops just never particularly clicked with me. It wasn't something I found myself gravitating towards. And then for whatever reason, it's something that's really kind of clicked into overdrive in the past few years. Pardon the terrible pun. Where it's just, for whatever reason, I've suddenly started to like them. You know, it's, I guess your taste buds change as you get older, and you start to like different things, and as with the same with guitars. So yeah, I've been very fortunate in the past couple of years to play some incredible instruments. Got you know, multiple friends who have incredible guitar collections, and It started with a 57 gold top I played about 2 years ago, and it absolutely blew my mind. And that was a 57 with PAFs. And, you know, I'm a fan of humbuckers, but I think as all-round pickups, I think there's absolutely no beating P90s. I just think in terms of versatility and everything else about them, a great set of P90s is, you know, kind of unparalleled. So I've been in France for the past couple of weeks, arrived home in the UK today, thankfully just before the UK has imposed a quarantine on anyone arriving from France. So I managed to evade that by a couple of days. But there's a little guitar shop very close to where I was living in France with some amazing old guitars. So I stumbled across this 55 gold top that was just insanely good. And I played a 54 about a year or two ago, which was very similar, same sort of spec, wrap tail bridge, P90s. That, as you say, very much informed my 502. And I've been playing a 502 in shot black with P90s with a wrap over bridge for about a year and a half, I guess. And it was a 502T prior to that with the tailpiece, which was really cool. I got a spider hovering in front of my webcam. You look like a tarantula coming down in front of you.
But those were stock guitars, right? Those were just stock 502 and 502T, yeah.
Absolutely. So it was the 502T first. I'd been playing the 720, the one you can see lingering over my shoulder there, prior to that with the Bigsby. I love Bigsby's. They are fantastic to look at, but if you look at them too long, they'll go out of tune. I kind of found myself gravitating towards the 502T and then the 502 with the wrap over. And that was the first experience I'd had for any kind of length of time of playing a wrap over. And I think there's something so immediate and so almost kind of transparent, I guess, that immediate connection to the guitar. I think there's a lot to be said for that. You know, it's very ergonomic, very straightforward and simple. So as you said, I've been playing a stock 502, the black one, for about a year and a half. So when it came time to spec up the custom shop version, it kind of made sense to do a version of that, but maybe a little bit more unique to me. And as I said, the gold top thing had started to finally make sense to me. So it made sense to do a gold top version of that. So I think there's no point in beating around the bush in regard to what the color scheme is kind of based off. But it's an absolutely phenomenal guitar. Let's get a little bit closer to the camera. So, as you said, it's in essence, it's a 502. Let's try and get that up on the camera a little bit more.
Very nice.
And Pat will no doubt be able to tell you infinitely more about the finish. But I do believe it's nitro with the original sort of the paint job that was used back in the 50s was with actual kind of bronze particles, I want to say. Pat will cut across.
Yeah. So the original gold top, you know, kind of color, it was actually brass powder just suspended in clear, you know, nitro lacquer. And that's why over time, you know, when you eat through the clear coat with your forearm and stuff, it turns like the little bit of green, you know, like you get that patina color.
Gripping in. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, we did it that way because we wanted the back to be a certain color, and you know, we wanted the top to be true to form, and then you know, we do all the tricks to check the finish to make it crackle and stuff, and it's over the webcam. It doesn't, you know, you can't really see it as much, but you know, it is very three-dimensional, like how, you know, you see like the little cracks around the gold on the top and the brown on the back, and you know, we were specific about the neck shape. So I made that guitar, and I made the guitar for Donnie Little around the same time.
Yeah.
And those necks, instead of machining them, I actually carved them by hand because we wanted a little bit of a different profile, right? And yeah, your guitar, we put the ebony fingerboard on it because you know, the CITES issue, right? Everybody's been having trouble traveling with rosewood. So we were like, hey, we should just do this instead of, you know, any troubles on your way on the road. So yeah, we did that. Awesome. We put the Lawler P90 pickups in there. We even put the Lawlertrons in that 720, right? Yeah, those guys have been great. But yeah, I mean, working with Chris was a lot of fun. Actually, that guitar came with a different pick guard. We put the cream one on it, but yeah, that guitar looks killer too. You got quite a few.
Absolutely, I'm surrounded by a plethora of rev stars. I don't know what the collective term is for rev stars, but an array of rev stars.
Yeah.
As you said, it was just. I was absolutely blown away by the first time I opened the case was on the first morning of NAMM, I think, and I had a kind of performance on the Line 6 stage about an hour after. So I guess irrespective of who is making the guitar and how good you know it's going to be, there's always that slightly nervous element of I'm opening this case and I'm going on stage with this in an hour's time. But just straight away taking it out of the case, just absolutely flawless. I think my favorite thing about the guitar, which is incredibly shallow and a very aesthetic sort of point to it, is, as you said, the nitro cracking. That check-in that you get across the top that you expedited, shall we say. I just think that's such a cool touch. And as you said, it doesn't necessarily pick up on the webcam, but it doesn't necessarily pick up all the time on camera. It's one of those things that's it's kind of, I guess, the kind of opaque, is that the right word? Yeah, opaque version of like a flame top, maybe, in that you only pick it up in certain lights. Which
Sure, yeah.
is a really cool.
I never thought of it like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's honestly it's an amazing guitar. I didn't realize either that you'd hand carved the neck, so that's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, you do different things for depending on what the ask is, right? So for me to make a program for something, it might take me a few hours. But if I'm only going to do it one time, it takes me a few hours to draw or a few hours to actually do it by hand. I just, I'll skip it, and sometimes it's fun to just get your hands dirty and get into it. And yeah, I mean, the checking thing kind of speaks to, when we designed RevStar, the concept was called utility, right? And it was beautiful but utilitarian. So we wanted very simple, number of controls and for the guitar to have the least amount of parts, so like the wraparound bridge. But we also talked about this thing called the B-sides, and we made this one guitar where the back was all yellow, but the front was black and stuff, and it was something that was meant just for whoever's playing it to appreciate. And I think maybe that cracking kind of falls into that category of the B-sides, right? You get to see, this part is just for me sometimes, or whatever it is. And
deep cuts.
The deep cuts, or, sometimes I write a little note in the neck pocket or something like that. There's always some silly thing going on.
Funnily enough, I didn't realize, obviously you mentioned the Lola P90s have been in there. Part of that, playing that 50s gold top we mentioned was, there's 1,000,001 different things you could attribute a guitar's tonal characteristics to. Obviously, the electronics play a large part in that, and then depending on who you ask, tone wood, whatever, etc., 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 and how far down the rabbit hole you want to go, I guess, ultimately. But I've been on a little bit of a journey in regard to P90s recently. So whether the P90s in this guitar currently work, I don't know. I wired them back in this afternoon. And my soldering is as good as my hairstyling. I haven't actually tried it yet, but I thought
got some charred fingertips.
Yeah. I thought if nothing else, it looks good over my shoulder. But honestly, I think a large percentage, without putting a number on it, I think a large percentage of the characteristic of that guitar I played recently, which I fell in love with, but unfortunately 35,000 euros or whatever the cost was on it is slightly out of reach at this particular point in time. I think a large part of that tonal characteristic of that guitar were the P90s. And obviously there's 1,000,000 different pickup makers out there and an array of boutique pickups you can get these days. So part of the journey I'm on at the moment is trying to find a kind of the perfect set of P90s. So I'll let you know how I get on with that. But every time I go on this sort of fool's errand, I end up coming back to exactly where I'd started. So we'll see.
That's fun. Let's follow up on that. I'd love to help you on that journey. This is one of those things where, maybe this is exactly the kind of place where we listen to the advice of an artist and try and put it in our guitar. So maybe me, you, and Jason Lawler or something like that, we could wind up another set.
Awesome. Sounds good to me, man. It's like I said, it's just an absolutely mind-blowingly good guitar, if I can get my words out. It's a shame that I don't think anyone foresaw the current situation, but I'm just glad we had a couple of months worth of touring where I could actually get it out on the road and put it through its paces, because I think as good as any guitar can be, you only really get to know it or get to know any instrument when you spend a decent amount of time with it in quote unquote battle conditions, you know. And we had a good 2 months worth of schlepping this guitar over different stretches of water and really putting it through its paces. So thank you again for spending so much time on it. I'm intrigued to see Donnie's. I've seen a couple of photos pop up on his
Oh
Instagram,
yeah,
but it
that
looks
was a
amazing.
fun one. Well, hey, thanks for playing it, and thanks for being a part of this family, and yeah, thanks to John and Mike and Billy and everybody who joined today. It's been amazing, and I love you guys. I hope everybody stays happy, healthy, safe.
Absolutely, great to see you again, Pat.
Yeah.
It's been
Chris, also, you mentioned performance, and there's a couple of things that you did that kind of aren't necessarily vintage spec, which are you had the RevStar chambered, and you also chose 2 volume knobs but no tone. What kind of directed those choices?
It's funny. Again, kind of harks back to my tinkering with things I shouldn't be tinkering with. It's currently back to a volume and a tone. It was 2 volumes for a while, and I love that. I think, again, so much of the not issue so much I had with that, but the kind of little hiccups I were experiencing were just the fact that I was so used to the stock RevStar configuration. I would find myself reaching down and trying to adjust something that wasn't there. So for a while I had it as the 2 volumes, which in theory I absolutely love. I love that middle position of being able to kind of blend the sort of 2 pickups together. Obviously, that's not something that you necessarily associate with a RevStar, but I thought that would be quite a cool sort of little feature to include. And I loved the sounds I was getting out of it, but in a practical context, it was one of those things that was just tripping me up. And again, a large part of my playing style is kind of based around volume swells and stuff like that. And obviously, if you're on the bridge pickup, that bottom tone or volume in this case, control was a little bit awkward to try and wrap your hand around. So I went back to a volume and a tone, but who's to say that won't change again in the future? It's an ever evolving process. But yeah, you hit the nail on the head. It's, I think, and again, it's testament to the ethos behind the RevStar, I think, is that simplicity as much as anything else, just guitars to get the job done. As much as I love the aesthetic of a Bigsby, and I think there isn't anything you couldn't stick a Bigsby on which wouldn't improve its look. You could stick one on the front of a car and it would look amazing. They're just amazing. The practicality of a Bigsby doesn't necessarily meet the aesthetic value, should we say, all the time anyway. As I said, I think there's just a kind of simplicity and a directness that you get with the wrap over bridge. Even more so when obviously you've got that compensated intonation. That's just particularly cool and particularly attractive to me anyway. So it's just a nicely simply featured guitar, which I think is kind of commensurate with myself, simply featured. So
well, simple featured, absolutely. But I think when we talked earlier, you also mentioned, for the simple features involved, this is also a very versatile guitar because you've played a lot of different guitars. And I think you mentioned that this guitar kind of almost gets you to where it can cover a lot of ground typically that you go for it stylistically, correct?
Absolutely. I've always taken the approach of guitars as tools. You know, that I'm a musician, that's my job. As much as if I were a bricklayer, I would use different tools for different elements of my job. It's I don't know, it's a little bit folly to me, at least, to try and have one guitar which covers all grounds, because I don't think there is such an instrument, bluntly. But as you said, I think there's a kind of, I don't know, what's the word I'm looking for? There's a simplicity that the RevStar has, which almost allows you to cover more ground. And that sounds very counterintuitive, but I think when there's less to focus on, you focus more on what you're actually meant to be doing. It's funny, I fell down the rabbit hole and continue to fall down the rabbit hole throughout my life, no doubt, of pedals. I love pedals. I love experimenting with different overdrive pedals more, than is absolutely necessary or even helpful. But it's just something to play with. But then whenever I found myself in a situation where I've been stripped of those, whether it's maybe a fly gig or I'm using the Helix and maybe haven't got the ability to kind of switch in different pedals like I do at home, I found myself concentrating infinitely more on what I'm actually meant to be doing, which is playing and connecting with what I'm playing. And I think there's something that the simplicity of the RevStar really connects you with what you're meant to be doing, and you don't get overly lost down any kind of one rabbit hole or any one warren in regard to what you're actually meant to be doing. So I think I mentioned we did a festival, a one-off fly date in Czechia, Czech Republic last year, where I had my RevStar and I had a Helix, and that was it. And I guess under any normal gig circumstances, I would probably work my way through 3 or 4 guitars over the course of a show. Obviously, RevStars being principal amongst those, with Strats and other stuff. But in just having the RevStar for that one show, it amazed me how versatile it is and how many sounds you can get out of it just through using your volume control and your tone control. As I said, it just connects you to what you're meant to be doing, I think.
Awesome. Well, Chris, thank you so much for sharing all that. And I think that if anyone isn't familiar with Chris, and of course everybody should be familiar with Chris, right? But you should definitely not only check out his awesome music, but also I've learned a lot just kind of going in my own rabbit hole with your YouTube videos. So so thank you for those. There's so many of them. It's kind of hard to get through them all, but there's tons of stuff to learn. And
tell me about it. It's part of the downside of having to put one out every week.
Yeah, well, kudos for that. You have a work ethic that is, absolutely masterful.
War of attrition, if nothing else.
Yeah. And now we have a really cool transition here. We're going to go to Ampeg SVT time with Ampeg Products Manager Dom Liberati and Brand Marketing Manager Dino, the Ampeg guy. So, and they've got tons of super cool special guests. They're going to get into a lot of bass stuff that's going to be awesome. And let's go check out Ampeg World. Take care, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Guys. Take care.
You gotta put your pinky up, too. I thought I was working with professionals here.
What is that old, crusty, awesome-looking thing you got right there?
I was gonna say, you point to the amp, or you pointing to me? Bass players all over the world owe this guy a debt of gratitude.
The Stones tour was about 2 weeks before I got married, and I didn't take my wife with me because it was frowned upon. My future father-in-law would have killed me.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd take my wife on a Rolling Stones tour.
I don't think anybody would take their wife on a Rolling Stones tour.
The outtakes are going to be killer.
Yeah, oh yeah, they're going to be great.
Yeah.
There we are. There we are.
Well, I could watch that intro a million times. First, I just want to say thank you to Mike for that awesome intro. For my Tom, and that was great insight from Pat and from Chris Buck, man. I could watch that all day. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the SVT time portion of Yamaha Guitar Development Open House. I hope everybody's enjoying this and getting a lot out of it. Dom, how you doing, pal?
I'm good, man. I'm good. You know, that intro, that's the longest I've heard that intro music. It's amazing. You were playing on that, right?
Yeah, that's me on upright and my good buddy Evan Goudreau on guitar. We recorded that years and years ago. But yeah,
really
that was a lot of fun.
Really fun.
Yeah.
Here we are. They keep letting us do this, Dino.
I know it. Eventually they're just going to say stop. So welcome everyone. This, like I said, this is actually our second SVT time live. As you guys saw in some of the previews, we have some exciting, like really cool SVT times coming up, mostly on the 50th and then with Bill Hughes, and those are for future episodes too. But this is live.
This is live. We kind of don't really have a script, which is really terrifying.
No, of course not, man. We're bass players. We don't need scripts.
We're bass players, and we got a Greek and Italian here, so there's no shortage of talking. We're fine.
Well, I will just say this. We will bring our guests on here in a second. We got some awesome guests coming up, and we're going to have all three of them on at the same time. We'll have Darryl Jones, Eva Gardner, and Jon Button. And, you know, so make sure everybody has their questions ready. You know, we're going to talk primarily about the Heritage 50th anniversary SVT, because all three of them were pretty. There you go. Where's dude?
Yours is in the mail. It's in the mail.
Yeah, I'm sure. Anyways, yeah, they along with a bunch of other artists were very instrumental in the development of this. They came out to Calabasas when we were first talking about doing this Heritage project, and you know, who better to have involved in development of an amp, especially an SVT, than SVT users, SVT artists who are out using this stuff every day. So I know you were in Calabasas with them. You guys wouldn't allow me in the building at the time.
No.
And this was pre-COVID.
No, this was truly, for me as a bassist and as a longtime Ampeg fan before Yamaha acquired the brand, it was just such an honor to be involved and be creative with so many amazing creatives that I looked up to for pretty much half my life at least. And just, you know, like you're saying, SVT legends, if you will, people that are using this to the utmost ways that you can use this on stage professionally in front of thousands of people every night. So really, really cool to get their feedback and to get really like a history lesson of all the SVTs in the process. We went through the original 1969 SVT, through the 70s, through the 80s, like basically every era of SVT to make sure that we were nailing the tone that we wanted. And basically we ended up with two different channels in the Heritage 50th Anniversary SVT, one voiced like the original 1969, and then channel 2 voiced like the mid-70s Magnavox. So two amazing SVTs in one, really a little bit more than that, because now, well, you've always been able to jump channels, but now you have two different voice channels that you're jumping. So definitely seemingly endless variations of tone there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, listen, without further ado, enough about us.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
Let's introduce the awesome Darryl Jones, the amazing Jon Button, and the ever talented Eva Gardner. How's that?
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Hi. Yeah, we can hear you just fine. Everybody's doing good.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Great.
Cool. Well, listen, I want to say thank you again for your time and your effort, not just on SVT time here, but everything that you guys have put into this Heritage project. I can't thank you enough. And I know at some point we will make it up to you in the form of something very heavy with some tubes and some glass and some other stuff in it. So what's going on? I've like Dom said, we don't have anything scripted here, so it's kind of like it's an Italian and a Greek, and we're all bass players just talking about bass stuff. So let's start with you, Darryl. What have you been up to?
Let's see. What haven't I been up to? It passed by in a flash. It didn't really. What have I been doing? Lots of. I've been actually trying to learn more about health, and just trying to stay healthy is one of the main things that I've been kind of concerning myself with. In addition to that, I've got my my Jones Musical Instruments project that I'm working on. Still trying to get that off the ground.
Yep.
Things are moving forward in that respect. And, you know, playing a little bass from time to time and, you know, other instruments. I actually seem to spend more time trying to play the guitar than I do the bass right now. But, you know, just trying to learn more about music, man. I've been taking this time to really try to educate myself harmonically, melodically, and rhythmically.
Right on.
Love that.
Cool. How about you, John? I know I've seen some of you were just doing a session recently too, I saw.
I've done a few sessions here and there, you know, wearing a mask in a booth, you know, separated from music, you know, they've all different kinds of ways to try and make it happen in this weird time that we're in. But yeah, it's been fun to do a few things where you're actually playing with other musicians, for God's sakes. I mean, I do a fair amount of things at my house here. You know, people email me stuff and I play on those, which is fun, but it is nice to actually go to a studio and play with other human beings.
Sure.
Because that's really what music's about, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, I've been doing a fair bit of that stuff between a few sessions at studios and a fair bit of stuff here at my house, doing bass tracks. I spent a lot of time in the spring teaching my son first grade, and now we're about to dive back in, man. It's crazy. Like, you know, there's no school, so it's like, here's the second grade teacher. Well, my wife as well, but man, that's a chunk of time right there. And then, you know, like what Darryl was saying, I've been working on practicing stuff, you know, working on some new things. It's super nerdy, but I actually have been working on incorporating my third finger on the right hand instead of just two fingers, which is like, wow. I don't know why I decided that was a good idea.
There's no better time. I used to play that way. I used to play with all three.
Really?
Yeah.
And then what?
And I actually just, I just got a Facebook question. Somebody from Facebook asked me about that. Like, talk about going into the weeds, man. This guy asked me, says, before 1991, you were playing with three fingers. Like,
wow, that's
so.
You know?
Wait, Darryl, you stopped playing with three fingers. Is that right?
Yeah, well.
So maybe this was a useless, a fool's errand on my part.
I'll tell you what happened was when I just started to look at my fingers and realized those two are almost the same length. So playing, you know, just playing like that, it made sense to me.
That's what Nathan East does, right?
I don't know. I didn't know that he played with three fingers.
I've heard that. And I got to say, sorry to interrupt you, but that's what got me started doing the three finger thing, because I started doing that too. I was like, you know, when I play with these, oh my God, we just went down a super nerdy rabbit hole. But anyway, I started doing these two fingers because it's like, wow, that works. Blah, blah, blah.
One thing
I've been practicing that.
One thing that got me going, that was part of why I switched back to these two, is that I think I was talking to Miles and he said, physically or anatomically, these two fingers are the fastest. And
interesting.
So something about, I mean, that's a trumpet player, only thing a trumpet player would know. So,
right.
And there was a certain kind of evenness that I was looking for, but, you know, just playing with two fingers rather than three, because I mean, I just started doing it when I was practicing scales when I was a kid, where I would go, if two fingers on this side, I would play these two, three, then I would play all three, you know.
Whoa.
But then, and then another thing to you know, to move back into the area that you're going into, I just saw a film of Niels Henning Ørsted Pedersen playing acoustic bass, and he was playing with at least three fingers on this hand. So, you know, something, you know, there's something there, you know.
Wow. All right, I'll let us back out of that rabbit hole. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say we just missed like the master of three finger and four finger. Billy was on earlier, and I mean, he's got that stuff down. But
boy, does he ever.
Yeah, let's start climbing back out of the rabbit hole here.
I'm sorry,
Eva. How's your right hand technique?
Yeah, I think you guys are onto something, because this isn't the first time I've had this conversation this week.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
It's in the ether. Like it's just kind of where we're at right now. We're all
right.
So yeah, that's going to be on my list for sure. My technique list. Yeah, I've played around with it a little bit too, but it's got like a gallopy kind of feel.
Yeah,
which I like. But Yeah. So anyway, I mean, one of the most like poignant quotes that just keeps coming into mind during this time is you can't control what happens, but you can control the way that you react to it. So that's just been something that I've just kept in mind during this whole time. And I mean, like Darryl, just taking the time to just focus on health, and that includes physically, mentally, emotionally, all the things that are coming along with this whole thing. And also just seeing this time as an opportunity to further educate myself, like you guys are. And I've just delved into the worlds of like music production. I'm taking some courses that just talk about engineering, recording. I use Logic, so just delving into just really the nuts and bolts of that program that I use anyway. And I ended up recording a song that I'm going to release next week. So I have a single coming out that I recorded all by myself.
Love it.
Very cool.
So cool. Yeah, so it's been really fun. And again, like you, Jon, I've been doing session work just remotely from my own little space, and those are the good things about the technology where we're at right now, that we can access this and still be involved in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, really taking the time to just hone in and dig in deeper into some, like going back to school, you know?
Cool. Yeah, it's interesting because, like you say, you know, there are things during this time. There are things that inevitably have been taken away from us as performing musicians. So you use that time to better yourself, like, you know, like I'm sure we're all doing. So that's all, you know, that you take that time and you use it to your advantage, basically. Yeah, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. When else do we get the whole world to shut down, for better or worse? You know.
Right.
Yeah. So how do we use the time most effectively, right?
Yeah. Because exactly. Let me ask you this: what do you think the touring landscape is going to look like when things start opening up? I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily going to go back to the way they were right away. I'm sure it'll be a slow progression. What are your thoughts on that?
I got nothing.
I heard about a venue over in the UK, I think in Newcastle, that is taking what's normally like a 15,000 seater and making it 1,500 seats, but they're like building boxes into the floor, into the seating area. So I mean, that sounds like that's something. I don't know how far along that's come, but I think it seems like people are just. It's not going to go back to the way it was overnight. Like that's becoming apparent. So I think people are trying to figure out how to adapt. I mean, there's the drive-in concerts that are happening, but I'm not hearing about anything on the books until next year, next fall, really. Yeah.
Have any of you been to any drive-in concerts, or?
I haven't, and I'm curious just to see if there's any footage or anything like that. I did hear about one band in New York doing a drive-in theater gig, and the people got out of their car and rushed the stage.
Oh wow!
Of course.
That's actually the only thing I've heard about drive-in gigs. I thought it was one of the first things that I thought about. I was like, wonder if you could just open up all those drive-in theaters and put it there. So I mean, I applaud any innovative ideas to get things even just moving back in the in the right direction. And because I will say, Jon was just talking about doing sessions. I have not done a recording session in a studio since January, and so I miss playing with musicians. I really do.
Yeah. There's a venue here in New Hampshire that's doing drive-in. It's I'm going to say a small to medium-sized venue, but they've got a big parking lot with a porch. And that's what's happening now is you can drive in. It's like, I think they're charging like $75 a car, depending on the artist. Mm-hmm. You can get out your lawn chairs. And as long as you stay in your parking spot, they're pretty cool with it. But, it's something, not just for the artist, but also for the audience. For the audience, people are legitimately going crazy too, not being able to go out and see live music these days. So
I think one thing's for sure, once it gets back to normal or back to some semblance of what it was, I think live music will be more powerful than it's ever been, that we've ever experienced, maybe.
I agree.
Sweet.
Yeah. I mean, just imagine people haven't seen a concert,
Yeah.
a live concert with other people in like a year and a half. It's like, that's going to be huge.
Something as simple as being able to go into the office and crank an 810 is like, the other day I was just playing like, oh my gosh, like once people hear anything loud, this is going to be incredible.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about the let's talk about gear. Speaking about going down rabbit holes here. So you guys were all very instrumental in this Heritage 50th project that we've been working on for 2 years
Dino
now.
and I met.
What's that?
Since Dino and I met.
Yeah, really, since Dom and I met. And I know, you know, given the circumstances of everything, you haven't actually had much time with the amplifier, you know, or being able to take it out on the road or tour with it. But do you recall when you first came out to Calabasas? And like I was joking with Dom earlier, they wouldn't let me in the building at that point. This was all pre-COVID too. They didn't trust me. So, but you guys sat down with Dom and Darryl. I don't think you were there for the initial visit, but you came out later for your photo shoot and everything.
Right.
Do you recall like that experience? What your first thoughts were?
What my first thoughts were for the
yeah.
Not so much, man, because I think we were busy trying to get pictures that day, so we didn't really do a lot with the amp. You did make me think about my first SVT experience, which is another story we can get to at some point. But no, I don't have a lot for the. I think it's a really great idea. I mean, I love my Heritage B15, and so that you guys decided to take a few cool things from that and move over to the SVT, I think is a great idea.
Yeah. Well, while it's fresh on your mind, what was your first experience with your first SVT, Darryl?
I probably used a bunch of them, you know, rental gigs and stuff. But the first time I played through a really great Ampeg SVT was when I started playing with Miles. Mark Allison was the bass tech. He was like the everybody tech, actually, but he was, you know, a bass tech with the band, and he had an Ampeg SVT. I'm not sure from which year. I've heard guys talk about the saucer knobs, which are
okay.
Does that ring a bell to anybody?
Yeah, that was like I'm going to say early to mid 70s, I think, with the saucer knobs.
Okay, so I think that was the head, and he actually had replaced the 810s with hardkey speakers, and that was a rig that both Jocko and I used around New York because we would rent it from Mark to do gigs, and so we were, you know, both, and it was really a hell of a sound. In fact, the Decoy record, the Miles Davis Decoy record, there's some live material on the second. I'm talking about the second side of the album. But yeah, the tune "What It Is." There's this tune where it starts with a bass. I think the name of the song is "What It Is," but that's that sound. It's the sound of that SVT.
Wow,
and I use that for the.
I love that record.
That was my first record. That's the first record that I played.
Wow. So that cabinet that had the Harkey speakers in it.
Yes.
It's actually kind of a famous. It was like one of Harkey's first.
Yeah, it was before Harkey was doing cabinets. They weren't doing cabinets. They were
just doing speakers.
Speakers, yeah.
Wow.
So that's the same cabinet that Jocko used, that you were using. It was the same 810 cab that was bouncing around New York City at the time.
That's right. Yeah, the whole amp, the whole rig. We were both, you know, I'd go into 55 grand in New York, and he'd be playing it. And I'll never forget. My roommate at the time pulled up to the club. The 55 grand was one of those like shotgun clubs. It was just really long and kind of thin.
Yeah.
And she said that she walked in and she kind of pulled me to the side and she says, Darryl, I heard the bass rig before I got out of the taxi. I'm using this rig every time I'm playing in New York. It costs more than I'm getting paid for the gig.
That's awesome. That's awesome. What a great story. What a great story. Eva, what were your first thoughts when you, I know we had like a bunch of SVTs lined up and ready to go.
Yeah, I just remember being so intriguing. I've never had the luxury of having like being able to A/B and an SVT like that or different heads before. And I remember just being so blown away by how different they all sounded and how each had their own character. I mean, you think, oh, it's an SVT, it's an amp, whatever, it's the same components, but they all had just such different characters. And I had such a blast playing through all of them because it was something I'd never been able to do. Like how many SVTs do you normally have in a room hanging out, especially especially vintage ones. You know, so that was really, really special. I loved it.
Yeah, yeah. And
the answer is as many as you can carry, which is typically one.
Yeah, right.
As many as you can fit in your basement studio.
There you go.
And then, Jon, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, similar to Eva. I mean, it was amazing to just sit there and hear the difference between them all, and they all sounded totally different, but also I remember thinking like, yeah, they're all different, but they're all great. And like, well, Jon, which one do you like? I'm like, all of them. Like, they're all different, but they're all awesome, you know? Like, that was really interesting to me. And I would play one and go, oh, this would be great for that kind of thing. And then, oh, this one's good for that thing. And, you know, they were all just killer and different.
Yeah. And I think that, like, that whole approach was kind of what prompted us to say, well, you know,
why choose?
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. That's what I was kind of getting at. It's like, why can't we put, you know, the 69 and the 70 in the same amp and just incorporate those two channels? And that's kind of where this whole thing came from. So,
good move. It's awesome.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's, like I said, that's where we're at now. And like Darryl was saying, the Heritage B15 that we did back in like 2010 was
right here. That's this one.
Yeah. See,
yeah.
I think we did this the other night, didn't we, Eva?
Yeah. I love it. I love it.
So yeah, with that Heritage, you actually, like, channel 1 is a 64 channel and channel 2 is a 66 channel. And they're two distinctly different sounding amplifiers, really. You know, I usually say the 64 channel is the Jameson channel, and then the 66 channel is like the Carol K channel or the Joe Osborne channel. You know, you get that real defined pick type sound versus that thumpy Motown sound. So that's kind of where we're at with it. You know, and they are out shipping now. I know we've had limited shipments on the Heritage overseas, Australia, Europe, and now they're shipping in the States. So now we just got to get some live gigs back.
Yeah,
and play.
Exactly.
So bittersweet.
You know, yeah, exactly. Well, we got this great amplifier, but we're gonna have to wait a little bit.
Well, I want to hear from Eva and Jon on their first SVT stories as well, like their first. Remember
Eva.
their first SVT.
Yeah.
Ladies first.
So I grew up, like, Ampeg was one of the first things. My dad was a bass player, and so our living room when I was little was the studio. So I was crawling around all this gear when I was little. One of my first memories is actually, like, he had a B15, and one of my first memories is like the A lighting up, and I was like, ooh, blue light. And so that was just like, it's forever just like burned into my brain. So Ampeg was always like a household name for me. So growing up and starting to play bass, I only had that B15 really as a point of reference. And then I was, when I got to, I think I was probably about 18 or something, and I was like, it's time I got my own Ampeg. So a friend of mine was selling his SVT rig, and I went from like B15 to 810 like overnight. And I just remember playing through that thing in his garage and just being like, whoa, whoa. this is like, it was just the most amazing, because I'd never played through anything like that before. I was just playing like, clubs around LA and, high school dances and stuff. So, and I bought it from him, and I still have that rig, and it ended up being a 1970 head.
Okay.
So, so it's just this killer rig that I can't let go of. And the first time I played through one is the one I own. So.
And you still own that?
Oh yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Mm-hmm. It's not something I would let go of.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like a family heirloom at this point.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Over to John. John, what's your
my Ampeg
story?
Well, so I grew up playing a lot of upright, and I also grew up using a lot of solid state amps, and I was playing a lot of jazz and pop and stuff, and I wasn't like the super tube amp guy for a long time. And I'll tell you when, so like I said, I was using some like hybrid tube solid state things. And when I got the Sheryl Crow gig, we were rehearsing with her, and I had auditioned on her SVT rig. And then when we started rehearsing, I brought my rig in from another company. And at this time I had an SVT, which I used for recording and stuff. I somehow was a little hesitant to use it on tours for some reason. And also, like I said, I was playing a lot of pop music and stuff, and some of these other amps were kind of good for that, for whatever. Yeah. So we start rehearsing with my rig, and the producer was like, let's switch back over to her SVT. And we do, and he was like, man, when you use the SVT, like it just glued the whole band together, and the whole band just sort of gelled, and it just all worked. And like I never looked back, and I've been using SVT ever since.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so
really cool.
I thought that was a pretty good SVT story.
Is there I've heard stories told about one of the main differences between the solid state thing and the tube thing is that the tube amplification follows the strength of your fingers a bit more.
Yeah.
Is that true? Is that
That's
true?
what I've understood the same. Yeah.
Solid state rigs kind of level out the dynamic of your hands, whereas tube amps tend to, you have a little bit more ability to play soft in one moment and then loud the next moment, and it's a little bit more. You can tell a little bit more.
Yeah, I also find tube amps some people say they're slower, and like solid state amps have this like really quick zingy attack, which the slow kind of, it almost compresses, and it just kind of makes everything kind of groovy.
Yeah. And I think that's why a lot of guitar players prefer tube amps over solid state amps, because they do react more to how you're playing, how hard you're playing, how soft you're playing. I notice especially if you take an SVT and put it on a ported cabinet, where I don't want to get too deep into this rabbit hole, but basically because the cabinet is ported, the dampening factor that's going to the head is a lot slower. So picture that sitting in a big comfy sofa, and the whole thing just kind of surrounds you. It's kind of that same idea when you're playing an SVT through a.
I agree 100%.
It's like everything is just really squishy and hard to move around in, but it's just so comfortable. You know what I mean? Versus, you get this modern bench from, let's say, IKEA that doesn't have as much padding on it, and it suits the purpose, and it's really comfortable, but you can get up and down from it really quick because it doesn't suck you in.
That's great.
I hope
that's damn near poetic.
Leave it to the Greek to be poetic. But yeah, that's technically what I've always thought about tube amps. It's just when I play through an SVT, it's like sitting in this big comfy sofa. And like Jon said, you know, it's not louder. It just kind of envelops you better.
Yes.
Than some other amps do, some other solid state amps do. And those solid state amps also have their purpose too, for certain styles of music, of course. Agreed. But that's how I've always envisioned an SVT. It's like playing with a drummer that's got a huge pocket. It's like just like sitting in a big comfy sofa.
Yeah. You get that warmth, like
that warmth
from from that too. Yeah, from the tubes.
So, well, now given that, you know, obviously, and you know, the three of you have played on some of the world's biggest stages. I'm not trying to deny or puff you guys up or, you know, blow you guys up or anything, but
We need all we can get right now, right?
No,
That's what I'm saying. They're bassists. They want to, you know, they never get this.
The three of you literally have like the three of the world's biggest gigs, and rightfully so. I mean, you guys are phenomenal in what you do, but we've also seen, and I think the last concert I did see was Eva with Pink. More and more artists and more productions are going to clean stages and not necessarily having amplifiers on the stage. Or like I know, Jon, in your case, you know, with the 210 AVs and the smaller head and you know, volume on stage is a big issue now. I think, you know, for obvious reasons. I think Pete and they want the stage volume really low. But, you know, how does that compare? Or I guess I'm trying to think of the right term here, but you know, in the old days, and I know Darryl, like with the Stones, that all bets are off, man. You guys have full backline. I'm sure it's loud on stage. But where do you see like live bass amplification going, where more and more artists and productions are going to clean stages, in-ears, and things like that?
Well, I use in-ears and a couple of big SVTs.
Okay.
Because I do like the in-ear thing. First of all, for me, it started out with protection. It was me really kind of trying to protect my ears. Band doesn't really play as loud as it did at that time.
Okay.
But I started out, and also because there's so many musicians on stage, I want to be able to hear guys on the other side of the stage. I want to be able to sing with Bernard and Sasha, you know, whoever's singing. And so the in-ear thing is great for that. And also for singing, it's amazing. I really love it. You know, when you sing stuff, a lot more accurate, and I can use all the accuracy I can get. So I don't know what I would do about that. I don't know if I would, you know, if someone asked me not to have, you know, the bass rig behind me, I would definitely be trying to get it into the under the stage, and you know, with some grading so that I could, because I want to feel the bass.
Yeah.
You really think, man.
I've had it under the stage before.
Yeah, I think the bass is not just to be heard; it is to be felt.
Yeah,
absolutely.
For those of us who grew up in a house that had a basement, and your parents had parties, and the record player was down there, and one of the reasons that, you know, that I know James Jamerson so well is not because I sat down and listened to all those records, but because they were coming through the floor.
Yeah.
That frequency was moving through the floor. So for me, and it wasn't, I just put this together, you know, in the last 5 seconds, but I think that it's bass is visceral, man. It should be heard, but it should also be felt. And so I don't know how I would handle it. I think I still would have to have, and I've even had, I've had some guys talk to me about the little square thing that guys stand on.
Yeah.
I don't want to speak disparagingly about anybody who might happen to use that. But for me, dude, you don't got the right bass amp if you got to stand on something that vibrates. You know, I mean, that's, you know.
Yeah. I'm curious, Eva, how did it compare having the 810 behind you or underneath?
I wasn't getting, I mean, I would hear it, but I couldn't really feel it so much. And it really just depends on the show also and how big the stage is and where they decide to put it. So I definitely was missing the vibration, but to solve that problem, our monitor guy drilled butt kickers into the stage.
Nice.
So you're feeling what you're playing as well, because like Darryl was saying, it's like so much of it is vibration, right? So between hearing it in your ears and feeling it, you've got the whole experience.
Yeah.
So that helped for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, John, are you on in-ears as well? With the
I'm on in-ears right now.
You're on in-ears.
Same.
Actually.
Yeah. We are on in-ears with the Who. Everybody except Pete. Actually, Pete's on monitors.
Really? Okay.
And lately, like you say, I've been using a small rig because we've been doing playing with orchestra. That's the only reason.
That makes sense.
Because I've got literally second violins are 3 feet from me.
Wow.
Okay. So if I crank up an SVT, when they go, oh, let's have some more second violins, it's like bass,
Yeah.
So we've had to bring everything way down, which is a different thing. But when I started with them, I had a SVT and a guitar amp, just like,
yeah,
and that was very fun. But I've done the gamut. I mean, I've toured with Shakira for a long time, and that was 0 amp. I mean, I literally had a Sans amp and in-ears.
Yeah,
that was it. And then I played with a French pop singer, and I had a SVT into like a speaker emulator under the stage and in-ears, and that was cool. You kind of gotta roll with what when you're a hired gun. You kind of got to do what you got to do. But I also find, depending on the PA and the size of and also every venue sounds different, but sometimes you get a lot of low end off the back of the PA, depending on the way that's set up. Yeah.
Sure. Sure.
But I'm pretty comfortable doing, but in a perfect world, if I have my druthers, it's an 810 behind me and in-ears, both.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's
like Darryl.
Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah. But like you guys say, at the end of the day, you got to do what the boss says too. Whoever the boss may be. So, we actually got a question come in, and this is actually from one of our Ampeg artists, Todd Michael Bowers, who's a Chicago cat. And this is for Darryl. He's saying, Darryl, I was at your first hometown shows with the Stones. What was it like taking the stage at Soldier Field that first night?
That was really great, because all the bands that I played with up until I played that gig at Soldier Field in Chicago. It's Soldier Field. I just found out about 2 years ago, not Soldiers Field, which is what I called it for all those years before that. My mother took me and my brother and a few people in the neighborhood to see James Brown.
Wow.
And so, and like I say, Sting and Madonna, all of these bands that I played with in Chicago before, none of them played in town. They would always be like a gig out in, Ravinia or someplace outside of, the city. So when they said we're going to play in Chicago, I was like, oh, great. Where are we playing? And they said Soldier Field. I was like, yes. That just, first of all, just because it's like the South Side of Chicago. It's not South, but it's considered where I grew up on the South Side of Chicago. It's a venue that you pass by anytime you drive down the lake. And so just on the level of that, it was really, really special to me. And I think mostly that, and just that it was real hometown, not far from where I grew up, and very close to my stomping ground where I played around town and stuff like that. So it was just really, really special. I love playing that place. We played, I think the second or third time we played there, it was freezing and everybody was complaining, and I was just happy. I was just like, yeah, it's outside of Chicago. It's how close it is,
That's awesome.
Darryl, I have a story for you. So before you had that gig, so Dad and Ron Wood were in their first band together. They grew up in the same neighborhood. So they were in a couple bands. My dad opened up for the Stones in 1967 with the Creation. So fast forward, Bill Wyman leaves. They're looking for a bass player. So Bobby Womack calls the house, because they were friends, calls my dad and says, hey, Kimmy, guess what? There's an opening in the Stones. Call Woody and see what's going on. And I don't know, obviously nothing happened or whatever, but it was like, who's going to get that gig? Is it going to be my dad? Is it going to be, who is it? Who's it going to be? And then we went to go see you right when you joined in LA, which was awesome. But we saw the guys, but I was like, for a second, it was like, ooh, maybe Dad's going to be bandmates again with his old buddies.
That's amazing. I didn't know that. That's
how many other people can say Bobby Womack called the house?
I used to hang out. I remember hanging out with like his kids and stuff when I was little. I didn't know. I was like, oh, Bobby and Regina, who was his lady at the time. But I didn't know who any of these. When you're little, they're just your dad's kooky friends.
Oh
man.
That's great.
I love hearing that.
And then later on, I'm like, oh my God, the guy playing guitar in my living room was Mick Taylor? What?
That's so cool. Imagine, yeah. Well, the guy that played guitar in my living room was my uncle Spiro. And it wasn't guitar, it was actually bouzouki. So
that's awesome. I have a similar question for Eva and John. Like, what is, I guess, the most memorable gig that comes to mind over the years?
The one that pops up just for me, just because it was so recent, was playing Wembley Stadium this time last year. That was on my bucket list forever, and getting to be on that stage 2 nights in a row in London, kind of where it all started for me with my family, and that was just an epic. Like, that was it, man. Yeah, it was really special.
That's great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Darryl, when you're talking about a hometown show, it's interesting for me because I grew up in Fairbanks, Alaska.
That's deep. I didn't know that, man. That's it.
And nobody goes up there. I've never had a hometown show.
Oh wow!
Man.
Sheryl Crow on her schedule, it popped up for a second, like Fairbanks, Alaska. I was like, oh, no way, and then it went away. It just makes no sense to like the cost of getting a tour up there compared to playing for the 4 people that live there. No offense to all my friends in Alaska, but it doesn't make any sense. But I've lived in LA for a long time. So just recently, last year, the Who played Hollywood Bowl, and that was, it was such a historic venue, and all my friends are there, and that was huge. For sure.
That's incredible. Those are all bucket listers for sure.
Yeah, really. Now
I feel like I want to add Fairbanks, Alaska on there just because nobody does it.
There you go.
I think that should be everybody's bucket list now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, John, and this last Who tour, you were playing in front of a full orchestra as well. So that's going to be an experience in and of itself. Just having an orchestra behind you.
Yeah, it's different. Especially with the Who, because the Who can be such a sort of fly by the seat of your pants, like never know what's going to happen kind of band, and then suddenly we got an orchestra with a score, and it's like, okay, we got to stay on. So that was a interesting dynamic to sort of navigate. Of like, we can't just improvise everything.
Yeah. Now, at one point, you did the whole Tommy show, correct?
Yeah.
Like start to finish, and
I did it with. So I played with Roger Daltrey, his solo tour stuff, without Pete as well. I've been doing that for years, and we did that with Roger as well, and that was interesting doing it with Roger because we would do Tommy start to finish, and then we'd launch into another, hour and a half of Who songs. It was like, man, it was because the Tommy, there was no stops. It was just like an hour of solid music nonstop. Like you barely get a drink of water. But yeah, it's an amazing experience to play that whole thing. It's like playing a symphony or something. It's like such a through composed, amazing work. The whole thing.
Sure, a rock opera basically.
Yeah,
the
first one apparently.
Yeah.
Very cool. You know,
That's amazing.
I played Pinball Wizard at my 8th grade graduation luncheon. Pinball Wizard, man. They're just
Awesome.
Oh, that's so good.
I love it.
Well, I know we're kind of winding down on time here, so I want to give you guys a chance to, you know, plug what you're working on. I know Eva says she's got a single coming out next week. Obviously, we'll be sharing that across all Ampeg social as well. You know, Eva, is there anything else that you wanna throw out there, or?
No, I mean, I'm just excited to be part of, you know, this, you guys, the Ampeg family, and thanks for the support over all these years, and looking forward to continuing on through whatever this is that we're in right now. But you know, we're doing what we could do, and so just thank you. Thanks for having me on board.
Oh, thank you, thank
you.
you. Yeah. John, how about you?
Well, we've got arithmetic, 2nd grade arithmetic coming up next week. We'll see how that goes.
And then we're going to learn the 3-finger approach for the.
Yeah, we got 3 fingers. Yeah, there's various. You know, it sounds weird, but sometimes it's hard to keep up with all the. You know, you play on a session 6 months ago, and then it comes out, and it's hard to keep track of it all. Yeah. I don't have anything personal. I'm not like Mr. Solo bass project or any of that. So just things I played on that are popping out. I actually did a really fun session with these guys that call themselves Scary Pockets. It's sort of a collective of LA session guys that get guest singers and stuff. And I have a couple of those coming out that'll be like on YouTube and stuff in a couple of weeks. And those are really cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
Keep us posted so we can share that.
Yeah, that's some great stuff. Matt plays in that with you, right? Matt Musty?
Sometimes, yeah. We didn't do it at the same time. It's a rotating cast of characters.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
Cool.
That's it.
Darryl, how about yourself, sir? Other than your 3-finger right hand technique.
Well, I guess I'm going to use this my time to do a little bit of shameless work generation. I'm available for remote sessions. You know, I would love to be working a little bit more, you know, just even if I'm, you know, recording here at the house. So I'm available to do that kind of stuff. I'm excited about my guitar project, my bass company thing. I think I grew, you know, fell in love with Fender instruments, and I'm just taking a riff on what Leo Fender got so right. And so yeah. I would love, you know, when I have enough instruments, I would love to have you guys check them out and, you know, see what you think and let me know how I can do it better. So that's something that in the fall I'm hoping to, you know, to have a little bit more off the ground, and
that's cool.
And I really want to do a lot of, you know, want to let people know about it as soon as I'm able to really supply some folks some instruments.
And Darryl, you're making guitars and basses, right? Yes,
I am.
Yeah, so I thought.
Yeah.
Cool.
I will say this: when you brought your bass out to Calabasas for the photo shoot, it is an amazing sounding instrument. Like it's got that old school Fender thump to it, if you will. It's really a cool bass. It's just a great bass. You know, I can't. I'm mainly saying that for Eva and John too. If you guys haven't checked one out.
Well, what pickups? What are you doing for pickups?
I have been using Lindy Fralin pickups on a lot of the things, but you know, different. Since it's I'm kind of looking at the kind of a kind of base model, but for folks like you, whatever you want to do, if you have pickups that you love, then we're ready to work with you on that. One of the things, the radius, front of the neck radius, is something that I'm very, very sensitive to. I didn't realize it. I was just kind of trying to figure out, well, why does that instrument feel so much more at home to me than some of the newer stuff? And I realized I grew up playing Fenders with a little bit more, you know, circular radius. And so I'm really taking a page from that, you know. And a lot of time, one of the things we found out with the Lakeland bass was guys would pick it up and play it and go, wow, man, this feels at home to me. I feel at home on this. And I think it's part of it's because of that radius thing.
Wow.
So, but it's a flatter radius, more modern thing that
Like the C neck, is it the C?
Yeah, well, I'm thinking about even the front of the neck. I mean, the 7 1/4 radius, and we might not end up going, quite that curved with everything, but a little bit more than a lot of the instruments now. The radius is 10 and 12 and sometimes 14, so it's much flatter.
Yeah.
And since not a lot of bass players are stretching strings and stuff, I just always wondered, well, why would that need to be the case? And for me, I kind of prefer a little bit more curved front of the neck. The back of the neck is just basic C. Yeah, basic C. But again, we're really excited to work with people on building them an instrument that is specific to them and that they're going to fall in love with.
Sweet.
Cool. I will also attest to listening to Darryl play, which it's completely unfair to say because he could be playing a
I was just gonna say,
it would sound great. But,
yep,
silky and smooth were the two words that came to mind when he was playing through that 810. It sounded amazing.
Yeah. Silky. Did you just say silky smooth?
I said silky and smooth.
Silky and smooth. That is perfect.
That's all you need for any of your advertisements. Just
right. Exactly.
Taglines by Dom.
Yeah. That's what I'm doing during COVID.
I was going to say.
Ampeg that we should know about?
What's that, Darryl?
Is there anything new from Ampeg that we should know about?
We've got, and it's funny because people, when I talk to my friends and, hey, you busy? Or, what's going on in Ampeg? It's like, we've been extremely busy.
We've been exhausted busy.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, and I'll let Dom attest to this a little bit more too, but we're planning for stuff 2, 3, 5 years down the road that we're working on now.
I see.
So there is a lot of stuff coming down. Unfortunately, if I talk about it, Dom will have to kill me.
Yeah, the broadcast will just end quickly. But no, we have the Heritage 50th Anniversary SVT. We have the Heritage SVT 810 AV, so the 810 cab that matches that, all American made. We actually just recently came out with a bunch of merch, t-shirts, hats. I think hats back there, mugs. Just trying to start the bigger branding picture and clothing line part of it. We know that this brand has such a legacy and it hasn't really been fully tapped into. So like Dino said, we really honestly we have like a 7-year roadmap with everything, and COVID slowed down. Well, in some ways it's slowed down development, in some ways it's actually everyone's very laser focused right now, but definitely within the next year as well as 2 years we're gonna have a lot out. So that's all I can say right now, but I'm ridiculously excited about it, but I'm also ridiculously biased about everything. So
we all are.
Yeah.
Excited about
of course.
But yeah, at some point, and I've said this before too, it's like, and this is why I asked the question about clean stages and things like that, because Ampeg has always been an innovator for bass.
Mm-hmm.
And like back in the 60s, the SVT was a complete innovation. Nobody thought of doing a 300-watt all-tube head with little 10-inch speakers. But, obviously, given the times and the environment of live performances these days, we as a bass amp company have to change to some degree, where not only are we just offering bass amps, but we got to start offering bass solutions to performing artists. And whatever that may be, Dom and I joke about, concepts all the time, and I won't get into like what some of our concepts are, but
come on, I gotta say the one.
Go ahead, say it.
Wait, I gotta publicly like NDA this or something. So it's called Thunderwear. The tagline was, "It puts the thunder down under," and it was just like, come on, that's amazing.
You gotta do that. Come on.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. I think we're gonna end it at that.
Yeah. Right.
Listen. Guys, I cannot thank you enough for coming on and
thank you.
Just giving us your time, not just here, but like Eva said, when I say Ampeg family, I truly mean family. You guys, not just with Ampeg, but we're all bass players. There's a lot of camaraderie between us. I love you guys very much. I can't, I can't wait for the days that we can get together at a show or at NAMM or whatever and just kind of do a group picture and a group hug again. So
Likewise.
again, for myself and everybody at Ampeg, and I'm sure everybody that's been watching, thank you so much. Stay healthy, stay safe, and we will see you real soon, definitely.
Yeah,
that's good.
From here, I'm going to hand. What's that? One last question.
SVT BBQ.
SVT.
I love it.
I like it.
Yeah.
SVT barbecue.
Yeah, we'll do that. We will do that.
That's way more fun than tea time.
Exactly.
Food involved. That's way more fun.
Bring in the thunder.
That's right. I'll have my thunderwear on. We'll be ready to go.
Yes.
Barbecue. Oh, we gotta get. Listen, I'm gonna hand it back to Pat. Pat's gonna take it from there, guys.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Nice to see everybody.
Great to see you.
Bye.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. We're not done yet. We have one more little section of a couple of artist performances. We've got Laura Jane Grace from Against Me and original members of Foreplay, Nathan East and Lee Ritenour, going to play us out. Remember that we still have the sweepstakes going to be posted online for a couple of weeks. You can enter there to win a CSF. You could win that Mike Stern guitar. There's plenty of more stuff from Ampeg and Line 6. You know, we got that CSF from Transacoustic guitar that's on the sweepstakes. We want to say thank you to all of the artists that joined us today and for all of you for watching. I want to say thank you so much for supporting us, and for everybody to please stay safe out there. This whole video will be posted online after the event, and please stay happy, healthy, safe, and we'll catch you soon. Cheers, everybody.
Please say something that gives me calm. I know there's no rush to get there. They get you wrong, it turns me on. I've no patience for them. You are surreal, you are surreal, you are surreal. Your lazy eye lets you hold them in your stare. You can catch and release them. What does it say of someone who does not care? They can't see the advantage. You are surreal, you are surreal, you are surreal. No one wants to be themselves, they all want to be someone else. You didn't try to get there. Incongruous, it says something, but no one's ever listening. They kill themselves just to get there, to get there, to get there, to get there. And you are surreal, you are surreal, yeah, you are surreal. Two coffins for sleep, one for you, one for me. We'll get there eventually. In the dark of our graves, our bodies will decay. I wish you'd never change. How lucky I ever was to see the way that you smile at me. Your little moon face shining bright in me. sleep. Two coffins for sleep. Two coffins for sleep. Two coffins for sleep.
Hey everybody, Nathan East here to help celebrate the 30-year anniversary of the Yamaha Custom Shop in Los Angeles. Wow, congratulations everybody. Let me take you back 40 years, 1980. Wow. And I used to come up from San Diego and drive up to this club in North Hollywood called the Baked Potato. And that's where all the great musicians used to go play and hang out, you know, after their sessions here in LA. And one night I was there watching Lee Ritenour play, and he had Abraham Laboriel was playing bass. It was absolutely amazing. And Abraham was playing a Yamaha bass, and he let me play it. And I said, where did you get this? So it turns out he got it in Japan, and he recommended me to get in contact with Hagi from Yamaha, who's artist relations there. So the next year, Lee Ritenour invited me to tour Japan with him, and we were playing at a club called the Pit Inn in Tokyo. And Hagi showed up with a beautiful wine-colored BB1000 bass. And I just can remember playing it and falling in love with that instrument. And that began what is now a 39-year relationship with Yamaha. When I got back to the States, I met some really cool folks at Yamaha America and used to go down to Buena Park, and we'd have lunch And those have been relationships that have lasted throughout the years as well. The one thing about the company is not only do they make great instruments, but Yamaha has some of the most personable and great people working there. And it's really been fun to get to know all of them. And I have books of friendships of the people that only work at Yamaha. So throughout the 80s, they would send me basses from Japan. Mr. Goto, who was actually making the instruments, would be in touch with me, and we'd liaise via Yamaha America, talk about pickups and, equalizers in the instrument and anything that had to do with the basses. So a beautiful collection of basses started arriving, and as you can see in the wall behind me, it's been a wonderful journey. Each one of these instruments has a story behind it, and whether it be on the road or in the studio, and it's been great. Now, if we fast forward to 1990, Ken DePron opened the custom shop in North Hollywood, and that was fun because I used to go by and collaborate with them. It was just great to see all the woods and all the toys and instruments there. And so we started working on a signature bass and came up with the BB East. And so that was a fun project, working with the good folks over there. And every day we'd kind of R&D, talk about pickups and string length and width and how what scale do we want the instrument, what electronics do we want. So lots of R&D went into that. And then eventually, collaborating still with Goto at the custom shop in Japan, we came up with the BBNE2, which is what I'm playing now. A wonderful instrument. I never leave home without it now. And speaking of leaving home, any of us that knows when we travel with our instruments in a gig bag over our shoulders, that when we go to get on board on commercial flight, we have about a 50-50 chance of being able to get on the plane with that instrument, because sometimes they just say, no, you can't get on, it's too long, and you're going to have to check it, which is, a nightmare, because then you have to put the bass under the plane in a gig bag and hope for the best. So in collaboration with the good folks over at the custom shop in Calabasas, and Takashi-san and Pat and Ken, and we came up with this beauty, and I got to give it to Pat Camponovo. You really, really sunk your teeth into this project and came up with what I think is a wonderful instrument. I've been playing it, and guess what? I've never been denied access to an aircraft with this, even though they've come out and measured it at the airport sometimes. Amazing instrument. And so this is what we're kind of working on to see if we can develop it further. So that's a fun project, and it's just been great. The company is fantastic, and I have to just say congratulations again and happy 30th anniversary, and to all the staff there, past and present. And you've been there for us for 30 years, and let's keep doing it. We're just having a great time. But now I'd like to turn it over to my good buddy Lee Ritenour, who has some more stories, and then we're going to play a bit for you. So here you go, ladies and gentlemen, Lee Ritenour.
Thank you, Nathan. Hey, congratulations, Yamaha. And we go back a long, long way. Not only Nathan and I with Yamaha, but my beginnings with Yamaha are even prior to Nate. I think back as far as 1974. I was in my 20s then, long time ago. And I remember playing in Japan, and I wasn't really familiar with Yamaha. It wasn't a big company in the US yet. And they had brought me a beautiful classical guitar. The luthier at Yamaha had studied with the Ramirez in Spain, and they brought me a guitar that was, I think, built that same year in '74. And I think he only made two at the time. And it ended up on my recordings, gosh, for the next 25 years. And finally, I think after 25, 30 years, I I put it to rest, and the next versions of classical guitars from Yamaha had finally come out by then, and I started using various ones. But we want to say especially congratulations to the custom shop in Los Angeles, and Yamaha in Southern California and Orange County, and to the big guys in Japan. And they've always had the players and the musicians and the enthusiasts for the guitar in their forefront and their hearts, and they've always done an amazing job. And as professional guitar players, they've always listened. They've always had their ears open and always wanted our feedback. And I remember the first time when I was a session player in Los Angeles, and we were already established, and that meant me and guitarist producer Jay Graydon and Dean Parks, and back then Larry Carlton. And so they called a bunch of us to come to Studio Instrument Rentals, a rehearsal studio in Los Angeles that's of course still there. And so we all came to the studio, and we didn't know Yamaha, they didn't know us, and they were all lined up and very serious with their notebooks, and we tried their guitars, and we gave them our opinions one by one. And then they went back and they actually enacted all our ideas into their latest line of guitars in the 70s. And we were so surprised because we had never seen a company do that on such a level. And of course, Yamaha went on to be this incredible worldwide successful company that they are today. But they've always remained small in the sense that they're always hands-on with of course, the artists, but just the guitar enthusiasts in general from around the world. And the custom shop that's been here in 30 years, based in Los Angeles, has just been fantastic. And shout out to so many people, but definitely my longtime buddy that's been there for as long as I've known Yamaha, almost, Ken DePron. And between the guitar players, the acoustic players, the electric players, and the drummers that use the Yamaha drums all over the world, and from the also obviously the keyboards and band instruments. I mean, it's an incredible company. But the custom shop, especially for guitar, has been my home and my friends, and has been taking care of me for years. And even Nathan and I go back to the 70s, not quite the 70s, I guess it was early 80s when I met Nate, and he was playing with Hubert Laws. Maybe he told you this story already, and I was so impressed. I think he was just barely out of his teens. Maybe he was still a teenager, but I noticed him right away, and we would start playing together soon after that, and he would join me at the famed Baked Potato, and then started to travel with me, and then started to make his own mark. Tremendous. He'd already started prior to me meeting him, but he went on to play with everybody, of course, and we've had a great friendship and musical combination that has endured all these years. So I decided to, on the NCX5 here, which is on my new record that's just coming out this fall called Dreamcatcher, my old tune, Morning Glory. This is, we're going to jam on an old song of mine, a very old song. It goes back to 77. I used to play this club in Los Angeles. It's still there, called the Roxy. And the Roxy was always on the Sunset Strip. It was always a famous club for pop and rock and R&B, and not so much jazz. But then we started playing there along with a few other people in the late 70s and early 80s, and I think Nathan joined us there as well. And I used to play this tune, Morning Glory, at that club, and it would get such a nice reaction. So it was one of the first times that I realized that writing a song on the guitar, even if it was instrumental, that if it had the right impact, and that could be something more melodic like a Morning Glory, or it could be something crazy and fusionish that I was doing at the same time, like Captain Fingers. And so whether you're talking about the most progressive fusion jazz or metal or rock, I did have that lesson that melodies matter, you know. So, and it's funny how writing on a Yamaha acoustic guitar has always been one of my passions for writing tunes. Whether they end up the final version on an acoustic guitar or not is like writing tunes kind of close to the heart with the acoustic qualities is something I always recommend. So like this simple tune that goes back 100 years, Morning Glory. We got a little something that we're going to jam for you. Obviously, he's at his studio and I'm in my room, and we're going to do the magic of modern 2020 and make it work. So here we go.